Just make it loud. Just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. What? Make it loud. just make it loud.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams will take the stage and 2 are getting the chop. It's Elimination Day. A lot is on the line. Hello and welcome to Day 3 of Stage 2 playoffs. And of course, we're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Isn't that right, Mimi?
You're supposed to invite the viewers into the show, not scream into my face.
You guys have left me hanging way too many times. Now, of course, I'm Golden Boy. That's Mimi. It's Brandon Sideshow. And somewhere out there, someone's God clearly hates me. And that's why this is happening to me today. Let's see how this day goes.
Do you ever feel like a cattle going to slaughter?
Yeah, right now. When I woke up for work this morning.
Yeah.
That said, though, I was going to say is talk about some... Were you ready for my transition?
Yeah.
My segue?
Oh, yeah. How are you transitioning from cattle slaughter to this one, buddy?
Let's talk about what happened on our stage yesterday. Number 1 seeds enter the competition. We got Sentinels first up going up against Cloud9.
Like cattle, they...
No, Mimi!
Yeah, it was actually a close game, though. This one was a bit more back and forth. Sen managing to get the win. But I think for C9, after getting that first win in a crazy comeback, this was the match that to prove that they could hang after getting utterly stomped by Sen the first time they played.
Yeah, not sure if the narrative's been dissuaded just yet about the choking, but honestly, this was good signs of life across the board. And G2, when they got to this third map, they were angry. They were an angry squad playing against NRG to get pushed this far.
Yeah.
Jonah P and Valin just turned up and were slaughtering people. Look at that 180 flick from Jonah.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. And Som wins an insane 1v4 clutch that doesn't matter at all
tragic.
because they just lost the very next round.
15 seconds later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Round just ends.
World's
one.
greatest useless clutch.
That is a tough one. That is a tough one. But guys, look, you know, we're at the start of stage 2, all right? And we like to bring people into the show. You know, kind of like the way I like to bring my friends into the intro of the show, but they all ignore me every single time. So it's a similar thing here, right? We figured what we do this time is we bring the streamers in, give us their hottest takes. So this time, let's check in and see how well they predicted the future, because these were hot takes that they gave us at the start of the stage. So let's start with our first one. A good friend of the show, Mel, has her hot take. Let's take a listen.
My hot takes for VCT Americas Split 2 are, number 1, Oxy is going to be the MVP of Split 2. And secondly, I'm a big Sato and Oki fan, so I gotta give it to LEV. I think they're gonna qualify for playoffs.
Okay, all right. So how do we rate the heat
Mild.
of said take? Mild.
For the LEV take?
Oh, LEV are not going to be bottom 2 in Omega. I thought they were going to be the best. I mean, come on. Let's turn up the heat a little.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all
But
right.
Oxy as an MVP is pretty...
Wrong. Pretty wrong.
Yeah, wrong, but that's not the point of this. The point is the heat is a heat check on a hot take.
I'm just analyzing.
Send this guy to slaughter.
Well, okay, there's a lot of farm references going on
Send this
right
guy
now.
to slaughter. Mods, bring out the hammers.
Mods,
In
bring out
Minecraft,
the
in
hammer.
Minecraft.
That's it. We got to do this now. We got to handle it. All right. Well, let's check in with my bald brother from another mother. See what he had to say for his hot take.
Hello guys, it's Sasi here. I actually have 2 hot takes for this quiz on VCT Americas. The first one is that MIBR are gonna qualify for champs. Please MIBR, do it. We need to see Optus again on champs. And the second one is that 2 Game are gonna qualify for playoffs this split. Why? Because of Spikesin. Spikesin is a great player. He's a flex. He can play initiator. He can play a good neon, and I think he's pretty proactive during mid round. He's capable of changing the whole playstyle of 2 Game. Compared to the last split, I think Spike is gonna be a big change and a better change for 2 Game.
I mean, it turns out to be a very mild take to say MIBR is making champs, but not because they were good this
It's only a hot
stage.
take if Sassy was expecting MIBR to be hot ass. That's why. That's kind of funny because they were pretty much like, I mean, I guess after back of the Toronto performance.
Yeah, Toronto was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough, but yeah,
bad.
like they had a lot of champs points. It's a hot take if you're expecting them not to make it.
But he is going to be right, probably.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But
Maybe.
not
The 2G one.
the
Oh,
okay.
honey. Oh,
Okay.
the 2G1. We'll move past that one. Now, okay, here's another one. We got another friend of the show. We got Sin City to give her take. What do you got, City?
My hot takes for VCT Americas Split 2. Number 1, G2 is going to win Best in America's 3rd time in a row. And number 2, Mata is going to be our MVP for Split 2.
Okay, so
First take. It's a microwave meal. It's cold in the middle. It's not hot. It's not. G2 are going to be the best team again in Americas.
Are you going to
That's
just...
wrong.
It's a Van Silly-esque take.
Yeah, are you going to tell her she's wrong about the MVP one?
Yeah, well, it's just that her takes don't make sense together. How is G2 going to win, but Mata is still going to be the MVP? Like, Mata would have to make the finals, but in
just
perform
split the
insanely
difference,
well.
bro. You're just splitting the
Overthinking.
difference. You're overthinking.
Could still happen. It could still be a G2 NRG final.
Okay.
It won't be, but it could be.
It could be. All right, well, look.
Flip this.
You're brutal today, Josh. You just woke up and decided to choose violence?
Yeah, I just saw I'm around people I don't respect, so I'm...
Okay, first off, that's messed up. But we know that because Casey lost today, you're lashing out.
Yeah, you're lashing out. That's what it is. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. All right, well, you know what? Maybe we can lift your spirits up. Maybe we can have some fun here, okay? Because, you know, we like to have fun on this test. So before we get into today's matches, let's play a game. This one is called Say It Out Loud, and you better believe we have a mother flipping graphic for this one. All right, now, the point of this game is quite simple, all right? I have a stack of phrases here, and they may seem like gibberish, but if you string the words together and sound it out, they'll actually have a familiar phrase and a pleasant surprise. Here is your first one. We did that one
You
already.
can use it as an example.
Yeah, use it
Okay,
as an
let's
example.
do this one as an example so that the viewers at home can know. This one says, Donut Get Him Highway.
Donut Get 'em Highway.
Donut Get 'em Highway.
I'm going to peel back the curtain and pretend we didn't already look at this in
In
rehearsal.
rehearsal, and
the answer is Don't Get In My Way
What
when
a
the Viper
surprise.
pit.
exactly, there you go. So don't get in my way, Viper. All right, so now that
but
we
now
got
we're
the
in the
game
dark.
down, now you're in
Now
the
we don't know.
Thunderdome.
What-
All right, here we go.
you got?
Next one, we got
Mope Lend Up Deskai. Mope Lend Up
Nope,
Deskai.
lend up the sky.
It's the
Open up the
brimstone.
sky. Open up the sky.
Hey, open up the
Open up the sky.
Look at that, look at that. All right, here we go. Next one.
Fly Indigo.
Fly your indigo.
Fly Indigo.
Fly year in Dargo. Fly year in Dargo.
We need. Can
It sounds like you're trying to
Mimi, can you
cast
say
a
this in an
spell.
American accent?
Fly your indigo. Fly your indigo.
But it's not indigo, it's Indago.
Indago.
That's not how you
Fly your
spell the
indigo.
color indigo.
I don't know how to spell.
Do you guys
I'm lost.
Indago.
Fly
want a
year
little
in Dargo.
hint at all
Yeah, give me
or
a hint.
anything like that?
What's the character?
Okay.
No, that's just that.
The character's a duelist.
The character's a duelist. Fly year in Dargo.
Fly Indigo. Fly Indigo. Fly Indigo.
Fly year in Dargo.
Fly Indigo. Fly Indigo.
I don't
It's
have
like
it.
we're running a cult on the desk. Fly Indigo. Fly Indigo.
3, 2, 1, fire in the hole.
Ooh, keep that up in production.
All right, next up, here we go. Next up.
No air tier.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to run.
There it is, nowhere to run. Sova, you guys are
was being too
so
French.
average at this. Next up.
All hand
Elvis. All hand Elvis.
I'll handle this.
Yes, it
You're
is. So good, baby.
Nice.
Okay, we got one last one. Here we go. This one might be kind of hard.
Bren, I don't know. I don't think you can actually
Katotuma.
read that.
Cat toe to my weight.
Oh, wait, say it again. I had it.
Cat toe to my weight.
Say it again.
Cat toe to my weight. Cat toe.
You're saying wait. It's not. It's way. It's way.
Cat toe to my way.
Get out of my way.
Get out of my way. Get out of my way.
I had it, man. It was the brain cells were activated, but
I
they
accidentally added a T at the
They
end.
couldn't get to my mouth.
Great game. Great game. All right, good.
Brain
We're all,
knew, but
we're all
body
woken
couldn't.
up. We're all good. We feel
Yeah.
nice and
I'm a
shook
bit
up.
constricted by denim, I won't lie. I'm good to
It's
go.
okay. The denim, thankfully, it's still there. All right, now let's go ahead and check in with the current bracket, where we are right now in the competition. If you're just living under a rock or something like that, but we got you covered. Here you go. So you got your upper bracket finals all set up with Sentinels and G2. But today, we are going to keep our eyes on the lower bracket because we have some elimination games. Now, it's important here because MIBR's chances are actually looking quite good.
Yep.
Okay. Now, if KRU loses today or tomorrow, MIBR will qualify for champions based on points. And this, though, this is the nightmare bracket
So this
for
is
MIBR, not the good
Worst
bracket.
case scenario.
No, this is basically the only way in which it goes badly for them. Now, the KRU's highlighted in green here because they're the important team. But have a look. So if KRU win, and then lose to Cloud9, so Cloud9 goes on to advance, or it could be any team, right? It could be EG, it could be 100 Thieves, whatever. But if Cloud9, if KRU come fourth, they overtake MIBR, and that would mean somebody else gets into third
No
or
more,
second.
no less.
No
Fourth
more,
place.
because that's the weird
Exactly.
thing. If KRU make third, but somebody else ends up getting fourth, like 100 Thieves, EG, C9, then MIBR go through anyway. So they're kind of preying on
Okay.
KRU's downfall, but then if KRU get to that game, they want KRU to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're in a weird spot if you're an MIBR fan.
Bit of a pickle. Bit of a pickle.
Today, you're hoping KRU lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simple part of it, right?
They have two chances to make it easy and just prey on KRU's downfall. They lose either of these games.
Yeah.
It's simple, MIBR lock, and then the remaining teams are playing for the last spot.
Yeah. Well,
How is MIBR still so in the running?
that's the thing. It's crazy how these points have played out here. Now, of course, you guys can see the schedule down here, right? We got lower bracket matchups today. Our four teams are going to be clashing here to stay alive in this tournament. We're going to be kicking things off with El Clasico, which is KRU and Leviathan, and then later on, we're going to see Evil Geniuses take on 100 Thieves. Oh boy, we got some good games today.
It's kind of crazy to think that this is the last time we're going to see two of these teams this year in an official capacity.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild, right? We're eliminating
is.
two of them from contention.
Yeah.
I mean, spelling out like that, I mean, the 100 Thieves fans I know are just clawing at their eyes right now. Probably at that
Yep.
fact, because they've always been the loudest when it comes to watching their team play a lot of games.
But at the same time, that is the more one-sided of the two games that we have today, at
Yes.
least on paper.
Should be on
Yeah.
paper.
Barring some kind of like EG glow up in the playoffs
Yes.
or 100 Thieves.
So
I think
hopefully,
that's one-sided for 100 Thieves.
should be, but
You had to cast the 100 Thieves loss, so you've got trauma in the back.
I do. That game is burned in my head from now.
Hopefully 100 Thieves fans aren't doing a cold sweat too much today. We'll see what happens, though, of course. But today you got Crew Visa facing an early exit potentially from playoffs and are at risk of missing out on champions. But that actually is not the first time that I've said those words. Check this out. From the start of VCT, Crew Visa was the team to beat in Latin America. In 2021, Kesnet had a team of young guns that shocked the world by making a run at Champions Berlin and finishing third. Crew was a regular at global events in 2022, and expectations were sky high when the team landed in Los Angeles for the first year of VCT Americas. But things didn't go as planned. The squad suffered one bitter defeat after another, coming close to victory so often, but falling short in the final moments.
They end the season the same way the entire season has gone, with a loss.
Well, they are going to be the most defeated team in the Americas, sitting at the bottom of those standings.
They finished their inaugural season winless, dead last in the league. The thought of returning to the global stage seemed hopeless. But then it happened.
So it is possible that a team like Crew, who are on the precipice of winning so many games this past season, they could actually be at that level now to take those wins that they couldn't find before.
They did just that. With Melzer making the calls, Crew took down a stunned MIBR in the opening match of the Last Chance qualifier, scoring their first win of the year.
Also, spike that down. The plat coming down, and that's a four-handed ace!
With the loud and dedicated crew behind them in the stands. They kept on winning, taking down Furia, Cloud9, and their LATAM rivals Leviathan twice to claim the final spot at Champions Los Angeles.
The top of everybody, Foley is left up to King, but he will go down. Crew pulling off the miracle.
One of the teams that's been to the most international tournaments is going to feature once more.
Welcome back, Crew, to the international stage. We have missed you.
In 2024, Crew returned with a new roster full of firepower, adding Shy and Heat. After a strong stage one, the previous year's struggles seemed like a distant memory. That is, until stage two. Following a string of losses, the team barely squeaked into playoffs and found themselves facing elimination from the jump.
For Crew, it looked promising in stage one, but they've kind of fallen apart since that and are maybe trying to strike some of that form again.
But they managed to defy the odds once again, taking down Cloud9, making a lower bracket run into third place and winning another ticket to Champions.
Trying to spray the quad for 100 Thieves. The defuse is good enough to push Crew once again to another champion stage.
If that sounds familiar, it's because the story is repeating itself today. 2024 playoff MVP Mazzino joined the roster and Crew came out swinging. Another strong start, followed by another bad string of losses. Dante, one of Tier 2's hottest rookies, joined the team for stage two.
That they really need, oh my gosh, Vance, no, I can't, okay, Dante.
And Melzer moved back into the IGO role, but the results haven't been there. And just like last year, the team managed to just barely make it in the playoffs. Crew Visa now finds themselves in a familiar position. In the lower bracket, backs against the wall, their season on the line. Can this team make another run and find a path to Paris? Don't be surprised if they do. Now, the person who delivered that voiceover obviously is super talented. But I do.
Why that got
It
me.
didn't deserve that big a laugh.
I don't know why it got me, because GB's normally so humble. So it came out of nowhere.
but to kind of reiterate what we were talking about, though, what that brilliant voiceover guy was talking about, is that, yeah, I mean, look, we're back again. This is the same thing. We've seen this before. We've seen Crew go through this time and time again. Yeah. The struggle is real for these guys. Whether or not they can actually dig themselves out of this hole, that's the question.
But maybe it's just me saying it in the vacuum that we're witnessing right now, but I would argue that this is probably the most difficult of a run possible for Crew currently in its state. The game has never been more competitive. They are starting in the lower bracket in a tournament where typically the last 2 years they've been off to slow starts in almost every single tournament that they've played in, essentially. So it's a really tough going for them, and they're still kind of finding their footing, I think, as well. They've managed to settle themselves with this double duelist with Dante and Kesnet. I think that's a good identity moving forward, but they are lacking the weeks of practice that other teams have had starting from the get-go. It took them a few weeks into Stage 2 to actually get going with that.
In previous runs, they've built the entire season around a roster and improved, found their identity early on, and had a lot of time to refine that before going into the playoffs. Here, they're coming off of 2 back-to-back losses to end the group stage, and I think only just finding an identity and still showing holes in the map pool, still showing maps where they're just getting completely stomped out. It doesn't feel like a crew that is hot, that is on a run yet, but they could start that today.
Isn't this the case, like, all the time, though? Like, I mean, wouldn't you say that? Like,
I mean, that's why you can't write them off, because they can just turn up on any given Sunday and decide to make a run through a bracket. I know that better than most. Don't bet against Crew. But I do think that it's interesting, the risk that they took to bring Dante into the team doesn't look like it's paid off yet. So they would need his resurgence now in order to actually activate some run like this. I think it was the right risk to take. I think that they're leaning more heavily towards double duelist compositions than they would have liked as well. They originally had like Kesnet playing Sky on Bind. I'm glad that they moved away from that, because I think double duelist is how they're going to go on a run. But they haven't quite shown it working.
To me it still feels like their style is kind of one-dimensional. They look really good if they play a map like Bind and they can slam fast hits, and Dante and Kesnet are in perfect form, but if any of those things start to slip up, it doesn't feel like Crew's shown us depth yet, in my opinion.
They've always been a momentum-based team, I think. If they can get some wins rolling underneath them, then that powers them forwards. Even beating, weaker opponents before in the past. Like, remember they got sent down to the lowers early in this year. They battered 2G in their first game back into the lowers, and then that just sent them all the way powering forwards, almost beating out MIBR to make it to the first international event of the year as well. Like, there was definitely chances for them, but Crew need that momentum. They need that strong beginning for them, which they haven't had it. They've always been on the back foot since they've settled onto the identity of double duelists a little bit later into Stage 2.
Yeah, well, let's see what's going on over in the Crew camp. We got Coach Adam standing by with Liz earlier today, and to discuss what was going on in this elimination match.
Now, Adam, it is tradition that Crew makes champs every single year. What, in your opinion, is going to make it happen?
I mean, every year has been a crazy ride for us, especially on Split 2. Split 2 used to be hard for us. I think this Split 2 was hard, but I believe these guys likes to fight until the end, and we are like at the last push in the last road, and I feel as we know how to do it, and I'm confident that today we're going to show a better version of us.
Do you feel that's fitting? That's a El Clasico moment today?
Yeah, I mean, Crew versus LEV will always be El Clasico, even if things has changed in the time because of our players and so. But yeah, the team is feeling that revenge vibes, and it's time for us to win. We have been losing with them the last 5 games at least. So today is revenge, and today is our beginning to our champions road.
Well, best of luck today.
Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Adam there. And, this is going to be difficult for them. And it doesn't get easier, by the way, because here's another interesting little factoid about this is Crew also doesn't seem to have the best when it comes to, like these opening matches for them. They also have a tendency to kind of falter at the early parts. They got to wake up early and get into this one. It's going to be really, really tough, I think, for this team to do.
When they are in these tournaments, as I said before, and the numbers back it up, 25% of their opening playoff matches is what they win. They don't have that second chance anymore. They're starting into the lowers here, and they are very much a momentum-based team. They get into their own heads. We saw even recently the tilt getting into them and then losing games off the back of it. They need to feel confident in themselves that they can do it. We know that they're all talented enough mechanically, but it's a question of whether they believe it themselves as the opening match.
But the best run they ever went on was LCQ, where they didn't lose a single game and just rolled through that tournament to qual to champs.
Yeah, 2 full years ago. Yeah, it was quite a while
I
back.
don't want to put a dampener on it.
It was a minute.
We've been very Doomer-coded for Crew, but
unfortunately,
they're in a challenging spot.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot, and we're probably going to keep being a little Doomer for Crew right now, because we've got to talk about their opponents, Leviathan, who, if you guys don't remember, actually did manage to pick up a regular season win over Crew, and it came after, I mean, you guys remember them doing the Lysor, all of them getting up just staring straight at Crew, and then from there, it was absolutely over at that point, Mimi. So, yeah, you got a lot of great things to hang your hat on for Crew, but man, Leviathan have even more to be happy about.
They do, but in terms of what's going to stick in their mind has to be this last game against C9, where they were up big on map 3, 2 rounds away from closing it out and choked it all the way from 11-5 to a loss and being sent down to this lower bracket.
Yeah, that was really bad. I mean, Texas having a bit of a nightmare of a stage. Oki popped off enormously, dropped 30
kills.
And they still ended up losing. They just couldn't pick it up together on the defense sides. I do think specifically in the way that they played against KRU in groups, they had a great read on how they're going to manage that. So they should have better ideas on the defense compared to what we saw in C9, but they'll need those big players to step up again.
Well, and, you know, actually, speaking of the big players, right, you got Okeanos, who really was not just excellent in the server, but was also great on that stage, too. He was constantly getting up, getting in the heads of his opponents. Granted, he did not be able to pick up the win at the end there, but I think that is some kind of energy that they're going to be leaning on, I think, today.
You definitely can, but in some sense, it can be a double-edged sword, because if you are popping off, if you're giving it a chat across the stage, and then suddenly you start losing and the comeback is real on the opposite side of things, and you start getting quiet, it's an infectious energy that seeps into the communication for the rest of your team. Because you're used to the standard of everybody being so passionate, standing up, giving it their all, screaming at the opposition. But when you start going quiet, the doubt starts to creep in very easily as well.
Do you not think both teams have that problem, though?
Yeah,
I think they're both very reliant on their energetic players to bring that, and also on their young rookie players who they've kind of looked to save a year that was started pretty poor for both of these rosters, right? It's Okeanos and Sato on this team. It's Dante on the other, who both have that immense pressure on them now in an elim game.
Okay, I think Brent's point is super valid, that sometimes if you go quiet after you've been winning a lot, it can be bad. But I'm thinking back to the LEV crew game last time, and Oki is screaming even when they're losing rounds.
Yeah, it didn't slow down.
They were up 7-1. Kesnet gets around back against them. Kesnet starts popping off, and Oki's shouting, "It's 7-2, sit down, sit down."
Yeah.
Like, they were just yelling across the stage.
There's a Lysor, man. I mean, that was it. That at that point was just like kind of courage.
And if we're talking about energy draining out of a team, that's what you saw from KRU at the end of this series. They looked flat by the time they were losing that game. Look at these shots, just staring at their monitors. The energy's not there. Players are all trying to make the play to save the team, and it just snowballed out of their control.
And I cannot stress enough how much KRU need that energy. They need the passion and the fire beneath them, the self-belief that they can do it. And normally it takes them a few games to get going, but they do not have that second chance here today.
Yeah, look, across the board, pressure's on for both of these teams here, but one of the individuals we were talking about was Okeanos. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth ahead of today's matchup. Let's see what he had to say.
Now, Oki, I asked 4 different people in Challengers, and they said you were not nearly as vocal in Challengers as you were here in the games you've been playing. What has sparked this change?
I think for me, I've always played sports growing up. I've always had a crowd, like football growing up. And I think I just really feed off the energy of just the crowd, the casters, and just overall my teammates. And I think energy is contagious. So, you know, if I do something good, Ian does something good, King, or just any one of my teammates, if I just keep elevating that energy, like we'll be bound to win.
I mean, we saw you have that energy in your last game against C9. Can we expect that again today?
You just gotta wait and see.
All right, well, best of luck.
Oh, I definitely think we're going to be seeing Oki getting loud on that stage today here. But we also have another duelist matchup that's going on between our 2 youngest players in this competition, Sato and Dante, going head-to-head in Sideshow. 2 incredible talents here. Sato, though, most definitely has been the talk of the town lately with just how much he's bringing to this Leviathan lineup, obviously alongside Oki.
Sato's been phenomenal. He's also just able to play such a large range of duelist agents that are meta right now. Dante has yet to actually show.
Yeah.
He's shown flashes of it. He's shown like a map here or there, but we know he's more talented than what he's actually been able to bring out on stage, generally speaking. And so while LEV has actually been able to get huge value out of their rookie, you can see it in the stats here, I don't think that Sato is like worlds better than Dante on a mechanical individual level, but I do think that they've been able to get much more out of the guy, and that is everything.
I think part of it is I feel like LEV have done a better job at setting Sato up and making him more comfortable on the stage. KRU's playing almost always like double smokes, double duelist comps, where they're not actually putting a ton into like enabling Dante and kind of making him the fixture of their compositions. You compare that to a LEV where Sato got to come up with his teammate from Challengers, play the same roles he was playing there, immediately feel comfortable, and have a lot more utility and emphasis put on him as an individual, and he's thrived with that.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And as a matter of fact, let's actually check in with Dante, because earlier we spoke with Dante about why he's confident in his team's playoff chances. Check it out.
yo creo que KRU va a brillar en los playoffs porque es algo ya que viene pasando en la historia de KRU, en la historia de los chicos con los que comparto equipo, así que yo creo que si yo individualmente me esfuerzo y los chicos también, en los playoffs podemos brillar bastante.
What I think is really fascinating about that is it always boils down to the history of KRU. It's a lot of leaning on that history, and I can't help Mimi but feel like, oh boy, that's you're hoping history, repeats itself here, and that's a tough one.
They're like the British Empire of Valorant. A couple too many years of austerity.
Say that to them in their face.
I mean, listen, we're not advocates for the British Empire.
No, you're always talking about how much you love it, right? The Queen, the King.
No.
Hey, listen.
Yeah. Sorry, what was the point?
That they what? I don't want to get into it.
You backed yourself into a corner.
I do not support the actions of the British Empire.
We can get a shovel in the back so you can dig your hole a little deeper.
No. I'm lifting out of it happily.
I think in terms of history, though, one of the things that's so cool is that King has called against KRU so many times. They were domestic rivals back then. Then they went over into the international stage.
The sun really never set on this roster.
Right. That's what you want to say. King's always got such a great read, and I think that's worrying for Dante.
Oh,
that was
man,
a great
Mimi,
point.
You're gonna get us fired, bro. No, but yes, it was a great point, Sideshow. You're so right. You know what? Let's reset. Let's look at the predictions, shall we? Let's save ourselves. Most importantly, Mimi. Hey, look at this. A little bit more of a mixed bag here.
Right, that's so funny. The two people that casted the game of 100 Thieves falling flat, they predict EG. I thought I was genuinely going to be the only one to predict GG today. Wait, you went KRU?
I did go KRU. I think that most people are expecting this to be Leviathan that comes away with the win, right? Because they've been slightly better when it comes to like the group stage
and
games.
They just beat them.
I think this is a straight up 50-50. I know that they just beat them, but I think that people are making it. The history recently doesn't matter. If KRU turns up, they can win. So it's just down to form, man. Flip a coin.
Yeah.
I went for KRU because I knew that most people would be going LEV, and I just wanted some representation out there.
Some spice.
I like that.
Because I think it's even. I mean, what? The people are wrong. The people are wrong.
The people have got a close game in their minds, and they've got the kind of like middling performance of KRU in their minds.
Yeah, and that's valid, but none of it matters.
LEV have shown the higher ceiling this stage, though. I think like.
What do we do this stats for?
No point.
No, what I'm going to say is the best thing we can hope for is prison Valorant.
Yes.
Some jail Valorant. Knives out, chaos.
Like a shiv.
Taking chunks out of each other. Exactly.
You can talk about prison Valorant. I can.
Pull it from the back of the toilet.
I need to see that, exactly.
You know?
I need to see this from this game here. I want to see it entertaining.
What happened, Mimi? What is it, Mimi?
Nothing. Start the game. 40 seconds.
I got time.
Don't you have like some exciting thing?
We have 33 seconds for you to say everything you want to say.
It's a lot of time.
I don't know. I've said a lot that I want to say already. Okay. It's a close game. LEV have shown more this stage thus far, in my opinion, but it should be a great game either way.
Yeah, this guy's cooking. This guy right here.
Guys, it's going to be an exciting matchup. It's Elimination Day, all right? And this is where all the marbles matter here, folks. We're going to see who is going to make a run, and if you're going to need to do that in order to win the title. Day 3 of playoffs starts right now.
You could have gone for 30 more seconds.
Probably.
Jai's in a 1 versus 4. No teammates to back him up. And again, it's LEV.
The last time we played KRU, it was definitely like a very momentum game. We came over on top, but I think they're always like a team that whenever they're grasping for like their last chances, they get more of like to be of a scary team.
La revancha contra LEV, siento que sería un buen partido para redimirnos. Siento que ellos nos ganaron y aún así yo siento que tuvimos el control de la serie, al menos los primeros 2 mapas, después en el segundo nos arrasaron, pero es parte de... Yo creo que sería algo muy positivo y aparte amo jugar contra LEV porque bueno, la historia de KRU LEV y aparte que está Sato ahí, que saben con quien me llevo muy bien, con mi amigo ya. Así que sería muy divertido volver a enfrentarme con ellos.
It's like always a fun match. I'm basically playing against all my friends, like Chai, Meltzer, and Massino, that I played with all of them in the past. And we have like very good relationships. I just want to prove to ourselves that we're like an insane team. I feel like we fell off short in the match against Cloud9. So I just want to prove to ourselves that we can be way better than we showed.
welcome to our first elimination match. Y tenemos de nuevo el clásico, así que démosle la bienvenida a Leviathan!
Now, this is, of course, familiar territory and a familiar opponent for Leviathan. Just a few weeks back, Lev squared off against KRU on this very stage. And boy, oh boy, did Lev manage to pull off a big win while at the same time getting in the heads of their opponent. Brandon, it's a question of whether or not history repeats itself here today.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we spent 30 minutes talking about and summarizing this game down to a few key factors. Keeping the mental straight, and is the form factor really in top prime form, genuinely, for both of these teams. Either of them could take it today, could still be a coin flip.
That's right. Sideshow, you think it's a 50-50?
I do think it's a 50-50 because I think that while Leviathan squeezed out a pretty close win, a 2-1 win, they benefited from KRU falling to pieces.
Y ahora, del otro lado, buscando la revancha, KRU Visa!
And to continue that conversation we were just talking about, right? How does KRU keep themselves in the game? But there's one thing that you heard King mention in that preview going into this matchup is that when their backs are against the wall, this team becomes a couple of feral beasts. So maybe that's what ends up happening here today. Maybe they realize, Mimi, that this is it, do or die, and they got to do the thing that KRU has done in the past so many times.
Both these teams, it's so important to come in hot. They've both shown a series where they were competitive up until the second half of a last map where things started to not go their way and they crumbled. It was in the upper bracket against Cloud9 for Lev. For KRU, it was in that game they lost to their opponent on this stage just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with this one. I think KRU, it's dead set important, genuinely, that they get their confidence sky high coming into this one. I'm seeing some dismal faces out there walking out, but I gotta hope that they have the confidence to bring it to a team like Lev. And we see the maps.
Lotus, Sunset, and if necessary, Haven. I got to say that Haven actually gives me, if we get to Haven,
the Haven was a great
KRU.
game. Haven last time they played against each other was fantastic. I think Lev had some amazing reads of what KRU wanted to do. Both teams end up banning the map that they lost on last time they played against each other. First round out there for Leviathan and second round for KRU. And so you end up going to some interesting territory where both teams can bring out some new stuff, not necessarily iterating on the ante from the former game.
Last time KRU played Lotus, they were 1 for, oh my God, 1 for 8 on their attacking side on this map. I was really not super impressed with their macro. I think they ended up having to just go into a lot of late hard hits and either got owned by side anchors or the flood retakes were coming in and they never had that second layer, that second option. And this double duelist comp felt super one-dimensional to me.
The way that I tend to think about these teams, I think that map 2 and 3 both are quite good. Sunset Haven, you should have a banger. This first one though, both teams have been a bit wobbly. So we talk about jail Valorant. Lotus is going to be the place to start.
I want to see it.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder too, like, you know, what is Leviathan's plan as we get into this, right? This is their choice. So what did they elect to go for here, right?
Lev could win on any of the 3 maps in the pool though. Like there is no map where KRU are way better, but you know, the thing is, I think all 3 of these maps are going to come down to individual form, keeping your energy high, and what your mentality looks like. It's such a microcosm of a game.
Lev know a lot about rolling on this map. This is the one where they 13-2'd 100 Thieves, just completely taking the momentum and going with it. Sato has always been excellent on this one as well when he's playing that race.
They must be looking as well at the VOD of how they lost to Cloud9 and allowed that 11-5 comeback to happen. And they must have recently looked at it and thought about how they want to work against it.
That is the map that is in your ceiling as you cannot fall asleep the night they lost.
Absolutely. And then double duelist over on the other side of KRU. So, you know, a different look in terms of what Lev have played against recently.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get this show on the road, shall we? We've got KRU on stage, which means we've got Riv and Vansili on the mic because they always end up being the ones that cast their games. Riv, Vansili, take it away.
Facts. Thank you so much. Yes, it usually has been the truth. We started on that first run that KRU made all the way to champion, so starting here, maybe it's a little extra for KRU to make sure they can get this face-off against Lev, where they are on an uphill battle, it seems.
It's a little bit more difficult this time around, though, for KRU against Lev, for sure, because as they mentioned it from Coach Adam, they're currently 0-5 in the last year, since 2024, against Leviathan right now. Hopefully, this is the way that they break the curse, and then they start that run for sure. But it is do or die.
It's time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. And we'll see if we can get in, if it is going to be this double duelist that kind of reinvigorates Crew as we've been seeing to start off strong. And as the Death said, might get a little back and forth to start. So let's see if we can break the chains early.
Seems right now we're going to work pretty much as a group for this side of Leviathan on the attack. A standard 4-1, maybe even a 5-player hit. 3 goes to move forward, utility around to support the Leviathan. Control here from Mound. So a smoke in the front too. But we have a forward position. Like a Dante already on the other side, waiting for this crossfire.
All moving up in that line of scrimmage. It's going to give Okeanos a nice shot to clear Dante out. And you already see a bit of rotation here as Crew starts to muddle about in the middle of the map. Now the lean towards the side. Sato's going to go all by himself through the smoke, hoping the team is there to back him up. And yeah, just a human sentry to open up the site is enough now for Lev.
A little bit of a small delay with the first paint shell, so that's going to give a chance for them to set up at least. Both of them committed towards that pillar for the side of Crew. But now finally forced to forfeit the site. The plan should come in now, but thankfully Melzer also came around the area.
Ooh, the push forward. Lev being incredibly aggressive on this here. Melzer, no paranoia, just the ghost to work with. Very low HP, but it's not the target he's looking for. Com finds the back shot on Melzer. And Lev get pistol round. Kind of all-out C hit there.
And the rookie, Dante. First time now stepping on the stage, elimination, trying to make it to champs with this new iteration of Crew. Remember, coming in stage 2 with a brand new rookie last time being MTA, they made that run to make it into champs. But this time around, you're seeing that the pressure could maybe add a little bit more here into Dante being antsy. He actually swung out before the pressure came through from Leviathan and kind of got caught off guard. But now for Crew for the second round. They do want to fight for mound control and maybe try to push forward.
Very aggressive here. Inserting Melzer already. Paranoia prepared for an attack here. And yeah, Com's just going to make sure that that space is safe enough to at least run away from it. Turns out it is not. How much can they protect this weapon, though? You still see King there trying to help with the team. Sato's going to help to bolster this defense, and they just move forward with their offense to get another kill there. Dante with the Outlaw. Get a few kills here before the end of the round, but still could make it possible if he finds enough of the 1v1s.
You talked about the sacrificial lamb being Sato in the pistol round. This time around was definitely Calm.
Yeah.
So baiting out the trap play out from Crew when he brought the Prowler around the corner.
Planted.
The rest of the team stayed fully back, and they did some perfect trades coming through. Even Tex dying on the A side doesn't really matter. He's just trying to find an opening. Dante wasn't even able to pick anything up out of that one. So at this point, seems to be a sealed deal for Leviathan for this second round.
Cutting through.
Takes the Paranoia, a few more things away. Sato and King get through that with pretty much full util, so they can bring that into the next round. They do lose a few guns, but they should be able to bolster themselves back up and get ready for this bonus that's coming in now. Can Crew, however, start the momentum? I think this is where they really need to start to attack back, as they're able to string rounds together once that momentum can begin.
A decent bonus round, coming out from Leviathan. You'll have a rifle for King. And he's going to be set up by himself on the right side of that map, trying to listen into some information that Crew might be throwing on the side of Rubble. Seems to be pretty decent so far. That's 3 players set up on that side. Boombot on top of that, so that's now Haunt and Boombot called out by King. Now pivoting forward is Leviathan prowling through the smokes, but seems it's more going to be on potentially Tex. Try to listen for the rotates.
This will be one of the first times they have to really re-clear on Dante, who's finally pushed up. He gets some assistance from Mazzino, and Crew pretty late in the round is taking an advanced position here up in the face of Lev. They may have to pay for it. Out easy with the gate crash. And this insert into B is going to be the kingpin of the round. Tex with one share of shot could turn everything around here, and it's actually going to hit the shoulder of Shy, who's true to his aim with the Vandal to start Crew off right here.
Fortunate looks there for Tex. Usually really good on holding those angles, but at least that space has been created. Leviathan could execute into the C site, and now King with the Vandal, though, loses that fight against Mazzino, and that's the biggest rifle going into the round where Leviathan lost. Lev trying to flip the map.
Yeah,
but there's already 4 players from Crew here towards Waterfall.
It's something they identified too on Pistol, right? They're pushing forward, realizing Crew is very aggressive once they get that protocol set up. Ooh, just on the other side of the box as we see a few 1v1s being created here in the situation. Okeanos Able to get a frag there to give Sato a little bit more breathing room. Look at Oki still looking for the fight.
Double rookies too.
Yeah.
Pressure's on for their side. Facing elimination. Okeano's beautiful.
He's got his aim trained right there. A duck. A 1-2. The Guardian's not going to be enough. Dante comes up huge onto Sato there. And it's going to be the defuse finally for KRU. A lot of members of both teams going down. So this is going to be an expensive rebuy into the next round.
Still like what I saw from KRU here, despite them losing so many players in the anti-bonus against Leviathan. I think it was all on Mazzino too, the amount of information he was gaining as this fade from the Prowlers into the front B into Rubble, which really allowed KRU to set up for this split retake. I mean, even denial in the first place. Look at that. Snakebite with a Seize nade. But then you have these players having to step up, dipping their opponents, being Sato and Okeanos. But thankfully, the round still comes in for KRU. And their gun round, though, is not the best. 2 Guardians bringing into this round number 4. We're looking for at least some sort of a battle, some sort of control. As Alert comes up from King behind the wall, but he just got spotted.
Playing very aggressive for it. Dante wants to find a comfortable way to play behind this Rubble position. Second time he's been pushed into that and left now. With this rotation back over to the other side, and Lev will tempt the front side of B once again.
This is not something unorthodox here for Leviathan. They do a lot of these 4-1s where Calm is going to be looking for early information with the Prowler too, so they realize that B site's a little bit weaker. They go for the full hit now into the site, but Kesnet, though, opens things up again.
Oh, he's going to go for the entire site, cleaning it up, sweeping a few members of Lev aside just to get the spike in their favor now, and it's a scramble. Oh my God, they're going to hatch on it. Yep, no, from the shadows for you. 4 tight on the spike. Keep that from getting picked up from the ultimate.
Yeah, sometimes 3, you can still pick it up, but 4, a little bit more difficult.
I think it helped that it was against the wall too.
That might mean the save round for the rest of the players. It's so difficult now to move back into the site to pick that up. So again, you gotta commend KRU so far and how they're moving around this map. Kesnet, though, got a beautiful opener at the very beginning on the top of B heaven into main, which allowed the showstopper to get even more value and no protection coming out from the planter. Now Leviathan in a tight spot.
KRU will get through this round. Seems like everybody alive and no worries. And the momentum begins. We talked about it maybe being the bonus, if not the pistol. So how does Lev start to organize themselves? They got to figure out how to uproot or again move Dante off of that Rubble control right away, because they're being able to divide the map to just B and C right away on the side of KRU's defense.
At least a showstopper is available here for Leviathan's side. Look at this pick. Oh. A Jiggle gets all the information as well with 2 players coming through. He doesn't even need any help.
Quick thinking too by KRU. Very nicely done there.
So you'll invest at least to try to maybe leverage a showstopper on the side of Sato. They continue with the smoke in the front of the C side. They don't really have too much to try to flash through that to really push through, so you have to go with the Prowlers. It misses Dante, though.
Gross. Just playing under the radar there. Dante gets 1, and that's actually going to activate the showstopper here. It's not going to be curtain call for any more members of KRU just yet. They get themselves to safety, and that's going to be a cook down. The Raise nade comes in unexpectedly. Sato thought he had a little bit more time.
KRU's always a step ahead so far.
Planted.
That was great positioning, great util, snakebite towards that spawn with nade. Right now you think you have so much space. Left forced to push forward into waterfall. Smooth by himself though. There was no buddy system in that part. Now the crossfire set up for the last 2 players.
Oh my, the waterfall paranoia, lights out right now, flying through. Kesnet breaks out the glider and just swoops in onto Calm for another one there. Yeah, man, Dante is just throwing the mouse around today. He's like, you guys remember, it's mouse 1, right? Mouse 1, keep clicking. Another round for KRU.
Even then, when Kesnet got that pick onto Calm, just towards that bend, there was a Seize that hit him too. Like I said, I feel like the utility is looking amazing so far for KRU. They just talked about the preparation on the desk of what these 2 teams could bring. It's always that run from these players on the side of KRU, and also the preparation for Coach Adam. every single player checkmated so far on the side of Leviathan on any type of move that they're trying to make.
Yeah.
And it makes sense that you have to call this timeout now from Desmo.
They've tried a bit of everything. I think one of the things they have to talk about here is that KRU is leaving every play in the book available, right? To have Dante be pushing up to rubble, and then he plays outside of smoke. There's one next round all the way on the other side of the map. Like, incredibly aggressive play that they really haven't shown towards Mound. So I think one thing that Desmo has to talk about there with Lev is that KRU is going to pull out anything right now. So it's going to have to be really structured space taking.
It almost seems as well that you're controlling the pace for KRU's defense on the double satchels that Sato tries to bring in as his raise on the XX. They're able to save a lot of that util to prevent the site to be taken, or at least position to be taken into pulse plants as well for Leviathan. So I think after this timeout, Desmo's probably going to talk to the team to try to stick together, maybe not have Sato extend too much with the double satchels, because there's not too many players behind him to help.
Yeah.
You got to start moving in here to make sure you're aggressive on trades. It starts off with 4 players already hugging the barrier for Leviathan to move towards rubble. But KRU once again has that double duelist on that side.
Flash, Haunt, Boombot, just to identify everything. So they do have the space. This was actually a really nice lurk too from Tex a few rounds ago, right into that B area. Now with more than a Sheriff, it could prove a little bit more useful too. He's going to hold an angle for now to see if he can just grab audio and relay back to the team.
See them being a little bit hesitant here for Leviathan. They've already given up early C space when they're focusing so much on the A side, so you're going to have to start using a little bit more util to re-clear towards this C mound. Tex, though, almost had a timing. The wall came up. At least Leviathan is able to now confront that space and take it over towards mound.
Yeah, one of the first time Lev's saying you need to move your troops around to organize to what we're doing. And I think they're giving KRU a little too much time to reset into that default. This is kind of how KRU sits without Dante being pushed up towards rubble.
Still a lot of back and forth happening here on the side of Lev.
Yeah.
That ult's going to get a lot of info. It was looking to be a fake towards that C side in the beginning, but now with Dante's ult, probably forces a hand out of Leviathan to execute towards C.
Oh, Sato in again. Can't just get the angle sprayed down from the outside of the smoke as Shy still gets Sato. Nobody else able to enter the site due to that snake bite, due to everyone getting hit up by the snake or the Viper Orb. And this just becomes a stall out now for KRU to organize around C site.
Wall tripped. 10 seconds left.
Just great utility coming through. I mean, even the last time, even though it's a different map, one advantage that KRU had over Leviathan for their win on Vine, for example, was how good they were of just using one ult at a time and getting great value out of it. So a couple rounds ago was Kesnet with the Showstopper. This time it's Dante getting information with the Dimensional Drift, and they still have a pit to work with and block out an area around the map. And look at that Sato. Satchel's into the site, but where's the help? You just talked about that snake bite that was thrown on the ground at the defensive end, so they haven't really been doing a good job here for Leviathan to waste out that utility early.
Right.
So you're going back and forth, double, triple pumps. But all KRU needs to do is just stand behind and stop them after on the final hit with the utility they have.
Back to the structured A hits. Okeanos looking for a shot to the left. Doesn't look like Dante knows that could be an he does know now, yeah. That angle comes back up as the wall does. Beautiful timing onto Kesnet with the reload. And the rest of KRU answers back very quick to up that body count and try to get themselves in the upper hand here. 3v2 as they're all still fighting out in the open. Sheriff's ringing out loud. King, one more. As he waits, tries to play the door. A game of cat and mouse now with Melzer just on the other side, but Melzer has the spike.
Exactly, that's the biggest thing here that gives the advantage for Melzer. The King has been in these scenarios before. You saw those shots that were kind of clean on the first one, but then now has an opportunity to even reset that. 145 at a distance wouldn't be enough to take down Melzer. And with the time remaining here for King, it looks like he wants to wrap all the way around.
Let's see if he can do it. He's got that MIBR tally on his Sheriff. They take down KRU here. They lock MIBR in on points for champions.
30 seconds left.
Seems like everybody's playing for MIBR now.
It seems like it. A little respect there from King. And he is going to find it. 4K for King as he gets the Red Bull clutch.
Insane coming out here from King. And that's just a little bit of unluckiness coming in from KRU. They had perfect players. I mean, they had the 3 players out in the open to try to trade it out, just the shots didn't land. And Dante dancing around means he ran out of bullets, and somehow King was able to slip the net. Revolving door saves his life. And as he wraps around, picks up a weapon, and then wins this one here against Melzer. A big round that was needed here for the side of Leviathan, because remember, the last few rounds was Crew in full control. And that's potentially the momentum needed for the side of Lev. Start fighting back here on their attack side. Big pressure now for a Robo control. We're fighting through smokes, won by Mazzino.
Oh, okay. That's sending a message real quick. Usually it's just Dante that pushes up all the way, but everyone's there to create the space. And now they're knowing Tex is on that flank to lurk back in for the high-low. A nice shot from Mazzino as well. They get a bunch of ults online here to be able to combat Lev when they want to use theirs.
Great answer back. And now you're seeing the amount of phantoms coming to fruition too for the side of Crew on that defense. Starting with Mazzino, just spamming through the Viper wall and getting contact on the first, and the rest was just Crew trying to answer back. Just follow the tracers on the end because Crew is using a couple of vandals on that side. Now it's back into an eco for Lev. Hero rifle for Sato. Full shields as well. And they're just very slow for the side of Leviathan early in these rounds. Just trying to get this early control towards Rubble has not been positive for their end, for their attempts.
Yeah.
They want to go back to work in the C-mount.
I like what you said earlier. I want to see the hits that are convincing enough to pull the util, allowing for a reset, right, the audio cut, and then that re-hit. It's tough when you're not really rolling with the full double initiator, but let's see if they can get something convincing to go in here and then be able to use a Nightfall on their way in for the final hit.
Well, I mean, if anything, this is big for Tex to pick up that orb. Throwing this ult in the lower buy that they have could even the tally on their hit. So you might go back to scaling into util, into Rubble, but looks like we just TP'd a little bit early. For the side of Dante, which will allow Leviathan to take control of Rubble and also potentially Tree.
Oh, the crab walk onto Sato. Oh my gosh, they're still far pushed up. 36 seconds into the round, any team is thinking the defense has backed up to play more of an anchor position. Not in your face, halfway up the map. And in your face they are, Mazzino, everybody hopping forward, and Crew pick up another one.
It's amazing coming out from Dante. So we talked about the very slow start from Dante when he got picked off at the pistol round, but ever since then, though, he's been quite good holding his space. The pushes that he has towards A main, winning that 1v1 against Tom a few rounds ago, but this time, just solo anchoring pretty much the A side. The creep up, the separation from Leviathan is kind of a little bit off here.
Yeah.
But they can't really trade off each other still.
So, looking at this, Lev, the closest Lev has gotten to a site is C each time, right? Tex was in at B once, and then they kind of went towards B again, but they've got stopped at A Rubble every single time here. And they go for it again.
It just feels like Lev can't take any space at all.
Bring them down.
Pushing up a little bit, but they're still hesitant. They want more of an activation. They want to see that kill, it looks like, or they want to see something that makes them happy enough to go forward. Playing under those circumstances makes it tough when you're not ready to take too many chances here. Already 3 rounds down. Let's see if they can start to put something to the test.
There you go. These double ults are definitely going to help you take the site.
All right, very big on that. Getting themselves organized now as they can't really hear too much.
Face your fear!
And they get Nightfall themselves, so audio's cut now on the side of Crew as Lev stomps in. Free to shoot, free to find, and they get one first. Sato and Calm come up big with those first hits, and they're gonna continue very slowly. Okay, Okeanos does get the kill. They're picking him up, and it's just shy now. It took quite a bit, but Lev does stop the bleeding, and they get themselves back to 6-4.
Still very good for Leviathan to hold back that space.
Yeah.
Starting with the Steel Garden to overtake that A site. They were stopped here by our counter ult on the side of Crew, but they still had that second big ult to work with to just go for that second wave push back into the A site. Becomes pretty easy. It was almost a nice timing from Dante's flash, which maybe could have helped those players towards that hit to really get good control to fight against Oki towards the end. Ends up being the shooters, the rookies again. Okeanos, as mentioned on the desk, dropping 30 the last time they played this map a couple of days ago against KRU. They lost a huge lead. Okeanos still wants to continue this for the team. Clutching 2 scenarios now with Leviathan pushing towards the A site. A 5-man hit once again. That becomes almost a free plant.
Yeah, repositioning to get the wall in. Now everybody kind of gets a portion of the site. KRU can walk in the smoke, and Lev can just sit around the walls of that smoke, set up some high-lows, set up some crossfires, but they got to figure out where the lurks are coming from. Oh my gosh, it gets so intense. Okeanos just finds 3 over the stairwell. Who else? Still looking for more here. Sato's going to clean one up with a showstopper as they leave nothing to chance here. Vansili. And now Melzer creeping about. Looks like he's actually looking for safety here and to not get flanked on the way out.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it was a mispositioned pit for the side of Shy. You allowed Leviathan to move in, get an easy plant out in the open, and it doesn't really give you any type of space for you to re-clear from heaven. So you're forcing players now to walk into the A site from the staircase, and they all line up for Okeanos.
Yeah, that was nasty. I can't wait to see. It's just like, who's going to enter in for... Oh, 3 are dead. Okay. Lev's got it.
Oh. Well, what do you do then at that point?
Okie. That's all you say on that. Okie. All right. See. Lev picks up another one. 2 in a row is going to be super helpful here. And King's got that. Odin now. And it looks like they try to rush forward here. Use that Odin to cut down a bit of the health bars from this KRU rubble push each round.
And it picked 3 players, so that's a fast pivot from Leviathan towards that C side. Solo hold from Melzer. It's been tested. Hasn't been the strongest in terms of the controller players on the stage this time around. Being tested, forced to push back towards that spawn.
They go in, kills. KRU gets another one here. Sato goes down. Slowly playing this one towards, oh my gosh, Dante trying to creep in without the rest of the team there, and KRU's moving a little too quick as Lev is making them play antsy in these situations, and this one's not gonna feel any better as Okeanos is backstabbing KRU as they enter into B. Look at that, Keslin's just forced to find another position to play from as you run to the other side of the site. Resets now to take a fight.
Noki's out in the open.
There's one. Made the noise, but it's going to be tough. He's got to go in loud, and Com's going to be able to find that right away for the 6-6 first half.
Not too bad after the timeout from Desmo, but also the biggest saving grace for Leviathan to muster up those last 3 rounds were definitely the ults that were in their favor. Okeanos getting those picks as soon as they get position. A slight mistake coming up from KRU as well. Allows for us to start a clean slate for the second half.
It's going to be great to see.
Come on! God! Come on!
Okeanos at volume 11. As always, we're going to take a quick break and bring it back to volume 12, 13, 15, and just keep turning it up when we come back.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. I wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
We are back and switching sides here for our first map in our first series of the day. KRU versus Leviathan, and now we'll see what KRU can do from the attack side. They started off hot there. Lev started to string back some of the ultimates. Okeanos with a 3K smoke shot, just boom, boom, boom. It's all she wrote for that first one, and somehow became a 6-6 after that. Lev really flexing some muscles there for the last 3 rounds to make sure they didn't fall away too far.
Oh, definitely. If anything, it's Leviathan taking advantage of the small mistakes coming out from KRU to even tie up this game. Again, remember that pit a couple of rounds ago. Now let's focus on the pistol round for Leviathan. 4-1 setup. Tex alone here towards this A site, while the rest of them here are trying to muster up a fight towards Mound. KRU waiting for the stop and go, and with that refresh of the smoke, now have to start engaging a little bit more, try to pull some rotates. It works out well, because Dante's already tapped that door. And Leviathan already started falling back.
Yeah, everything about A is delay here. So these leaners in mid to B, you see Okeanos and Sato trying to move around. Or sorry, Kam in that party as well. They have all the time in the world with whatever happens. A lot of stall here for Lev's side, so KRU's got to move fast when they do hit. It looks like Dante is going to attempt a little bit. Let's see what he can start drawing out.
All right, because he has control of tree. He wants to call the full team, knowing that the setup's towards the A site with the razor vines that he just saw.
He knows he gets one, so he's got a safe pass to the right. That's enough for him to feel comfortable, but now he needs the team's help. That was the whole play, is that he gets the team's help. So this is the stall we were talking about from Lev. They're pretty prepared. Okeanos goes with the paranoia through, and Tex, nice shooting Tex. Kam and Sato come up hot as well on that one, and it's gonna be another Lev pistol.
Seemed very interesting for the side of KRU. Yes, I love that Dante moved towards that tree, pings out. I thought he was going to try to shoot it so that they still fake that presence towards that tree, towards that A site. A lot of them were still waiting towards that mount. But then they decide to go for the blind hit towards the A site. Yes, you've got tree control, but you don't know how the setup is towards the back of the site.
Come on! God damn, Ian! Okay, boy! Let's go.
You know how many players rotated on top of that for Leviathan, and you just ran in, thinking that you could just brute force your way through, and you know it gets bloody. Ooh, what a shot coming out from Sato. Full classic round though for KRU.
Orb grab, seeing if that tempts somebody to come out. That's going straight to Kesnet, I believe.
Yep.
And now they will wait a little bit more. Yeah, Sato hears this gate crash coming in, so he's waiting to see who would come behind that gate crash. He said, please give me orb for a second. I need to take this out. So really just quick communication, denying KRU any protocol setups. Well, Dante's still like, yeah, well, I got here anyways. What are you going to do about it? Just misses the nade. And it doesn't look like it's going to be too easy for KRU as they set themselves up in the site and almost get knocked down just as fast. King making sure he's not a casualty, but good money get by Plant.
And Dante picked up a Phantom, though, and he's been good so far. But Kam just denied him.
Big cleanup. Shy with the Marshall. Shouldn't be able to hit through. Kam will be able to walk through a shot there, so no problem on that one. And the rest of the team gets through safe anyways. Oh, just to the left as well, as Lev is doing great dodging. King gets the frag, and that's another round for them. They keep 3 alive, so not too painful either.
And he salvaged the Phantom, too. That was the biggest thing you wanted to bring back.
Yeah.
But KRU will take it. I mean, you started that round, full classics, trying to execute towards that C-side with you've already used your paint shells and everything as well. You barely had any util. So to still get a plant down puts you in a comfortable position now on your good round.
Bro, I got double headshotted. That's not fair. Hell no.
Solidarity. He knows what it's like.
And with that plant, too, they want to go for the full investment for KRU, anticipating potentially some sort of a outlaw that could come out here for Sato. But Sato instead has the Bulldog. Just working together with his roommate, being Okeanos, forced to TP back with util thrown by KRU.
Delay again with the smoke. And a little bit more too, so they can drop the gas. So they're actually just combining this over and over again to keep it very delayed. As they go for the door play, KRU is almost running out of options here. without being able to fake out LEV. Oh, that'll make it a little less of an advantage as well, as you lose Dante on the right side. Or on the mid side, I should say.
At least they got the spam back, right? So Sato falls down. They've opened the door,
Yeah.
have tree control or A-site control once again. This could give an opportunity here for KRU to rework towards that B side if they want to. But it starts off first with this. If Shy could actually move forward, even here is to jump up. Okay, now with that though, he's spotted towards the A site. He's going to be alone fighting towards A while the rest are executing C.
Oh, that paranoia was huge. Can they activate though? Oh my god. Oh, he runs into Mazzino. Kianos almost with a huge play there, gets turned around. As Shy and Melzer start to clean up the site. Calm sidestepping into that one. A little bit of a grapevine move by him. Will he be able to clean up more? Just denying left and right. 10 seconds to plant. It's not going to be a plant on top of the site. It might be a kill as Calm just continues to backpedal towards Waterfall, saving this one on time and patience. Another round for LEV here in the second half.
Love that play from Calm. Even trying to win that fight almost takes Shy towards the end. That would have been costly for sure going into the next round, even more than now for the side of KRU. But yeah, just anticipating that the other person had to rotate so quickly from the A site after his teammate fell towards A. He pushes down, pushes forward, engages into Melzer, and clutches around now for Leviathan. Starting to slowly see here, Riv, that Leviathan are starting to vibe back here in their camp.
Oh yeah, like Okeano said, energy is what do you say, contagious, addictive, a little bit of everything.
Surprised that any also played football.
Yeah. Probably fast, super fast. He's got the plays already. And yeah, a lot of what he's brought to the team vocally has picked up spirits, kept people going. And that's the whole thing about LEV too. We hear the team talking about how a lot of just behind the scenes stuff that people are doing in game that you're not necessarily seeing with the eye test is what really helps bring them over the line and momentum, getting them to flow state, and how this team operates as well as a lot of that veteran status, just kind of having that aura there. Let's see what they set up on defense this time. Doesn't look like they'll change up too much, just milling about before the 20 seconds is up here. We might see the first one from KRU really attempt a rubble control play.
Even Sato forfeiting the outlaw that he wanted to purchase, knowing that they had to play against an eco. Goes for a rifle instead. I respect it. One kill gets him a quick showstopper, so I feel aggression from Leviathan to take this rubble control early.
Sees nade, the regular hit. Nice kind of damage denial though by KRU. Okay, the Guardian's obviously just being fired through the smokes right now. That's a fight you win at times. Shy hurt a little bit on this, but the team's still going to easily move forward, causing LEV to have to reorganize. And Tex needs to move quick if they want to make this work.
And it's Kezin instead that picks up the orb and has his own showstopper, so that's going to help KRU to take over the A site. Big paranoia though, but it still connects.
Dodged in front of it there with a quick jump. It's going to be more shots. They swing together on this one, and every member of LEV is looking at a family photo of KRU just swing into sight right now. It's impossible to return shots. And Tex now on that lurk. Gonna look to save this.
A little bit of a spam fest on both ends, and it's KRU that comes out on top. Losing that player early just at the bottom of the staircase. And also forfeiting the oil control. This allows KRU to brute force their way towards this A site.
Irrelevant.
Jeez.
Hex felt like he could have had it, knowing that they're playing against an eco, potentially low armor, so try to duel it out, but that makes it expensive now on the side of Leviathan.
Oh, that little haunt ping. That's what came up real big there. Man, and he just got in front of the paranoia too. Like just the timing of everything on that by Kesnet. Can't do that with a Sky. Where do they go from here? KRU start to battle back now as LEV get a quick few rounds here in the second half.
And for Leviathan, they want to stop this right away. Unfortunately, in an eco round on their end for Sheriff's one classic. The reason why they want to stop this right now is because they might fall into familiar territory. A couple of days ago against Cloud9, strong lead, great start on the defensive end, and then just loses it out. So the next rifle round for Leviathan will be very important to keep that confidence to move forward here in the second half of Lotus.
Cover going out.
And that series was a battle back and forth, 13-10s, 13-10. So you know in this position, KRU knows comebacks are possible and how important it is to keep them down. All right, LEV is looking to shut him down here. Nice shot by Dante. Another nice shot by Dante is just kind of capped off in sight in the back there as LEV tries to retake their own site. And they're fully forced off. Sheriffs aren't going to make any braver this round. They actually want to get some kills out of this to see an advantage, at least in that economy for KRU going down.
Definitely this double duelist on the side of Kez and Dante are feeling it here in this map so far. This will be an easy kill. Not allowing Okeanos to get anything done here to help this double player to move forward, but Sato gets that first one on Kesnet.
This is why they waited. To make it ever so slightly look like they could capitalize on this with some crazy shots, but no, Shy with that everlasting lurk. He just would not come out of the woodwork yet. Finds enough kills to end the round there, picks himself up in the momentum category, and KRU feel very good now within one.
So again, an important round coming up for Leviathan. I love here for the side of KRU. Yeah, Dante gets 2 kills, but they also invested in a Nightfall into that one. So they want to make sure for KRU's side that they can close that gap as soon as possible. And how important it is for Leviathan to move forward here because they have the ults to work with. Big retake ults, big stalls that they have as well.
Oh, went for the util shot, got crossed up trying to go for the duelist. Still traded back though, so nice teamwork as we get this little C skirmish finished out here. And I think that gives even more agency now to Shy to try and work with something on the right. They still have to deal with Tex.
He's won that fight before against Tex here on that one-on-one in sight. Thing is too, it's a good thing that KRU avoided the C site hit because Sato was waiting at the pillar with that showstopper at the ready.
I think they heard that.
There.
They heard some toes stomping. Blue room's gonna be taken by Com. Smoke stairs, and this is gonna be the push that Shy has been working on. He's still gonna take the lead on this all the way into stairs, as it sounds like the team KRU is only at that door just now. Oh my, they're gonna push right through. They're gonna push right through, and Com is so ready in the blue room. A 3K for him as he lays down KRU one after the other. Melzer's back and forth, 180s to keep himself alive and untagged up by the Prowler. But the spike is not in friendly okay, that's his. He's outie.
Still has to face against 3 players though.
20 seconds, he wants 1 at least before he moves on. Oh, it's too close. Com within arm's reach. And he takes down 4 to end the round.
Com starting to step up here on the second half for Leviathan. A clutch a couple of rounds ago and now a beautiful hold right by Breakable. The timing for the Nightfall was just waiting for the full exit in the first place to help out Tex towards the A site. As soon as he hears the gunshots coming out from that break door, he's able to lower that HP, muffle the sounds, and get some free kills from the players moving inside as KRU is trying to go for that pincher maneuver. The late lurk out from Melzer could have been good, but Com was better.
Still take somewhat of an advantage here as they get themselves moved up. Okay, Com just cleaning somebody up, and Shy is down now, so this lurk is taken apart for round 19 for KRU. It's gonna have to be done by Mazzino now.
I dropped the spike.
Just becomes a small duel for KRU. 3 of them grouped up here towards Rubble. Kesnet potentially opening up a site. Would get him closer here to the showstopper. But if anything, the dimensional drift might be the thing that opens up now for the side of KRU. Looks like it might end towards this B site.
Double fade util over at C. Just to fake him out, just to keep the LEV members occupied and wondering. But now that time has passed. Is it enough for the rest of the team now to get into B? KRU has some space, but they are surrounded. This doesn't feel immediately comfortable.
Cover going out.
They might go for this plant, but everybody else is slowly walking outside of the site. I was afraid of a flood coming back from LEV, and that would have been dangerous.
Yeah, they did a good job at kind of buying a little bit of time there before they activated to make sure that it's more of a retake for them and not a site defense. Sato cruising through, says thank you very much onto one. Expecting another one to be there for the crossfire, and oh my God, the rookies! Looking like they've been there every day. Com's gonna quickly get the defuse to bring Nightfall back online, but LEV bring it to 11.
So Com's hero play on that previous round and the opener on that one could potentially be what helps Leviathan push this forward and give the first map here. I mean, I still like what I saw from Dante ulting here against the Vice ult, so we get the info. And as he comes across, he's following the showstopper from Sato to hopefully has his teammates ready to try to take him down. But he comes out of his own TP or his own ults out in the open and just easily punished inside the B site. And that becomes the first fumble that I see here from Dante on that second half. Outside of that, though, playing great.
Yeah, 16, 13, and 3. Well, everybody's kind of picking it up, too, on that side. 20 and 15 for Sato. Continues to just put numbers up no matter what game he's in or who he's against. It just seems to be a thing. It's base stats. And KRU now trying to figure out how they can prevent that, how they can knock down a few members of the side of LEV, work something where they are getting these kind of double hits to work there, because we just saw Mazzino throw a Prowler and a Haunt towards C. LEV was still ready for a B hit. How do they fake him out?
Now we wait. Rip and tear.
Investment coming out here from the timeout just to get around the hero rifles. I'm gonna move that over to Dante. Again, we talked about how hot he's been here for KRU throughout this first map, so they want to trust him to be that opener here for this round number 20. Keze one away from the orbs, so all 5 of them congregated towards the C-mount control.
Big split between the Vice Util 2 for Tex here. C, B, a little bit of that waterfall flash. And now they just continue to hold back. Kind of letting KRU make that first move, and that's going to be the case. Knowing the showstoppers coming through, they have to play all the way in the backfield on this one. And a nice position grab by KRU here.
Good news is Leviathan already used all the big ults a couple of rounds ago, so they don't have anything big to retake that site, so that pit could potentially secure this round for KRU. Although it doesn't really go deep towards that spawn, but thankfully Leviathan are not rotating back from that side. It's a fight towards mound.
There's the flash, who's got the hit. Oh my God. Dante just standing on the other side of that mountain, ready to take a fight here. They know Com is on the other side. It's starting to be a scramble. Paranoia comes through. Now they're knocking on both doors here. LEV is crashing through slowly, still hiding in the smoke, is preventing this kill. Com finds the right click onto Dante. Gets himself moved forward, but there's not going to be enough time. Yeah, there's no time on the clock right now, as they've done a good bit of damage to make sure these rounds count. But KRU has suffered through the worst on that one. They picked themselves up at 9.
I wonder what was really holding Leviathan back here from funding out towards that door, because that Haunt got so much information coming in from Com.
Yeah.
Maybe that second smoke that put Dante inside of it really made Leviathan quake a bit in their boots. Okay, well, maybe that shot helps. And outside of that, Shy could just stay within his pit. Just simply winning it for the team by staying inside that spot. Great delays coming through from KRU in that pulse plant. And they're getting closer and closer. Thankfully, though, Leviathan converted 2 rounds in a row, so they still have money to work with within this round.
Oh, and this is Vansili. This is LEV having to shake off what happened in that Cloud9 game, stopping the comeback, stopping the momentum of a team that's starting to smell victory as KRU blast their way into A, even on the LEV defensive change where all the Vice Util is back here now.
That is 2 quick rounds from KRU. Last one, as soon as you have the showstopper, instant hit towards that C site. This time, 5-player rush towards A. But I feel right now, Rev, that I could just close my eyes and cast the first kill, because it's always happening through smoke.
It's true. There is some, it's standing in those kind of hot spots, if you will, the line you think you know somebody's on, or using one of the high walls to just draw a line down to where the edge would be in a smoke. And yeah, you're right. We're getting smoke kills every single round here. And a lot of the times to open up the round as Kesnet goes searching. Okeanos with a little punish there.
So Crew's just one round away now. These 3 rifles saved. Silver lining for the side of Leviathan. Ult also available with Calm. Could go with a half shield rifle if he wants to. Or should. And you're looking back here for the side of Crew. They also have their own Nightfall to work with. Staying back towards this spawn. Going back to the default. Listen to see what's happening here for the extremities.
Oof. Played for it again in just the same spot to rubble. And so it's a rinse and repeat there. I mean, both teams are looking for that in the beginning. And Crew is just going to head towards the left side.
It's interesting, though, for Leviathan, they had so many players on the A side first, and almost looked like they were playing C side for a full retake in the very beginning. But finally, King comes back in, gets hit by the Nightfall, but does get the information that the full hits on the C site.
Oh, multiple entry into C. Dante already with the kill here. Shy rotating around from B. That's going to cause a little bit of a look now from Tex, but he has to go. He has to enter into the fight as Nightfall comes through. Melzer, this is all just on eyesight here as they enter in. Still looking for members to go down. That was just the ultimate. Melzer does fall, and that's going to be Crew quickly grabbing 3. We're tied 11-11 now.
Oh, it might be happening again, Riv. Leviathan slowly letting the round slip. But Dante, the heads-up play. After the Nightfall, you tried to TP behind enemy lines here from Okeanos. And hoping to get some players down, and he's just head on a swivel, anticipated that shot, gets that pick, and doesn't really allow here for Leviathan to flood back into the site. That's probably the biggest thing you have right now for Leviathan to try those retakes. It's paranoias, Nightfalls, that's your biggest flash. But Crew's doing so good to fight back now within his last rounds.
This is a bit of that history, right? When you're like, okay, what are they doing? It's the history. It's like Dante was saying, if I put my all in, history will bring us there. And I think we're getting a little bit of that combination. Lev's got to call a timeout to figure out how to shut that history down. Dante's 18-14 there. Mazzino's 18-12. They are on fire here for the second half and figuring out a way through the LEV defense.
Yeah, what a way to turn it around for Dante. Highs and lows for sure, mentioned by the desk earlier on. Lots of potential here. One of the hot commodities from Tier 2 coming in here for Crew.
Yeah.
You're hoping he's going to be potentially that star player that could potentially maybe even replace Kesnet as a star duelist in the very beginning. But you saw week after week that maybe it wasn't working out too well, that they actually had to play a little bit more of a double duelist on that side. And
yeah,
slowly but surely starting to find some positive outcome out of this decision.
Sato dropping 20s on the other side, trying to keep a minute here as we start off another round.
This timeout, you know that all the eggs are in this basket for Leviathan. The economy is abysmal for Lev if they lose this round here. So that pit invested, a great start at least to try to funnel some players back towards the BA side. You've seen there's a lot helping King towards the C side. The walls there, razor vines too. So they are afraid of a late re-hit from Crew back towards the C site. Crew on their end, they gotta have to keep working that map. It's Dante now trying to create some big pressure once again by tapping these doors. Now it's back to a 5-player hit, something that's been good here for Crew for the site hits in this half.
Ooh. Opens the door, says I'm inside, come in already, and they're gonna have to crash towards A here, so Crew forcing the hand of the Leviathan. It looks like they've beautifully gotten back into position, already setting up double hits, a crossfire as well if that was pushed through, but Sato pushes forward into really an unknown to be able to come up with a few there and start the cascade that's necessary for that Lev timeout to really hit home.
And that's what you wanted to start seeing here from Leviathan, just combined aggression. Sato just calls it, let's go for that flash and that Han, I'll push through, gets that first pick. And then they're able to take that full space on that side as well. Support with the buddy system for both Calm and Okeanos, and he comes in again.
Come on, Oki, come on!
That's right. Oki locks in again with another multi-kill.
Feeling those over at A. That's where we saw the previous one as well. Just capitalizing in that environment here on Lotus. 12-11 now. KRU, a big showstopper to keep this one going. Bring in the encore of overtime. And they're gonna have to figure out where the best spot to use that is. Two surrounding Kesnet now as they move over towards A, and it looks like Mizzino will join them. Actually, everybody here as they activate back off that gate crash.
With nothing really set up, nobody watching flanks again. Might be the full committal because of the showstopper you just mentioned, Riv. The Tex is beautifully set up to delay, only allowing Kesnet to move inside that site. The rest has to wait behind. And that's good enough to allow here Leviathan to rotate. It'll be a 5 versus 5 for the last round of regulation.
No ultimates to come back in. Just one through stair is going to be Okeanos to take a solo position. 3 up top on that heaven side with Sato to dive into the site. How fast are they going to make it in? Mizzino looks up towards top, and Com's going to answer back with a quick trade, as this is all it could take for LEV. They find 4 more, and they're going to find themselves through, but Shy says no. Puts a cause for pause on the round right now, and it does not look like LEV's going to be able to really push themselves through here. Remember, they're still low on money. It's not even going to matter. They don't have that util. They don't have the guns to get back in, and it's going to be enough from KRU to bring it to overtime. We reset it all.
Leviathan again counting too much into that flash hot for info. It worked, but everybody was well tucked in for this side of KRU on the post plant to at least have some support and get no value from the side of Leviathan to try to push back into the site. Like how it becomes easy for the side of KRU to hold things up. What better way to start the lower bracket run between these two teams? A classic between Leviathan and KRU. History between the two organizations, always won by Leviathan. And KRU's looking to break that curse and also continue the boon of reaching another chance. First round now, they have their own flash haunt. Nobody being pinged down on that side as Leviathan is actually playing far back for the second wave hit.
Ooh. Little nutmeg shot there from the Phantom, almost got a good bit of damage in. This is the first time we haven't seen the smoke really come up with a kill just yet. Everybody's being able to encroach a little bit further, gain a little bit more ground. And this push out here from Melzer allows KRU to activate a bit more towards B and A. And that slowed down right quick, just at a minute. Everything cuts. And now KRU has to consider what that move would be.
Leviathan, they're just going back into the listen for information. With that haunt being thrown, though, on the side of Mizzino at Rubble that doesn't ping anybody yet. That's actually a call here for Sato to move back up with King, to double up on that side. The thing is, Tex hasn't really activated yet. He's going to be the last person moving through here as Leviathan will make noise back on the A side.
So set up. The peek. Dante peeks. There wasn't really a gate crash up either. They peek him out right away. Mizzino cruising through, trying to walk it back slow to get himself to safety here and not be too drastic with the plays, but Lev is just causing everything to move so fast.
Wait, look at him.
There we go. Melzer just crawling through. His text was like, yeah, he's not here. Might be in that breakable area.
I mean, he was in his POV for a bit there. He should have looked. But it's okay. They had plenty of numbers on the side of Leviathan with how they fought back towards the staircase here, and looks like they spotted Dante just before the wall came up, so that's just unlucky there on the defense.
Nice! I see, I'm looking at my radar, you're not saying shit, I'm like, yo!
Bro, I didn't know he was, I wasn't me seeing him.
Exactly.
That's where we're like, yeah.
That's why King was watching that door. He's like, wait, I saw him at least on that radar. Good thing he's in IGL, so he spends 80% of his time looking at the minimap, most likely.
It's good.
But Lev is at that point.
And a big map point here. They were able to come out strong after a last time out here against KRU, but this one is KRU, so Adam has something specific he actually wants to get across to the team. as they get another one going into time, or going into overtime. It's hard, a lot of time. Quick water, wet your whistle, hydrate, get back in there. Let's see what they got. Can KRU keep it going? LEV is finding a way to close out these games. I think that's one of the things they want to work on the most. Like we said, shaking off the nerves from the C9 incidents that they just recently encountered, and it would do a lot for them to be able to just get this one and close it out.
Yeah, and Calm comes in with the Odin. So we're going to double set up here on the A side. Probably haunt Odin, try to find something first. I mean, there's been a lot of players trying to creep up behind the Viper wall on the attack, so he's trying to find that line here just on the edge of the A entrance. But that's also a hot spot to be counter spammed on that side here of KRU.
Tag? Little tag.
Tickle there onto Dante.
Little tickle. Screaming into the Vice util goes KRU here. They are going to be slowed down for a moment as the retaliation from LEV will slowly trickle in to the lay. That's the name of the game right now. Arcro's still here to be used, and Tex just walks forward. KRU thinking they got a lot of safe space to work with here. And that's 2, that's 3. A 4th one, and 5th is going to be Mazzino now. And it's just everywhere. They're trying to get him to look. That's the kill. Okeanos again in the A site gets a frag for himself, and that's going to be a Leviathan victory after a back and forth battle on Lotus.
Leviathan's going to feel good being able to close out their map pick of Lotus. Again, a map that slipped from them against Cloud9 and almost slipped against KRU right here. But a great play coming out from both Calm and Tex in the back of that A site. Finding great stalls from the util and also from the C's. And they're able to shut it down here for KRU, prevent the comeback from happening. And they're in a great position now to eliminate KRU and not allow them to move into chance for the first time since partnership. Or ever.
Yeah, crazy rounds coming in. Calm, like you said, had the turnaround round. Okeanos with the big round after they came out of a timeout in the favor of KRU. LEV had so many pivotal rounds where they were able to go for the throw on KRU, and Sato as well. 24 frags. When is this guy not at the top? It's been kind of crazy for what he's been able to do here.
Yeah, and also you're looking at the maps here. You'd think, okay, well, we're going to get Sato off of a Yoru. It should be fine. But he's still going to put up good numbers. They talked about how good he is and how flexible he is on different duelists for Sato and Leviathan.
We got more VCT Americas coming up right after the break. It's going to be sunset between KRU and Leviathan. Don't go anywhere.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Just make it loud. Make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud.
Cuba juega directo. 2-1 Mosino. Que tiene que buscar el clutch y lo va a encontrar finalmente.
Sato que prende allí ya la conexión. Sato, dame uno más, Sato. Sí.
Here, the coach Leviathan Desmo. Now, that was a map that you lost to Cloud9 very dramatically, and that was a dramatic finish, overtime, you taking it. What changed, if anything, from Cloud9's game to this game against KRU?
I think today we just played a little bit more to win, not to not lose. Just had confidence in our own game, and we knew kind of what game plan we wanted against KRU. So just a solid plan and playing every play with confidence. That's what led us to victory.
Well, best luck on map 2.
All right, so there we just heard from Coach Desmo, and we got ourselves a bit of a heater matchup here. We went to OT for map 1 and ended up being Leviathan's game to win. But let's dive into how that happened, because there were a lot of clutch rounds in this one, Brent.
Dude, I mean, Leviathan, look what it took for them to match an ounce of KRU's power in that first half, man, because it took 2 pistol rounds, it took a bonus round conversion in round 15, and it took many big moments, individuals popping off from LEV to be able to go toe-to-toe, because genuinely, the story that was really being told over the course of this entire map was that KRU were really owning them in that neutral engagement, the gunfights that were occurring. But those big rounds added up, and when it mattered most, really, when it came to OT, LEV managed to pull it over the line.
And when you're talking about the energy of this game and a team building into that momentum, KRU was, or rather LEV was hitting these big rounds at just the right time. Players like Okeanos, like Calm, stepping up in the moments that mattered most. This 1v3 in particular on that bonus round for Calm, I think that was a real turning point in a game that very easily could have slipped away from them, but now instead up a map in this series with that very late kind of power up from LEV.
Yeah, you know, I do want to bring it back to what you were saying earlier, Brent, about just when in the neutral game. I mean, KRU was just all over them, man.
Which
the
is
guns
a good
are
sign.
good on that side.
Yeah, even though KRU have lost this map, I think that's a brilliant sign, because honestly, my biggest worry, my biggest fear and concern was that they weren't going to come in with confidence that they could shoot back and actually take these fights to them. But they were very eager to take those first fight engagements against Leviathan, and they were winning them when ults weren't coming into play, and the fact that, like I said, LEV won pistol, both pistols, converted a bonus, and they only just squeaked it out over into OT. I'm feeling better about KRU heading into map 2.
Yeah. Well, I do want to ask one question, though, Mimi, about, okay, great. So this is a, shooting game at the end of the day, but they're losing those rounds because of great util, good ideas coming out of Leviathan as well. KRU needs to wake up in that regard, right?
They do, but I also think this is a KRU where we're now going to go towards Sunset, which is another double duelist map that is also very reliant on that similar style. I think that simpler stuff is what builds KRU runs.
Yeah, well, folks, we do have Coach Adam standing by to hear what he has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Here with Coach Adam of KRU Visa. Now, we are one map away from not making champions, breaking the tradition, but we are going to your pick of Sunset. Talk to me about your goal for Sunset, what's going to happen so we can take it to a map 3.
Well, we have a special plan prepared for LEV and Sunset. They play a different comp with Vice and KO. So we were looking to play a map in any scenario. So it's a map that we're confident, and we had a good almost comeback in Lotus. So I think the team is confident, and we're looking to take it to the third map.
We all know y'all are tenacious. Best of luck.
Okay, we got ourselves a little bit of a secret plan here, guys.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Sounds like they're ready for the KO that they like to play for Leviathan on Sunset, right? Putting Okeanos on it. So got something in mind for it, which is interesting.
I think it does change up the flows how you want to do. KRU is a team on their attack side that likes to go for a lot of faster rounds when they're playing the double duelist. KO's one of the best agents at full stalling you out if you get a great cycle with that knife. And there are unbreakable knives you can throw on either side. So I think having a specific game plan for that is a good sign for KRU.
How do you neutralize realize that, though. That's interesting.
Play slower. Wet out a knife, try and bait the cooldowns, try and like piece together where the
I'd like
hold
to
is.
see a crew that's really willing to exploit mid and try and get their double duelists into positions where they can kind of blow up their rotations and be able to fight into that space in the late rounds. I think if this is a crew just trying to run hard execs through main, that's where they're going to fall apart.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting. I'm quite curious to see how that plays out, Mimi, because you're asking crew to slow things down a little bit here.
For sure, and I mean, it's not just them that their own outcome is in their hands. They also have MIBR sitting and preying on their downfall. Because if they lose here and LEV win this 2-0, that's MIBR, despite not even being here in playoffs, locking its slot at champs in Paris.
Preying on the last Brazilian representation in playoffs currently on their downfall. For Sato to lose, for them to make champs. It's kind of
the irony is unbelievable.
Or rather for LEV to win, right?
Sorry, for LEV to win,
They're all behind
yeah,
it. We need this rookie to succeed if we want to make it there.
Yeah,
MIBR.
Getting it twisted.
Yeah, that is that's a tough one there. But again, do want to set those stakes properly because MIBR, they are waiting on bated breath because they know that these teams have the keys to their destiny in their hand, Mimi, and that is a tough one to deal with.
Big stakes for crew as well. You lose here, you're out. No chance of a run. It would be the first champions they've ever missed.
Ooh, that is bone-chilling. All right, folks. Well, we will catch you guys in just a little bit, but the good news is Riv and Van Silly will see you on the other side for Map 2. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to VCT Americas Map 1. Over on Lotus, going in favor of Leviathan in the overtime rounds. They took it 1-2 right after the other, so no problems there, but they were, I think, as kind of Brad said, getting those rounds through pretty extravagant ways here. And Desmo said they are trying to play not to lose, they're playing to win. It's very easy to kind of sit back and not be aggressive, but we'll have to see if they can stay aggressive and take the second map, which is going to be Crew's Sunset.
Definitely on the side of Crew, you're also playing to win, because if you lose, you're out.
That's a big one. That's going to be a big one.
At least when we get into this map of Sunset, it was a good map for Crew. They dominated 100 Thieves on this map, and it was a lot on Shy on the attack side, finding so many good lurking and openings here for the team. Went 16-5 just on the attack himself to allow here Crew to win that fight. But for Leviathan, they also look pretty decent. Mimi was talking about this KO being very good for the team. It works out in the playstyle of Leviathan. They are definitely the team that we're working a little bit more slowly to leverage this double initiator from both Okeanos and Calm to see where they can move around that map, especially on the attack side. But those flashes also become very good to work with to allow Sato and the rest of the team to flood back in. So I think this is still a very good map for both teams that are both comfortable on it. But head-to-head, we'll see how this clash goes if we see this double duelist continue on here for Crew's side.
And we see Sato going into sight with less than double initiator utility, so I can't wait to see what he will do with it here. Getting all those flashes over his shoulder and the neon to fly around with it. Crew is going to have a bit of the same to attack with here, but it is going to be really up to Dante and Kesnet to make sure they get these hits in, to make sure that space is taken with what Mazzino is flying over their shoulder in initiator utility. I definitely feel like Crew, what Adam was saying here, rings true for them. It's a place they can gain momentum back and really start that historic run that they need to create right now or be eliminated.
Definitely, lots to be written for sure. And as mentioned, a LEV Map 2 win will allow MIBR to lock in a spot at Champs. I think it was Cortezia currently hanging out here in the Brazilian casting desk, and I'm pretty sure that he's nervous watching this game. But also would be very happy if he's able to see Sato propulse him over here to Champs and to go to Champs with so far G2 and Sentinels.
Yeah, we already saw that Lev knows it. King running the MIBR gun buddy on his Sheriff. Might see it a few more times here as Leviathan is looking to get made in Brazil pushed on through. Sunset's going to be coming up right now. We just saw the agents. Let's see if KRU can bring us to a third map. That would be Haven if we get there. But the Sun's got to set first. And who will it set for?
Haven will continue to be a very interesting map for the series here for both teams. They did go toe-to-toe last time around when they faced off in the regular season of Stage 2, and it was so aggressive. It was so brawly for A-side control. Let's focus on Sunset now. King once again, I mean, this is just a standard buy coming in from both teams. The setup, though, for Leviathan is to pressure a little bit more towards this B side. I don't know if we're going to try to get this double swing out towards that front. Yeah, it looked like it was. A jump start from Sato at the very beginning, but Dante is not falling back. Looking to fight back on their side for KRU.
Nice Rose positioning that he's waiting to use. Actually playing a little bit to look behind. And it's not even going to affect KRU. They get all the position that they want, being able to check every corner and every shot, and they're hardly even hurt getting through that. Dante and Kesnet could easily stay alive here, as they don't even have to be the front of the spear anymore.
Again, Shy is in a great position for these lurk timings, and great number advantage for the side of KRU. You almost think here that flash would have been a good play for Leviathan, but it's easy to turn away from that spot with how close you are.
Trade back, okay. King?
Not again, right?
Like 5 HP. Oh my god. Almost got too many shots off there. The classic, but Melzer just needed a tag, gets it. And KRU was going to get their first pistol of the series.
I mean, if Melzer fell down, that was potentially a doable position there for King, but just to backpedal a bit again into that Rose, the flash here from Tex. It only half blinds the 3 players from KRU right in the front. So there was no surprise coming out when Sato just swung out from that smoke. It just allowed here KRU to easily take over that A site because of the aggressive positioning you had on A.
Yeah.
Very hard to rotate from, as all of them were still too far back for Lev.
Standing ahead.
Look at this. Set up and spawn by Lev. They're saying, okay, I think KRU's going to push through. Let's kill and get that first gun when it happens, right? Let's swarm that first person, or maybe even paranoia through and get themselves to play.
Very nice dart by Mazzino. So they instantly smoke towards that right side for the cross. Now you realize there's nobody in the front, so they can just walk into the site for the plant.
Spike planted.
There it is. Oh, the relay bolt slows it down, allows both duelists to get into a safe spot. And nobody's really even tagged up after this. We just reset and go again. Slide through. Here comes KRU being able to knock down anybody from left that starts showing themselves. I don't even think the smoke on main is really controlling anything here. All the members of KRU push right through. A nice few kills from Lev, though, just to get some money in their pocket and drop a few weapons.
Yeah, another great play coming out from Dante to have him push all the way up like that. Because if he was not there for the relay bolts, that double flash would have been huge there from both King and Tex. Maybe would allowed here Leviathan to maybe get a couple of bodies as they're flooding back towards that B site. All right, you got one. I got mine.
That's what you would say. Probably type it in chat too, right? Oh, here's that play. Yeah, instantly realizing the paranoia, just even having the HUD go a little fuzzy, activated that relay bolt. So Dante didn't even need to see the actual paranoia coming through the wall. Is how quick he was to understand that play and get back in position. 2-0 now for KRU. We get some weapons on the board, and Melzer will have that Sheriff. Let's see if they can get a pickup as they go for a big bonus here. This could really catapult KRU forward.
I'm going to find some early information right away. Knife sees nothing there towards that A site, so only one player is going to pivot forward. That's King taking full control of elbow. It's a full fake, though. Paranoia, and also the wall coming up so they can walk up on middle for KRU. You need to smoke one of the sides, though, if you want to go for this hit.
Oh, that angle is so vile to try and cover when you're peeking the left side. Defense has such an advantage there, and we see it for Lev starting off now. One player is strong, but they did lose Okeanos.
That's the thing. I mean, it looks like everybody was focused to try to surprise the Owl drone, and no smoke on the attack side. It was a beautiful crossbar set up towards the end. Free kills from the side of Lev. Elisa Spike has been picked back up, but now the wall will get activated, and all 3 of them have pinned inside market.
Teamwork. Quick cooperation around the clone, and now they could be able to get a frag here. I like that. Nicely done. Searching the back with the dart so they can keep watching the same direction together here and just let the rotation come around. Sato is creeping ever so slowly, but it's almost just enough. There it is. There it is. Sato finds 3, probably a 4th one too, as Melzer now has to push himself inside a smoke that's gonna get darted, and Tex finds that kill. Man, they are just squeezing down KRU on that round. Could not get through the bonus for them.
The idea was still pretty good, at least for KRU in the first step of that fake on that A side. Because you saw the rotation from Sato, he went all the way out to double support on the elbow with King. So you definitely did weaken up the mid control. And then as soon as we kind of slowed things down and we didn't really smoke to move up, no surprise came through towards the end there for KRU. Now I'll have still a rifle round. Hunter's Fury available from Mazino too. So we'll back into the dart, the similar one I think that they did 2 rounds ago.
What's he looking? Where are you looking?
Gonna land in front of that B site.
Boing. Anybody gonna get darted? Nope. Seeing if they're trying to play a little front main here and they can get an aggressor. And that's gonna be the drone.
And
Say the clone.
Just something nice that they do here too, because they don't have to waste too much util to take full control of that front B spot. And if there was a shot coming across, then for sure Dante's moving in with a relay bolt. They double rush down here with the double duelist, and they fight towards that B main control. So that at least allows for them to get a free orb as well, and to reset now the round.
Ooh, was that just a reset one way? Turn them away, causing now the drone to go up on the right side. That was going to be kind of an A lurk, or an A push for KRU, but they decide not to. And just at 1 minute, you did see Kesnet shoot a camera over here, so LEV has not left B. It looks like they have a really great line of scrimmage on that defensive side here. They do start to leave B though, and that's going to help KRU get this 4-member team into position with just that lurk on Melzer.
30 seconds left.
Ooh. Playing with fire there.
Especially with 3 players.
Yeah.
If anything, Leviathan stays clean. A little bit cleaner than Lotus in terms of the buddy system. Now all 5 of them back towards Boba. A huge flood back from that back site.
Flash, dart, flash. Double flash, yeah.
That's 3 flashes.
They've cleared a spot that's already been open, right? So now they have to figure out a way to feel comfortable to get into this next spot where they don't have that reiteration of utility. And King and Com are going to do it with aim. Coming up huge. We've seen these 2 in the clutches be big, but Kesnet gets 3! A 4th one immediately. Another one lines up possibly. He finds the 5th. The ace in his eyes. Goes for the shot, starts to tempt it, but Tex is able to knock Kesnet down short of an ace. It's still KRU's round, and they're still feeling good about it. Maybe not so. They lost 4. Maybe not so. They lost 4. Got ahead of myself there. But Kesnet closer to the ult. He actually has it now.
Great round coming out from Kesnet for sure. If anything, though, KRU looked like they were very comfortable to play the old school style of playing Sunset out towards the entrance of the B site, because they could rely on the Hunter's Fury.
Is that a miss smoke in the action? Kind of like a shot? Because it was not covering the main, right? So interesting there. It might have just been in the mix-up as it was being thrown.
Also trying to force players outside of the smoke to try to spam the diffuser. So if they had more bodies on the side of LEV, they could potentially protect that.
All right. Waiting for it. It's the old breach position here for Melzer. That would fault line across that front of A, but it's going to be a paranoia now.
Everybody's leaning towards this B site. Looks like Leviathan's preparation is KRU likes to go for the late hits back in the middle.
Yeah.
At that minute mark. Worked out a few times, and now at least a dimensional drift is going to help you really take that space and get information.
Quick one-way's going up just to deny that pawn shop side of things. That's going to get the drone anyways.
The knife also missed here from Okeanos, so they were probably still thinking that they're following around Dante. He TP's back towards the A site. Now they have a full site hold for KRU on the post plant.
Great point. They have absolutely converted themselves around the defensive LEV here. It's still going to be a pretty good buy for LEV coming in. They don't have too much util. Just Mazzino and Dante here to shuffle back into the site. And one of those relay bolts is used for pawn.
It's still double flash here with a recon though for LEV.
Yep.
Just got to find that timing.
Slide in. They haven't found too many people yet. KRU is doing a great job of just kind of hiding in the site, not allowing anybody to be seen there. A spam from Tech starts us off. What else would do it? And KRU is just answering. Look at this turret on top of the box right now. Oh my gosh, Melzer just left and right, identifying members, and Kesnet helping to knock them down as they hold that A site.
See the protocol out for Leviathan. That's 2 rounds in a row that you go for double to triple flash with a recon. But they get no value out of it. KRU's just finding some great spots to tuck away here from the recon being shot down. And then as soon as the flash comes into no effect, it makes it so difficult here for Leviathan to move back through, especially when you got counter smokes coming in from Melzer. Great hold for the side of KRU towards the end. Now Lev's econ is fully broken. No ways to play a trap. A walk down from Calm though with a classic only. So he's not going to be in a position to play any big ults here with the side of Leviathan.
And one of the first times we see somebody going down mid, albeit like you said, with a classic, I thought we'd see a few more of these plays between Okeanos and Sato with the KO flashes and Neon flashing towards mid. As this round will have us entering into B for KRU, setting up a pretty big garrison here on the site without too much trouble.
Nice counter stun though.
Okay.
Oh wait, this might start.
That was nasty from Tax.
Overdrive available as well.
Oh,
Down.
spam down. Dante knows what the priority is and how much that gun means, but the Phantom is still going to get picked up. This coming over from Calm here. He's going to have a little bit of a late rotate. They may not be ready for him to come through market. The camera might see him. Conte and Melzer pick up some necessary kills as Boba gets knocked down in the situation. And now they know exactly where both members are. One more.
Timing on that smoke, unfortunately, there. As they're trying to flash through from the side of Okeanos, but I almost felt it could have been a good round there for Leviathan to start leveraging those ultimates that were available for them, especially on a lower buy on an eco that they had. Calm probably felt like he was too exposed from his position down towards middle, where maybe he wouldn't be able to support the overdrive coming through, but yeah, look at that. Just disappears as soon as the flash comes out, so he's able to find him blinded. They've done some good damage.
KRU's aggression on these B hits just over and over. And we're going to like tempt A for what, the second time, I think, here in what is going to be 7 rounds.
A little bit faster this time around, though, from KRU.
Oh, dear. You know exactly. Oh! Okeanos with the save! A pie to the face for Dante as he was expecting a different member to be in front of him. And Shy's pushing middle here. Tex is able to clean it up as things get a little chaotic. And now calming down here with Lev being able to set up this defense.
They continue to make sure that middle is being covered for the side of Lev. So if it's not for pushes, it's for the Shy lurks. They're able to punish that. Op firstly, for the first time, comes out here for Sato on this map. Hasn't been spotted yet for the side of KRU. Would decide to cut noise on their side.
Expects that mid push so much too. You can see him checking the flank. How many times has KRU tried to walk somebody up mid? They find him in elbow though. Knowing Dante is there is gonna clue a little bit more of what the play is. A great turn for the anti-flash, but Okeanos still faster to the trigger.
Now Sato slowly watching towards that middle. They might still be able to find that timing to get through the door.
Oh, the insert. The insert. Almost another one. Mazzino goes high for the shot, and Tex is low for the kill. In the 1v2 now, Melzer trying to hold the site.
With a slow start as well on Lotus. Now forced on a 1v2. Has stepped up to the plate, this time at least for the first half for KRU. And they're separated for Leviathan.
Vandal back, he bought the time. They're split right now. It offers him a 1v1 if he can actually find the fight, but he does not want to give himself up too much. And the spike is really right in front of him, so Melzer can play this to the last drop. Oh, Tex is gonna find the pre-swing though. A 3K for him. And even we're going coast to coast on this. Lev's gonna find the defuse over at B.
Yeah, great hold, or great retake by Leviathan. Also a great hold towards that A side. Lots of pressure coming out from KRU. Out towards that elbow. That save clotheslines his opponent as he tries to slide across, and Dante gets owned. This is not unfamiliar territory here for Dante to play this Neon. I mean, we've seen him play on Sunset before, but it's also one of the biggest agents he's played back into that Breach Neon meta in Challengers. Back into an early information game for Leviathan.
Oh, almost got the toes.
It's a big dub now for the side of LEV. Com still has his Hunter's Fury too. The more they wait this time now for KRU to go for a late hit, the more value you're going to get here with these ults available for the side of LEV.
They're going to leave Kesnet here. He's going to have some fun in mid once people start to rotate. But Mizzino and the rest of the team are going to try to activate here today. It's been King's thing to always kind of teleport away from this and get himself to safety. And they're going to give him a little more safety with that ultimate you were just talking about from Com. As he'll use it in any moment to assist the team, and that one was very defensively.
The thing is, he only got the ping up to Shy, so they're probably thinking that it was only the lurk. But here's a re-hit from KRU, an opening.
Ooh, the swing around and the strafe jump from Dante gives him something to think about, but Com is still able to accurately get a shot back into the site. A little retribution for his teammate as we're now in the 4v4 retake.
Overdrive, probably going to be used here as Sato can't retake with the op.
For the overdrive. Oh, right during the relay bowl. Everybody's getting caught with that last bit of util out before the play as Okeanos starts to trade with the team. He gets 3 himself. Tex with 3 last time. Okeanos with 3 this time. LEV is working together to get these rounds back in their favor.
Continues to be very brawly right now, but both teams, I mean, we talked about on the desk, and even I was expecting going into this game too that it was going to be very ferocious in terms of aggression and team fights for both of these teams.
Come the fuck on, baby!
We got rid of the last 2 letters of that word, so I don't know what you said.
Yeah, it was muted. I didn't hear that. Whatever.
But nonetheless, as I was trying to say here, lots of aggression coming in. Usually for these teams, you got very brawly the last time these 2 teams played against each other. But we are being very meticulous on working the map since Lotus to this one here. Remember, when KRU started to find their footing on their attack side of Lotus is when they started deathballing 5 players together. They tried this time around in their ego.
What's that you have at the B site? Is that an operator? They try to rush it, but the wall is going to create a little bit of trouble here. Sato goes down. Dante just come flying through, knocks down the door. Bucky's Tex out of the situation. And Com still wants to play inside sight, right in the face of the opponent. Melzer just gets a jumping frenzy shot. And they're just going to hang out backside here and try to clean up the rest of the members. Nice kill by King. Trying to do what he can. Paranoia's 2 on the right, can actually create a good situation for himself. Another frenzy kill coming into this round. That is a low buy for KRU. They're going to be able to do this.
So Bucky, long range, so only gets tapped. Now floods them both towards his crosshair.
Oh, they hear him. Oh my, a third with the frenzy! That's nutty, a thrifty round for KRU. What in the world?
And on top of that, Kesnet, I think, was the one opening it up towards that spawn with a frenzy. Tex tried to play the cheeky play behind his own wall. But hello.
The timing there.
They just knew when they were pushing in towards that side, and that's the beauty here of Neon.
But what type of bucket does this guy have? A golden one from Salty Springs?
He's got that just released Bucky.
Yep.
No nerfs yet. Hit him from across the site. 6-3 here is KRU creating much more of an advantage for themselves right away. They did miss the bonus, but then clawed back a few more rounds before we've just seen now Leviathan do a bit of their own work and KRU say no, our rounds again, which is going to prompt this timeout.
There's been a lot less mid control here from KRU in the last few rounds, though, on that side when they were hitting these sites. Although the retakes have been quite nice for Leviathan. So I think the game plan for both of these teams are in the adaptation that they're bringing just on the fly here from both IGLs. They're still doing a pretty good job. But I think after getting thrifty like that, you have to stop a little bit here of how some of the members of Leviathan potentially could be flustered from that type of spanking they received from Melzer's Frenzy.
What's next? Looks like a lot of this firepower is going to be stacked towards A once again. They may try to create a little bit of a play here. Neon, and nobody's going to go through that one way, so they'll gain a bit of ground towards A main.
At least this time around, I think that dart got broken instantly, and this is why we're seeing a little bit more util being utilized by KRU to move towards that front of that B side. Still coming down to a plant, though, for the side of the attack. No punishment on that lurk from Shy over towards A. So he'll stay alive.
Heard him run away, too, so that you guys have a lot of time on 2 more from A. Very patient play here. And again, 1 in sight, like you mentioned before, playing it the old way. 3 towards B main. It'll be a 4th eventually, since that's not going to be a rotation through mid, it looks like. Yeah, they're holding off. They may get smoked out, cause a little bit of trouble here. The smoke goes out. That does force the hand of Dante to play in front of the smoke, as well as they kind of teeter-totter back and forth in and out of the smoke. Oh, Dante's just like, hey, look what I see. Look what I see. Just shoot me. I am running into each one of the members, causing chaos. And yeah, they've wasted the time down. See if they can get out of this one, though. They're all a little too close for comfort. It looks like they only lose Mazzino there, but man, KRU just really creating chaos in the site and having fun on that one.
It's very, very nice there by Kesnet. A similar scenario, too, that when they faced off against each other. Remember that one-on-one against Okeanos when he was also playing with the Medicinal Drift. This time leverages it to help his teammates get a couple of sprays to the smoke and not allow here Leviathan to go for, once again, what was that double flash recon. And you see the way that they're scaling back here for Leviathan on these flashes, so that recon really only clears that back to boxes. I'll hold that thought, though, because KRU's trying to add a little bit of pressure towards this B side at the beginning. But Leviathan needs that second layer to try to push back towards that front of the side. It can't just be that arc rose from Tex in front B.
And their op is being identified almost all. Oh my gosh, Shy almost asleep at the wheel for a moment, but gets that one. Autopilot happens.
Com definitely did, though. You always have to be aware of the Shy position outside towards A main, and even especially towards tiles when this position from King is already watching that line. And when he's receiving no utility on his side, nobody's pushing forward, you have to expect there that lean towards mid B.
Now they're going to go right back to where the op first shot. I mean, once they get this cleared and smoke out, they can get right by it and right in its face, right? That's the whole point. Oh, he still wants to peek out. Sato trying to create opportunities out of nothing. And a lot of the times he'll get away with a kill. It's incredible to see. That one, he comes up just short, but is still available for the team, which is what matters here.
Losing Com's gonna be tough, though.
Yeah. Fires through. Just denying more. Tex, Okeanos trading around as Kesnet's the one to fall in the end at the last end of that battle. 3v2 now, or I should say 2v3 as KRU are trying to hold this one. Okeanos wants to push forward. They still have some smokes, still have some flashes to make this one count. Oh, with that TP, almost was able, Mazzino's able to clean it up, and KRU do it again!
What a clutch recon dart from Mazzino towards main. Because it went for a flash, King TP on the other side. It was perfect for at least the first trades. But as soon as it comes out of the TP, gets pinged out, becomes an instant spray from Mazzino. Right over here. Beautifully done. Playing against Santos, off, able to capitalize on that kill too.
My gosh. The wherewithal to be spamming the box to understand what agents are going to be presenting themselves at that B main position. Makes Mazzino, the 5, 6, 7 head there, just absolute big brain on that play. A 3 in mid already here for KRU as they start pushing up very hard. Realizing this is going to be a lower by last round.
Guardians for distance. Com also has Hunter's Fury, and that definitely is going to be identified by KRU. They're also leading towards that. They just want to brute force their way across potentially. And this is looking pretty decent though. As he try to split towards this A site while Razor Thorns won't really allow for you to set up inside that site and could potentially give you good value with the Hunter's Fury. Com's already moving back for the line.
Trying to get back to assist each other here. That Vice Util creating a bit of awkwardness for a moment. Oh God, Kesnick getting tagged down by the 3 burst here. Dante pushes forward, Tech still able to find a kill, but was that too far? Have they put their hand in the cookie jar? Okeanos tears it right out for a moment, and Com's gonna line a few up on Hunter's Fury, just one rather. They can't plant yet. They want the space, they want the knowledge that this is clear enough for a safe plant, and that gets a little more dangerous. Oh, Kesnick's like, oh God. Get himself to safety, get that plant down with 10 seconds, and now again another 2v3 for KRU.
They still have double flash for the last player standing behind the site, which is Shy.
They don't win 2 of these in a row, right? I mean, now it's a 1v3. Shy's been known for these positions, get himself tucked in. Oh, that, yep. I think they just saw that tip of the gun. They run him down. Okeanos finds 3. Lev will find 4. And a very dominant KRU first half.
The reads continue again to be good for both sides, and it comes down to the duels. The chaos that we had towards that back of the A side. What a shot from X, by the way, right over here. Crept up on while he was reloading and still gets the headshot. Doesn't allow here KRU to flip back towards the A site. And allows LEV to get the retake.
Nice! Come on! Let's go.
Great stuff coming out of LEV. That is going to be the half. Do not go anywhere. Sunset will conclude after the break. Welcome back, everybody. 0 seconds remaining. That means we're getting into game right now, and it is going to be on Sunset, and it may set for KRU here if they cannot complete this second map and bring us to Haven. LEV has to do a lot of work, though. They had control of the pistol rounds on our first map of Lotus. KRU was able to get pistol round number 1, and it would be a huge boon to grab the second one here and keep Leviathan's momentum from getting started.
Yeah, and again, both teams finding victories the last time they played this map. KRU against Energy, Leviathan versus 100 Thieves. You're seeing the KRU setup, putting a trip on top middle. Leviathan not going for any type of fakes though. Breaking that dart there, fully walking for contact into elbow.
They stop. Like, we're happy with this room. See if they can get into util. No, it is going to be their first to activate. Oh gosh, Okeanos just trying to deny that. Drone flies right up to him, and Okeanos is almost delivered with it. Oh my gosh, they're just facing these fights, trying to take him right away, knowing Mazzino has a sliver of health as he limps himself to safety, but getting close. Oh my gosh, they didn't stand a chance as they peek out. They fall just as fast, and now it is going to be the rotation back from Shy. He was just here. This is how he ended the half. Let's see if he can start it better. It's going to be a tough one, though.
Especially the players in the back of the A side were low HP to try to attempt to move back into the A side, but yeah, definitely becomes a very nice hit by Leviathan in the pistol round. going to mention the trip that Crew places on the top of middle. Leviathan, remember when they played that Lotus map just earlier on? They like to do these 4-1s where Calm is trying to find info as a fade. This time he does it as a, or usually does it as a Sova. And they work up towards that middle. There's a little bit of studying being done in front of the side of Crew, but a little bit of an ante on an ante.
Hi, Satinho, welcome to...
Wait, what?
I said welcome to Domination.
I'm sure, Tex.
But yeah, so Lev went back for the counter ante to just brute force their way towards the A site to win that one. Similar recons coming out from the side of Leviathan, clearing the front of that B site.
Easy pickup. Crew says we'll take all of this space. Okay, Dante will not go without a headshot. It's not going to feel very good, but then LEV just walks backwards, realizing that that is going to be a full push around the extremity of the map. They just have to worry about Kesnet.
A good spot for Lev too. They have a wall to watch that flank. This should actually be the round coming in from Leviathan unless we got some crazy shots with these classics from Crew.
Oh man, had before, crook in the hip. Dante can't get up there. And yeah, they are searching now. They're like, what, you wanted to push behind us? Well, here's the fight that you were looking for. Nobody's going to be dying to the spike this time. They're all worth the alt orbs, and that's a flawless for the side of Lev.
Good on here for King to call for Leviathan to stay back towards that spawn. Just anticipating some sort of a push. And I think even from his position, heard the orb getting picked up, so he was already ready for any type of walk down. Contact play was fully denied after, and the rest is history. Lev gets that round.
Look at him, bro. I'm so aggressive on these rounds.
To get that one ult orb where maybe he could have given it to Sato to get closer here to the Neon ult, but it's okay.
Your Vice jumping out to be the distraction kill, but still getting him. He's crazy like that. Sometimes he's crazy like that.
And this is the type of rounds you see here from Leviathan when you have this double initiator. They recon, they knife on both extremities. They go for potentially a 1-3-1. This time 4 players, though, moving up towards middle. And look at that. Because they always pressure this top side, everybody rotated back from Crew. A triple crossfire setup on the top of Quad and also on the other side of Shop, which allows now Lev to just walk at the market, get the opener.
Oh. What a flash turn by Sato. Also coming up with the kill as well on Mazzino. Now they're reorganizing. Calling themselves to the right side of the map is going to be a very soft side here for Crew. Wait, they actually waited out at 40 seconds? They're going to fake initiate to the right side here. So yeah, Lev is feeling fully in control of the map right now.
Especially went for that flash from Tex here on that A side. So Crew actually pulls most of their defense on that side. Trip at least is going to sound the alarm, but it's going to be difficult here for Shy to really try to get any type of holds.
Oh, somebody shoot it. They get in. Oh, they were sure that they had this side of the map. I think that became their fault. Tax walks right into the smoke, thinking it came from afar. Crew is now ready to collapse down onto Lev, as they have no idea where Crew is coming from on the defensive side.
Don't know what to say about that one. That was
just feeling too sure about the play you actually had in your hands.
This first death, I respect it. You don't clear that smoke, but somebody has to be watching that spot. But Oki decided to stop that plant because he thought Shy was going to swing outside of smoke to take him down. That should have been the responsibility of somebody else to cover the spike planter.
Yeah.
And because you've delayed so much on that side, Shy got that pick when there's 12 seconds left. And Oki getting out of it now has to be forced to stick it as an initiator. Cannot support the team with util. And then also created enough time for Crew to rotate back on that side because they're playing with the Neon as well. And man, everything just crumbled for Leviathan. Just from the ninja position from Shy.
Ooh. That flash didn't make it over. It did hit Sato right in the face. And Kesnet did too. That's unfortunate for them. And Crew's feeling good about the start on this one to know Sato won't be sliding into a site.
So miscomms into a misplay in this round. Leviathan are starting to let their synergy slip. As a 4-player walk down from KRU should punish Tex now. Takes it out.
Oh my. They are not letting go of the slight advantage they got in this round. Incredibly aggressive by KRU here to keep that pressure forced. The spike has to be picked up by LEV here, so KRU's just going to gather together, maybe let that happen, and then go for the kills.
Yeah, and even when King couldn't get the surprise kill in the back of Boba, Calm had to walk the whole time because the full pressure that KRU just showed down towards middle. Can't really pull out the knife to meet up with King as soon as possible. And now that you're slowly walking towards that B site, KRU groups up and they reflip the map.
What a cool call as well on this one. Love the idea of the play. Everybody's going to be looking for the defensive side, obviously on the side of LEV, and they're just going to get sideswiped here as they come in. 1-2. Incredible. Playing inside the mind of your opponent.
And the last little detail, too, was Shy putting that trip back towards Boba, and he watches the market walkout. So if Leviathan decide to pick up that spike and walk all the way towards the A site, and that trip gets tripped literally, then it allows for you to really set up here to cut the rotates over towards that A site. So I just love here the small little micro things coming out from KRU in that previous round.
What a confident sunset from KRU. The way that they're playing from side to side here as offense and defense, but also their movements and just the calls they're making mid-round that are kind of working out without a secondary or an audible needing to be called. Timeout, though, from LEV to see if they can sort out what has been going on. They need to find 4 rounds to get it back to tied.
Yeah, that's definitely the thing that is going to be called a timeout here for the side of Leviathan, and we just talked about that synergy lacking a little bit here in the last few rounds for Leviathan. Now force that second timeout. KRU still has 2 in their bank.
Yeah.
And to call this one here for LEV, I mean, it's going back into an eco round once we get back into the game. So you have to think about trying to close that gap starting on the following one. Maybe the overdrive could bring something for Leviathan on this attack side. But I think they're going to have to go back into that mid-control play that they've been able to work the map a little bit better on their side on attack here.
See how they pan out. Got a bit of time. Mid-trip to make sure nobody's lurking. Actually, a lot less mid-play as we're talking about it now than what we saw from KRU. They had somebody lurking upstairs almost every time to try and take fights, whether it was a full team or not.
Stinger buy actually becomes a stinger buy towards the end and sort of grouped up here towards this A side.
Yeah.
And the Knife of Oki is going to look back towards a shop, maybe even try to throw a smoke here to take control of the front A side. But no, never mind. It's a knife that looks towards a early aggression from KRU if they're going to contest the orb. And they're going for the full stop and go, so making a lot of audible noise. That's why the pings came up at the very beginning here, just to look back on what they were doing across, pinging on this side, and just re-hit back through the spawn, back towards A, and it works out.
Beautifully done to avoid the majority members of KRU. The gate crash was already over there, right, for Kesnet. So Kesnet, KRU, the team coming out of the timeout, thought this was going to be a fast B in the end. LEV already starting off great here. Can they finalize it, though? What? Sato going forward here, thinking they have fully gotten KRU to over-rotate, but KRU is ready. Oh my gosh, they're still pushing into spawn right now to try to get these kills in their favor. Kesnet sees the way possibly into the site. KRU now able to just start getting their swings in with each other. Janos to come up big. The rookie wants it, but Shy is not that at all. Peeks right out for the fight. That's going to be KRU's round, even though it's just Shy left alive. They get that W.
That was a nice try. Making all that audible noise, pretending to fall back, really pulled that rotate across, but there was definitely a small overheat coming out from Sato. Thinking that maybe the stun did hit Shy as he was trying to fall back. And there was no second flash or anything to throw him to allow for him to push forward and get any successful picks, and he runs into 2 players to mow him down.
Man, Kesnet has been hyping up so much about this game. Every round, even a simple round, a simple win, he's out of the chair, hyping the team up, high-fiving. and pointing at whoever had the plays that round. And honestly, it's gone down the line for KRU here, 11-6, as Kesnet now has the operator on the defensive side, and it's instantly taking out Sato.
Both Neons on both sides trying to find space on their attack and always getting punished. Zeno no pings though with the Hunter's Fury, so that allows Tex to maybe start activating towards middle, but there's a trip there.
Oof. One of those mid plays. We were just talking about how LEV hasn't really tinkered around in this area too much. And oh, no way. The timing. Tex is forced out of that. And they regain position. KRU's defensive position a little bit more towards mid.
Because it's so patient right now, and it almost looked like we were trying to walk contact into the elbow where Kesnet would have gone that pick. Calm starting to control on that left side. Beautiful flash.
Try to hit the blind shot. Oh, the ping through. Just at the last moment, Melzer suffers from that.
30 seconds left.
Calm doing the initiator work the team needs on that pawn side, but it's going to be a hold by Shy in that same spot where he got taken down before, but Mazzino's there to clean up the round. And it is map point here for KRU.
Beautiful anchoring coming out from Shy. Loving that spot towards that back of the A site. I think this is the second time as well when you're trying to go for a little bit of a pop hit into the A site. That cage has been perfect to slow things down for the defense. Again, allowing KRU to really set up and pincer on both extremities on top of Shy staying alive inside that site. So difficult to take for Leviathan. At least some money to work with and big ults. It's going to be a fast pop.
They're right up towards the ult door, preventing it from being picked up. We're also just preventing that space from being played here by KRU. Gate crashes in, so Kesnet could make a bit of a play here once this smoke starts to go away. He is creeping out for that shot. Oh, it's going to be a swing. Zeno has to get the safety. Oh, the pitch from Kesnet is there. He doesn't even gate crash back. He stays for more. He stays for a third. Dante's on the fourth, and they're looking for Tex to bring us to Haven. Tex gets one through the one-way, but it's only going to end one way here for LEV, it seems, and that's going to be a kill coming in from the side of KRU, 13-6, as KRU pushes us to a map 3 Haven.
Dominating defensive rounds coming out from KRU. Amazing ops coming out from Kesnet, and the timings that he finds. It was something here that Sato was trying to find on the defensive side for Leviathan, but King definitely saw the openings. Kesnet rather saw the openings, and finishes it on the top of the board. 21-12-5. Leviathan unfortunately just had no answer, which is quite surprising. You're playing double initiator, you're able to find early information if you can. You also had a KO ult to try to swing in first, to try to maybe find where the operator could be. But it just slips through the net and pushes it now for KRU to fight and continue their fight in the lower bracket, now on Haven.
It's incredible stuff that they're able to come up with the whole time. KRU obviously figuring out what went wrong in that first map, and Adam was right, felt confident during the coach interview between maps. And KRU were really able to take it to Leviathan this time. Controlling the map, controlling a lot of what they needed here, and ultimately looking comfortable while they did it. We'll see who's most comfortable as we make our way to the third map here in this elimination game. It's going to be Haven when we come back.
keep the kid down. Now it's a big bank with allowance. Now it's a Ben Frank on a salad. Now I'm the big man on campus. Betting on me and they liking their chances. Yeah, gotta give them no work. 9 to 5. Yeah, come with some purpose. Gotta stay on your job. I be going berserk. The time is mine. Gotta give them a alert. Gotta look who in first. Yeah, you know it's a team. Gotta rep on a shirt. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of heyday, I wanna doubt the boys, but nah, they gotta be joking. Know you seen them on a rise. Know you seen them on the signs. It's a movie in real life, it's real life televised. Check the wrist.
Cuba juega directo. 2 para 1 Mosino, que tiene que buscar el clutch y lo va a encontrar finalmente.
Sato que prende allí ya la conexión. Sato, dame uno más, Sato. Sí.
And of course, El Clásico had to go 2-3 as KRU managed to pick up the win, and they do so in dominating fashion. And we will see what's in store for them and Leviathan as we get ready for map 3. But let's talk about that dominating fashion, because 13-6 after a scrappy game of Lotus, Mimi, you saw a KRU that really took the task to Leviathan there.
Especially on that attack side, it was so dominant from them. LEV is a team, when they're playing this KO comp, it felt like they had to give a lot of respect to KRU when they were going for these faster ideas with the double duelist. But when they were actually playing into the retakes, KRU did such a great job of getting in these forward disruptive positions. And in a lot of rounds, I feel like they were killing Sato before he could actually get into sight and get anything rolling for Leviathan. So they just kept having to play these big numbers down retakes that never went their way, really.
Yeah, they are just popping off at this point. I think they've got all the confidence in the world, which is one of the big things. I mean, carrying forwards from map 1, it was a close scoreline in map 1, but purely down to Leviathan winning those crucial rounds.
Yeah.
I always felt like watching KRU, they were the better teams in terms of the gunfights being taken. And that just kept moving forwards onto a map that was their pick, their territory that they chose into, which was Sunset, and it clearly showed, I think. It clearly showed.
Yeah, it was really wild to see how KRU just took it to Leviathan round after round. It was unrelenting. It was really not much they could do. You talk about even like the way the Sato sideshow was getting isolated a lot of times. There's even some moments where we saw him get flashed, unfortunately, by his own teammates, because you could tell that there was like Leviathan just were a little out of sorts, and KRU is the type of team that can put you in those positions.
And they can punish that. You saw it in the clip that we played of Com getting punished while he was on his own, going for that drone over in B main. Kesnit's playing like he wants to keep the champs streak alive, like always going to champs, always making it there. And yeah, I was expecting more from LEV, I've got to be honest. Like, I think that Sunset's a map that they should be competent at, and they dropped the ball a little bit. It worries me slightly for Haven. Obviously, we're in the lower bracket. Both of these teams have got to win.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. Now, of course, coming up next, we're going to be taking a trip to Haven as Hydeshow. Hydeshow over here. That's his name. Yeah, and Haven, last time these two teams faced, Leviathan managed to score that win against KRU. KRU have been good in this map historically, from this stage as well, from what we've seen in the past, Mimi. So there's a possibility here. This one can go the distance, just like we saw in that first map.
Absolutely. The stakes are high, and LEV losing a dominant map like they just did, they can't let the energy disappear like they did at the end of the Cloud9 series either.
Yeah, that's right. Now, we do have Sideshow. You got yourself a telly to break down what we just saw?
Well, to set up what's coming up, potentially, right? Because we're going into Haven, and I was talking about Com getting punished on that solo drone play on Sunset. Now, I want to take you back to when Cloud9 were playing, and Cloud9 did a lot of anti against the way that Com plays on defense. So Com loves playing this spot on A long. Really classic Sova spot, but what he does is he tends to play it alone quite a lot. Look at the position of the other Leviathan players. They are really, really far away from him. And critically, they've managed to get a lurk up behind this Viper wall and in around the back onto Com. And we'll see when we play out the clip, it catches him completely by surprise. Actually, before I play the clip as well, I just want to mention that it's really easy to just pop down a Cypher trip here to be able to cover Com's back. If Com is playing in short, popping down a trip there is easy, just having one teammate covering. So this is not something that's impossible to get around, but Lev like to cheat and not put very many resources over here, and it leads to Net catching an easy backstab here in round A. This is round 4. Another thing that Com likes to do is to jiggle peek. Now, take a look at the minimap again. He is pretty much again alone here. I mean, he's got Sato covering short, but that's just covering the lurk. He's not really playing around with him. So if you take a look at how it plays out, he likes to jiggle, he likes to try to get a bit aggressive in this spot, and he gets punished once again. This spot, very, very similar. So it happened over and over again. This is just the other way around. He's playing over towards short, he's droning down to get information to try to clear the Viper wall, and they spring an exec into the A site against him. And normally, the way that they stop teams doing this is that they'll fight really heavy over A lobby and try to condition that you can't punish Com because they'll run trap plays. But look at how frustrated Com was after the previous game. This is something that KRU, I think, have already identified because they were doing it on Sunset, and it's something that Com will have to adapt and the team will have to adapt to stop this happening on Haven too.
Great breakdown there, Sideshow. And yeah, I mean, there's definitely some frustration there for Com that he is certainly going to need to work through in this one, because if you're noticing that, then surely their opponents must have noticed that as well, Brent.
Yeah, if they've been putting in just a little bit of ante, it's going to go their way. And already these metrics that are going the right way for KRU, look at that gun round win percentage. I mean, we said it earlier, kind of just verbally checking it, but KRU have been winning almost all of these straight up fights when it comes down to no real utils in play, no real ultimates, I should say, as well. But KRU have just been out-diffing them when it comes to that gunplay. And so Leviathan's win con over the course of the series has just been putting all their resources into the pistol rounds, all the resources into trying to convert the really big momentum rounds. That hasn't been working for them, and Haven, I think, might just be, again, that course correction where KRU just stomp all over them.
That's right. Massive stakes on the line here as well. KRU doing everything they can to keep themselves alive in this playoff run for another champs appearance. And don't forget, MIBR sweating, waiting in the wings to see who wins this game. Map 3 is on the way. It's an elimination one, and it's going to be a good one. We'll see you on the other side.
That's right. It is map 3 here between KRU and Leviathan. There's no map 4. There's only moving on if you win. An elimination match here at VCT Americas for these two teams in the lower bracket as they start off what could be a run. Both teams here in the final map sporting different comps as we have that Yoru ISO going in the side of KRU Visa and Lev with the Yoru Neon.
That's right, at least different comps when it comes down to the head-to-head between these two teams, but staying in their comfortable compositions overall on this map of Haven.
Yes.
Sideshow broke things down perfectly here on how Leviathan kind of sets up their defense with Com solo here over on the A site. But the thing is as well, when Leviathan had to play against KRU on Haven in the past, there was so much brawling happening towards that A side control too, where it was almost 4-1s in multiple occasions. That said though, things might change because weeks have gone through. And once again, this is elimination for the last map.
And what a game to be in for Okeanos, for Sato, for Dante in these first years, right?
Yeah.
His first rookie stage, not even year. They haven't even been here for the year. It's a daunting task here, and they've stepped up to the plate, all three respectively, in the normal stage here. Now they're asking for a little bit more.
Yeah,
in the
first time position here for Leviathan, going for these stage 2 last minute changes. Not something new here for KRU. And Dante has definitely shown some true colors right now in the first 2 maps, and hoping to continue this on his ISO on the 3rd. So again, Calm plays it solo on the A site. There's still going to be some mid-control fight to start. Whoa. And it's Leviathan on the board.
That got hot real quick towards the mid side, and now it's going to be a push towards short. But like they said, we saw on the analyst desk who's over at that A side. It's going to be Calm waiting it out, but KRU's got to do this with 2 members and not even at full health anymore, as it would just seem like an agreement to fight it out in mid to start our 3rd map here.
And that's the difference. And instead of just having players watching passively and supporting Calm, there's still some aggressive fights happening in different parts of the map. Both of these teams love to do it for both Leviathan and KRU. The silver lining right now is that Shy is able to get the plant now for the team, but there's their group up from Leviathan for the triple flank.
Last player standing.
Quick shot on a Mazzino. Yeah, they are just holding W shift at the same time if they can stay behind each other. Shy has the cam for a second, taken out. Doesn't really get too much more info on it. Plays the come around slowly on the garage. How long can he wait? How long can he dance around here? He was seen once, but now he has no control over the spike, no positioning, no ping, and no longer any life here in the pistol round. Leviathan take that with 3 alive in the defuse.
Nice try from Shy, but that's a difficult part when the 4th player that was still alive for the side of Leviathan is king. Smoke up that spike, go for the defuse, and you're forcing out the hand of the clutch attempt from Shy. He was able to win a 1 versus 4 previously against this very team. He's not going to be able to do it in the pistol round, and there's so much util, as you saw here on the replay, on how they converge into the mid control for Leviathan.
Come on!
And a great start that they want.
You thought for a moment it would be quiet? You thought wrong. Sato always making the noise.
Oki said we had to wait and see, and we finally see it now on the 3rd map. There is going to be a lot of hype right now, especially that Leviathan don't want to lose out. They have to make it into the top 2 to try to make it to champs.
Ooh. Threading the needle, but on the wrong side of that one. Here. Wasn't paying. Oh my god, medium to long range stinger, excuse me, and that's going to be more picked up by LEV here on the immediate, and it doesn't slow down. Sato with another quick ghost kill. That's 2 for LEV as KRU go for a quick plant strat on C.
That's the crazy part. He uses one of the outlaw bullets to break the trip and somehow still stays alive in the back of the C site to pick up the last kill. So amazing positioning being done here by Tex to save his teammate and to convert now their anti-eco. And to carry actually a very strong buy going into their bonus. Thankfully, because of that plant from KRU in that 1st round, you will be able to go for full armor and have a little bit more survivability against the Sato Outlaw, who's now positioned again to take control of that front B site.
It's been tough for these teams to carry over their bonus pistol rounds. It's been a way for their opponent to get back in. So is this the way that KRU starts their momentum? Playing a very defaulty way across the map to start off the spikes, or the alt orbs, I should say. But still moving that spike now back towards A.
Cage triggered.
Now with that cage coming up, that should now force Calm to slowly fall back. Always looking at drone at the very beginning. That's 2 players that he sees, the cage that came up as well, so that's potentially an inkling of 3 players. And that smoke coming up back towards the top of the C side doesn't really allow here for Melzer to start moving forward. So they will have to commit now with 48 seconds. Attempt towards the A site.
Calm with a bit of help here from King. They get the rest of the team in the site. Don't think they're going to get really too divided by that fast lane, but it's going to be a gun diff on the first shot along with that double tap as KRU starts to delete the defense inside of A. And that is going to be a push through here. KRU will topple the bonus of LEV, and now it's Tex, who would have been on that lurk, coming back with a stinger to see what he can partake in before the round is over. Oh, that could be a few kills. Oh, you always love to see the ping dance. You leave it on and you try to fake out your last position.
Did some damage there into Mazzino with the wall bang, but that should be it. The round will be coming forward for KRU, especially with Dante picking up that last kill. I mean, at least the Calm played it smart. After seeing that drone falls back towards the back of the site, you talked about the support they get from King moving into the A site, but it's just that double tap. The shield movement up here from Kesnet that allows for him to move up, absorb a little bit of those shots. And then the rest following behind him, behind even the convergence wall. Great scaling coming out from KRU.
A lot of support back home from the KRU crew as well as always. Let's see if they can keep picking up rounds here. Everybody's weaponized as we get back onto the map for round 4. And again, they continue to focus the right side. Says no, that's a kill contract. Mazzino just trolling Kesnet a little bit.
The thing is, they've inserted Okeanos on top of the choke on the A side. There's a jiggle peek. Instant trade.
Oh, Kesnet?
Shield's annoying.
Laser beams towards the back of the site, yeah. Able to keep pushing up there, and Sato, vulnerable, has to move back. Well, they still got kill contract if anything even goes crazy on this round, but it looks like they'll fold that over into the next round as Shy will progress the round a little further with a kill on Okeanos.
That should be the save towards the last 2 players. It was close, because Sato was getting that spray towards that Radiant box where Mazzino was trying to get that plant. He actually did get the kill. That was dimensional drift too, but everything else around the map, though, Shy is doing a great job watching the rotates, watching the pushes, and that was something that potentially, from the position of Okeanos, maybe could have helped in the very beginning if he held out that spot and they were able to hold back towards C. But Shy continuing to be a pain point in his rotate cuts and also in his lurks.
2-2. We'll see what they can do for Okeanos, Tex, and King here. Take a look at it after the replay. What was the second shot? Yeah, double tap. Oh, it was a different angle. It looked like the LEV thought they had a bit more time heading into sight.
That round I broke the dart, I took my trip back. I did what I could, gentlemen.
It's a tough life out there.
And that's the thing too, maybe trying to find the weaknesses of how you set up and play against a Cypher. You do have Mazzino playing as this Sova. I mean, with what Tex was calling is recalling his trips not to get broken by the shock darts, tries to place it back, and that would be huge because you don't have anybody really jumping across as a jet. There's maybe Dante that TPs towards the back of the site, but that really isolates and stops potentially the pushes on the attack side. But KRU's doing a good job here, just overtaking with a contact play, triple up, and at least gets that opener onto Tex.
All right, fist bumps out, loading back in. Feel like this is a time for LEV to lock in and do quite a bit of damage. If the damage is done, they try to fold the round over here, but at the beginning of the round, they're just trying to play defensive and absorb KRU here. I think making a move would be a little drastic, but hey, they may push down mid. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely Sato's looking to place a TP on the retreat.
Yeah. Whoa. Like a fly. Where is it? So they do attempt a slight mid play to see if they can at least get an idea of that movement of KRU, but oh my. Oh, Tex. Oh, Tex, do it again. Has to hide on this one, but he's going to have the distance. Oh my gosh, he almost had the moves too.
The wide swing. That would have broken Melzer's ankles. At least he's able to take him down. Sato on a re-swing.
What? Sato? Not even giving KRU a moment to blink to see that he actually swung out at long. That's incredible. This is the kind of stuff that just wows you from LEV as well. We were just mentioning one of his first playoff games here on the VCT stage. It doesn't even matter to Sato. Each stage is the same. Come as they may, he will knock them down. In this one, no different going into round 5 as LEV get a really big boon out of the timeout.
And it's amazing to see the performance coming out from Sato. A couple of weeks ago when he was coming on as a guest here as an analyst when we had the couch stream.
30 seconds left.
It was actually, we had a small conversation with saying, like, even now, 4 weeks in, I'm still nervous every time I go into these games.
Crazy because you don't see it.
Yeah, I'm like, how do you deal with that? He's like, I can't. I just play and hopefully it works. And I guess the nervousness pays off for this guy.
Well, it's definitely not a shaky hand because that is some steady aim you see coming from Sato.
And that timeout that was called previously by Desma was not for this round here. I don't think there was going to be any plan to just have a Cypher solo push down that C lane and get 2 headshots with the Sheriff. So it's to focus on this one here, but they did a great job with that, Thrifty.
Hey. Ion Sheriff is so free for headshots. No joke. It's just picking them up.
Yeah, and that's the type of shots you want to see coming out from Tex as well, because remember that first map when he had the shoulder pick, when he had that lurk into Lotus and couldn't get that first headshot. The whiff that he had against Cloud9 on that elbow of Corrode that we don't really want to talk about, but I just did. But this time at least, he's able to find those clean ones. And he changed the setup a bit for Leviathan. Seeing that KRU has been finding good success on fighting towards that C side, it actually added a lot of players on that side and are going to play the retake towards B.
Hello. You have a flash? I have a flash. It looks like they're going to gate crash out too as it got a little too tight back behind Gong there.
It's you and me.
They traded spots. The kill contract comes out. Shy takes down his opponent in Tex. Ooh, just high to the left. Sato comes up on Kesnet there, and it is Lev able to drop a lot of the crew members. Continues to teeter back and forth here as they're just trading down the bottleneck of B main. What a slaughter back and forth. One shot, but is it going to be enough? A little bit of a spin coming in, and that's not going to be the shots necessary. King gets the defuse. Lev gets the round.
And the smoke stayed up just in time for Kane to get that full defuse. It got very chaotic, especially with the opener. You talked about the kill contract that was available a few rounds ago. And unfortunately wasn't won by Kesnet against, I think that was Sato. Inside that pit. Rookie against a veteran on this type of stage.
Yo! Yo, yo, yo! Are you with me, boy? Are you with me, boy? Come on!
Oh, no! God, he's making the stage his home right away. He feels comfortable up there. That is not nerves, but I believe him. I believe him. He's working through it, and it's an amazing thing to see. As well as King getting a few spams through smokes. What else for this series? And another one.
And this is where it starts getting dangerous. When these guys are starting to activate, being loud and hyping each other up, you're starting to see that somehow, miraculously, these type of shots keep hitting. So Kesnet already dying in the very beginning.
I must wait a moment.
Camera is good enough to spot the lurk from Shy. So they're just going to try to play that a little bit passively here on that A site. Even though that kill comes in towards C, KRU is still committed for the A site hit.
Into sight they go. Wow, left. Tex dropping in right away to try to get the upper hand on this one. The rest of the team follows fast. They're going to try to play off of this one with ultimates. Yeah, Hunter's Fury there from Azino. You were mentioning, let's see if they can get back into sight. Who's going to touch? Who's going to tap? Oh my gosh, everybody coming out of their drifts trying to get into position here. Sato is playing the forward angle once again, and he gets two! As Melzer and Dante shadow each other on the strafe. It's not going to be enough. Khan comes up with the kill, finalizing the round, going with the defuse, and Lev find another one.
It felt like KRU had everything in the making to win that round, though. The lurk moving up, even if Shy got spotted. The counter trade back on the long C really dwindled out the numbers so that all these ults that were available for this side of KRU should have connected. Dimensional drift, but no Hunter's Fury followed around that.
Yo, are you guys lost? Come on, bro! Come on!
It looked like for a moment he was just going to go with the round. He's like, no, I gotta say something.
Yeah, but I just
love
wanted to say, it almost felt like that Hunter's Fury could have been utilized with the ult here that Dante was using inside the site on top of Shy's ult too.
Right.
I mean, that's so many opportunities for you to get good value with Mazzino's ult. And I think they hesitated for a bit to try to save it as a host plant last resort when they were in great positions to fight around all of that as well. You still have players ready to swing out with all of these ults available, but they just allowed Leviathan to get into good positioning and re-swing out into two players on a high-low, just owning you on long A.
And this timeout has to be like, how do you stop the Sato? Because 11-3 right now, he's wild. Top ACS going into playoffs here. And in this game, on paper, I think he's got top stats almost across like first kills, headshot, et cetera, et cetera.
And on top of that, we're playing on to the third map, and it's Yoru. And remember what we said at the beginning of the cast?
Yeah.
We put Sato on a Yoru. Yeah, maybe sometimes he'll drop 16, but most of the times he'll drop 30. He's already well on his way with 8 rounds about to be played. He's already at double digits.
Very on track.
Back into a solo comm hold, though, towards the A choke. Lots of responsibility given to him. He's done some damage, at least, with the spray. That's Dante down low. As soon as he comes into contact, he's just going to try to delay as much as he could.
Oh my gosh, he opens up on Dante as well, diffing the Yoru. Shy tries to answer back. How long can they stay here without getting the rest of the support in the site? There it is, collapsing down under Hell, but Okeanos finds that kill as well. The rookies start to clean up the site just a little bit as King from on high is able to come down from the tower, get a few for himself with Tex finalizing the round, and Lev just seems to be vibing right now.
Yeah, and that's why Calm is also staying back and staying within the site. You're playing with a Yoru that could TP back and support you right away, and also the fast rotate from an Okeanos with the high gear from that Neon, so it really allows for him to be confident in his positioning. Especially when King throws a sight smoke as well. The delay was perfect from the side of Calm.
Come on! You have fun with that smoke?
There you go, you got me with that smoke. Right, we're back. KRU's trying to go quick. That's been potentially one of the moments that allowed KRU to start the comeback on that first map of Lotus where they're deathballing, but after the first recon and a run through towards that garage door, it looks like we're going to slow down for a bit instead.
Lev really taking the fight to KRU now. Desmo's words really striking true about not playing to lose, but still just playing to win, playing for that advantage. Not waiting for the opponent to do anything. KRU's gonna move towards A to try and get something to work towards the soft site, but this rotation from Okeanos is gonna help to even things out.
And the confidence is coming across all the players. Tex finding the timing to be inserted into the cubby. They know the hits towards A now.
Right here.
Oh, Shy. Shy just swings it. They're trying to do everything without too much util noise now. See as far as they can get creep in, then take the fight, and it works in their favor. Okeanos forced to put the ult away and take the gun out, which works for one, but it's not going to be enough as KRU take the site and get the plan.
Yeah, it looks like there was a ping towards that wall just to try to go for a set play and try to surprise KRU, but they didn't expect for KRU to be just around the corner. As soon as we put the crosshair back down, surprised by Shy. Lets himself known. KRU's able to fight right back. For these rounds, though, the econ is decent enough here for Tex to maybe look for an exit or two.
Oh, just wondered if he heard a step behind him. It was under. Shy Guy with the 4K on this one.
That's the neural theft back in his hands.
Yeah.
An important kill. Coming from a lurk into the entry for KRU.
Just playing one step ahead was the name of the game on that A main play. Great dart coming through as well. King showing a bit of emotion there as they feel like they should have been able to get through that round a little cleaner.
Especially when you won 4 rounds in a row and that's the first round you falter to and you're so frustrated by it.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely feels like you had the game plan all along and you just let the timing be a little bit off on the side of Leviathan. Okay, this recon went out towards the A main from Calm and instantly shot down. Gonna get these guys ready now for another potential hit on the A site. Drone didn't see too much. I think maybe 1 or 2. But they're still pinging for the warnings. Comes down to this fight down at Long C. Shy versus Tex.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's been a lot of just vanilla setups by KRU. They get into position, they're ready to hit that site. It works for them. They're getting their few rounds, and this is the first time we really have an off-the-ball play. Like you mentioned, Shy could be the kingpin in that to turn the tide of this round. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's pinged out. Tex saw it. So now they can just pause. They know it's probably just going to be a ruse on whatever util they see first. Down to 40 seconds. Actually, not a ruse anymore. It's going to have to be a hit. They're coming through garage. They break that trip, and the rest of the team on Lev's side is going to rotate here. Who opens up the site? Tech's making a lot of noise in the back, though. He could give himself up, but he's got help here already from Sato. As Melzer finally cleans one up. KRU has a bit of the cavalry to back them up now to enter the 2v2 default plan.
Hey, still got the dink, though. Both players of KRU are so low on HP versus a flash still available for King. They have to group up towards this garage side, but they're giving a lot of time for KRU to set up in a different position.
Separating to that defensive side too could really throw them off the game, but Calm comes up big. Dante tries to enter back into the side. I think there was a step there. It's been long enough that he has dart as well. Tries to make a play off that dart, but it's gonna have to be in the open, and Calm takes advantage of that again to clean up the round. Hell of a handshake between him and Sato there. But it's all about the round. 7-3 now, as King was right to be a bit emotional. They are in that flow state to bring the round back in their favor right away.
I love how Tex also gave up trying to spam Shy down towards Long C and change targets to support King. All of those players pushing up here from the garage. It happens, it happens. Even I can't fist bump from time to time. Give it up. Still on a round, it's okay. But I do love the pivot, at least. The call coming out here from Melzer to push everybody back towards that C site, because King got so much information out of his ult with 4 players still heading towards the A side. So they probably thought Shy was playing a fake on that side. But here's a walk down.
Oh, there's a few down. Back and forth, they trade the kills. That's Shy for a Sato. I think KRU will take that. They just have to be a little bit more aware of what is happening on the flank as they go for the site take. Really nice quick defense here by Tex. He's moved from C to A, and that has paused KRU for a moment. Still looks like they want the site as the fight ensues, and that is going to be common. Tex coming up huge. Whoa, Mazzino on a bit of a flick there to find Okeanos in the slide, and now the 1v1 King and Mazzino. Can he get far enough away for the Hunter's Fury? Oh my God, you better turn to the right. Oh, it's not enough! He catches one in the temple from King, and Lev takes another round.
And again, a nice hold coming out from Leviathan. And what was the story from the first map? It definitely looked, and even Bren mentioned it at the desk, the gun rounds seem to always lean in favor of KRU. But in this third map, it definitely starts feeling that Leviathan are just winning these anchored holds from both Calm and Tex.
Come on, can we wake up? Can we wake up?
Oh, no. Not too sure. I mean, the last time C9 woke up, that was a different story, right? On that second half.
Be careful what you wish for.
Sorry, Chad. I'm sorry.
Oh man, ruffles and feathers. All right, last round of the first half here. Let's see if KRU do indeed wake up. It's going to be a tough one with a lower buy.
At least they could open it up with their Hunter's Fury if they wanted to, but it seems as though they want to cancel this early lean towards that C side. But for Leviathan, I mean, as we're rotating across and we're just holding back towards that spawn, we haven't really seen Leviathan do these aggressive pushes since the piss round. And as I've just mentioned that, we're starting to walk out here for Sato.
Yeah, they're fearless in taking this because he has the gate crash back, and now they continue the rotation A. So they're just making a swift and dedicated call on this final round to move everyone to A without any real call from KRU yet.
One double tap was enough to pull the rotate, but Calm is in the spawn with the Hunter's Fury.
And the B play means that any rotation still leaves Lev ready to attack. Calm ready to hit from spawn as the Hunter's Fury is up. Where else would he be? But this play into C is Shy grabbing the space. Can he hold it so the team gets in?
30 seconds left.
They're trying to hide behind the woodwork here. They find Kesnet in a smoke. That's going to be a rush through the fast lane, and that is a fast first half, 9-3 in favor of Lev.
Beautiful hold in the end. Again, I was getting nervous because just one double tap and the wall being thrown by Kesnet on that A side kind of forced the push that was attempted by Leviathan to fall back. But look at the value that Calm gets.
Always.
As soon as it engaged into the hit towards that B site, beautiful, beautiful beams.
Sick try to dodge it though. You love the attempt.
Come on! Let's go.
They are vibing and maybe even in the heads of their opponents. Crazy stuff. Well, we're going to get into the head of another player of the VCT because Elizabeth is standing by with MIBR's Cortezia.
Thank you so much, revamped, and I'm here with Cortezia from MIBR. Let's be very clear. LEV win this game, you make champions Paris. And I've spoken to many players before who when their fate is in another hand, and they are so stressed. So how are we feeling?
Not good.
Not good.
Not good at all. Yeah, I'm really nervous. I'm more nervous for them than when I play. That's crazy. I don't like to cheer. I don't like to cheer.
I mean, to be fair, they went around and you were screaming and cheering, and they're very, very close. I believe it's in 9-3 half. You are, let's do the math, 4 rounds away from qualifying for champs. What do you think LEV has to do to, secure it and bring it home?
Just keep this momentum. They are playing really well. Sato is destroying. He's screaming. Everyone is hyping up his team. So I think they just need to keep like this, and we are going to champs.
Without maybe, not gonna, we're not gonna jinx it. If and when you make it to champs, we're not gonna jinx it. What is that? What does the MIBR look like in champs? So there's a bit of time before you go to Paris. If and when you do, we're not gonna jinx it again. What would that MIBR look like? What do you guys have to work on? What do you guys want to keep going with?
I'm sure that we are going to give more than 100% of us every day until the match, because we knew we have some good individuals on our team, and we're not playing like a team. So I think that's the point. We need to really work out. I don't know if it's the word, but yeah. And I just want to be a better team with my boys and maybe win. If we go, no jinxing. Yeah.
Well, best of luck to LEV and MIBR. Used to be thank you MIBR, but maybe it's thank you LEV. Casters, take it away.
And we are about to get back into the second half of Haven, where Leviathan now get to unleash Sato on the attack side. Cortezia was just talking about it, then playing around him, and then playing so well. He has been an incredible addition to the squad here. All the rookies have to the squads, and a standout in Sato now as they possibly push their ticket a game further here in the lower bracket.
Come into the unknown.
Both teams displaying good defensive rounds, defensive halves against each other too the last time they played Haven. KRU looking for similar pastures as last time. Triple walk down towards middle. Undercut flashes available too to fight into the crunch.
Trying for audio, trying for space recognition in mid here from KRU. And they're going to be a little off the play for the fake. And I wonder if it'll, oh no, actually, they might walk right into the play. Yeah, they're going to find the spike in just a moment. Comms making some noise, and that's going to be the spike drop. They have to find a way to set up down here on the other side of the map now. This is not really something you set up for all the time, but KRU's going to do a great job of repositioning themselves and getting ready for the fight LEV needs to have happen in their favor. That's not the case. Dante and Shy coming up big.
Looks like they didn't really learn from their lessons from the last time they played against each other here. So many players caught off guard, but Tex is shooting. But he still needs to drop 3 more players, and he's at below half HP.
They're not even letting him grab the spike. It's not going to be a spike plant. They are just trying to double up on this. Waiting to see if he goes all the way around. They're moving their positions a little bit. Oh, the smoke pops just around the edge of it, kind of messing up his vision, and it's enough for KRU to grab another pistol on the series.
Could be a very important pistol now for KRU to start bringing up some rounds on our side. Bulldog, again, an Outlaw was also invested going into this round before we get into these cuts. I mean, again, surprising calm as he was trying to rotate back towards Tex. I thought maybe there was a silver lining, something that Leviathan could maybe turn it around, because when Calm got picked off, he was running out towards C. They surprised some players to move back from the A site. They could have backstabbed in return. But Dante threw a nice little clone. He got shot, audio was there, and they were well prepared to hold that spike. Leviathan just going for orb control, at least on the top C to start. The A site definitely is going to get denied.
They're patient with the spike, just dropping it for now, so they're not losing it if anybody falls. Giving away important information to the side of KRU. So what is this? Does KRU get antsy. Did they move? I think that's the whole point for LEV, right? Don't want to see if KRU will make that first move. And their patience may just pay off here. Oh no, actually that is going to be Kesnet moving out. So they gain the garage space only to find out there'll be a trip right in front of them.
Com's going to drone as soon as they break the trip.
Double attack here. Oh, everybody's a little messed up, a little blind, a little concussed, but the shots are still going to come through for Kesnet on 2, Kesnet on 3, getting the double tap and moving forward, and that is going to make LEV turn tail and run a different way, maybe even a reset into garage after a bit of time. King keeps that position. He's going to try to fake something towards B with the smoke that would cut off that CB link.
Yeah, and I think Com might try to run up so that King can just sneak through towards C and plant, so it works out.
Some money.
Make it in for the plant.
Gun here.
Even if they got that pick there over to Dante, it was labored, they finally got it, but it was just enough time here for KRU to rotate back. To stop that initial push and the initial attempt to plant. Now, King has to try to clutch this.
Yeah. They're just going to run and jump and look for the trade anyways. It's going to be so tough. You hear all the Vamos coming up. KRU gets another one for themselves. Now this is the important one. Bonus has been tough for both teams to try to carry over throughout this due to the damage they are suffering during these rounds, during these skirmishes. But it would be huge here for KRU on their run back to tying this one up.
It was a big round by Kesnet too, with the delay and for for Dante to stay alive for such a long time. Kesnet came in, swept up 3 kills, and now gets to the fuse. That usually is a reel that goes back on Twitter. Say, how the hell did these not connect? Clearly, the first to 5 misses. Is that how it goes? Forgot.
Or wide.
That's it. But back in the action already, though, the undercut. And this is what we're talking about, the conversion that KRU has. 4 players, they play a lot of these 4-1s to fight for control into the choke, and King already denies it at the beginning.
You get the Sentinel utility, they get the Sentinel, and Sato and team cruise on through to B. They don't want it though, they want to cover more spawn side, and they want to cover back towards C here. And LEV working very fast on this bonus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great setup for past rounds that you've learned against KRU for Leviathan. Especially when you have King inserted at that spot where you could just TP away if he was under heavy pressure. But he manages to scoop up a kill on top of that, which just allows Leviathan to go on the full read. They're playing that 4-1 again. Let's just steamroll Shy here towards that B side hold. Now Melzer has to save his weapon. I mean, he's walking into it.
Melzer with 1 and 1 HP, yep. King capitalizes there. From the Shadows, trickery can be up for some of the following rounds here, but they're just 3 away from finding a win over KRU here in the playoffs lower bracket.
You respect rather what Melzer is trying to do, just keep the economy low going to the next round so that Leviathan doesn't have the best of buys going into this one here, while the rest of KRU could still have a healthy buy.
Nice round, Kingy. Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy.
Yeah, you know, King's feeling well. The rest of the team's going to feel well. He's also a guy that takes the vibes upon himself. Greatly so he can deliver some to the team. 10-5 as they push forward, and LEV is going to stay on their side here where they listen to what's happening in Long A.
This is a big swing round for KRU. They've invested for sure into this round. We talked about having enough to buy, but half shields for 2 players, a regen on Shy. At least thankfully here with how Kesnet has been steamrolling these rounds, he has the Gulag to work with in round 16.
Who gets it? What's the point of use, right? Is it going to be a plant? Is it that denial? Because right now you can do it right across B. You can back up and do it across A if necessary. We have 50 seconds left in the round. We should see some of these anchor positions for the sites coming in from KRU. And now the hit from LEV again towards B. They play it tight on this one. They want to bring the fight right to KRU. And there it is on the planter. It's going to be on to Comp. And Comp's going to come out on top. Not even phased by the kill contract. He signs off and says, thank you very much. As Leviathan grab another round.
Com activated with impact frags. Fortunately, Kesna not getting any value in his kill contracts, losing a previous one up to Sato as well. And you're just in prime position. You would have hoped that the kill contract went out a little bit earlier to really break open that push.
Oh, is it the ISO wall? Is it the ISO? Come on, bro.
He did it when he killed him. He did it mid-round. He killed him, and then he taunted him. Yeah, he had a little bit of time coming out of the kill contract to just kill a little bit more Kesnet from the ultimate and his emotions. So 17 seconds left on this timeout. Adam will get another chance to chat with the team, a final chance here, unless they can bring it up to what would mostly be OT, but if they can carry it all the rounds, that would be a hell of a feat.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to breathe as well. We've had a timeout call at this scoreline as well. Leviathan definitely are looking to shut things down. Thankfully, though, going into round number 17, KRU doesn't have too much to work with in terms of weaponry. Only shares, half shields, no big ults too, to try to stop any type of pushes from Leviathan. And it seems as though on the attack side, they're identifying that here for Lev. Dimensional Drift available for Sato. This might be an all-out push towards that C site. But man, the read once again seems to be good for KRU. They got 3 players on that side with the camera on contact.
Peek. That orb grab is going to be eventual. No, they actually just keep moving. They want to stay as a death ball here as they move on to KRU. Oh my God, Dante! Dante with 3! A Sheriff down long C. In an impossible task for the last one through a smoke as well. The team tagging him up and dropping him down. All those Sheriffs coming together, allowing Dante to be the finalizer of the kills.
That was, I mean, we're going to have to see in his POV, but I think that flash under the one-way really caught Lev off guard, and that was free kills for Dante. The third one, I don't think he should have had, but still won that duel.
It seems like a few of those have been happening throughout the series, through smokes, through walls. Pushing forward, they are going to be trying to check out to see what's happening here, but they find no one.
On my wire.
B plant. Oh, hello. Hello. Where's the second one? That's all they really need to know. I think he's just going to walk into Com if he really needs to. Com can't look back. Actually puts himself up front to try and get the denied play. Com almost with another huge one. Gets 2 there, and it's going to be enough. Tex alone here versus 3. No, it's not. They find enough hits with the Sheriffs. They come up clean on that one, and they do get the thrifty. The timeout is gigantic from KRU.
Felt it at some point, though. That was...
Oh, yeah.
A nice little pivot by Com again. Heads up play. Remember the clutch that he had on Lotus. Yeah, I mean, look at those.
Oh, it's not through a smoke. Oh, my God.
No, he just ran out and owned him.
It's like he had an op. You only do that jump when you have like an operator or an outlaw. That is not a normal Sheriff jump peak.
And thankfully, it was some support, too, from that platform in the back of the site. But again, just to get back on his bench, Com going toward that front of that B site to drop 2. Knowing that there was a dimensional drift going in, and then texting outside of the action so that hopefully he could clutch towards the end if Com was able to get a 3rd. But it's a 30 for KRU. An execution from Lev into a split of the A site.
The rat's nest of trips here. Will they hit it? Sato goes through one-dimensional drift, keeps them safe there. The drone, or the clone's actually going to go through both, so they're not affected. KRU's still able to put up a pretty good defense for now, but it's going to be overwhelmed now by numbers. Is that the case, though? 3v3 here as things calm down for a moment. Spike's on default, but King does not feel safe enough to plant with the way things have been cleared.
The action slows down now. Here's a re-hit, not even given a chance for a plant. And that gets snuffed out. I think that finally resets things that would give you the confidence to plant.
Exactly. Kind of figuring out where they want to retake from and what that pressure would be gives them enough to plant. and enough to set up for that defense. They got one in hell and a few stretched around sight. Could create the 1v1s.
That's it. Calm with the crossfire.
Dante picks one off. The crossfire being dismantled. A dropout. Oh, the lineup, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Crew come up with it. Dante finds the frag, and they will get the defuse.
They're both swinging in front of him, and that was so close.
Got real sketchy.
Just about to mention where Calm decided to play towards hell, to play the crossfire instead of playing that Hunter's Fury into the post plant. He really wanted to be there for the fight with the team, knowing that Crew were very aggressive on trying to deny that plant quite a few times, so they already had those players identified.
Anyone else?
Down to just duels here that out in favor of Crew.
Ooh. Absolutely shadowed in that play. Because somebody with a hood over their head just not even looking. Not even looking. And this is 2 rounds out of the timeout now for Crew. Both defuse rounds. Successful retakes for them. And now they've got Lev on the low buy.
Decoy.
Just hoping to catch somebody shooting through the smoke. That's information on 2. And already a pivot TP towards the A side. A 5-man hit for Leviathan. But again, you talked about the amount of trips that Shy's been setting up towards the A site this time once again. In different spots this time around, but still getting shot out.
Ooh, Shy wants in the site? That seems dangerous. I like the kind of way they're playing, though. They're putting themselves in the fight. Mazzino gets a few out of it, but they do lose their lives from pushing in. Wait, they're still where did they come from? The Crew just holding W to get back in, knowing it's a gun diff, and making it so. 11 to 8 now. I should say 8 to 11 as Crew are creeping up.
I don't want to say anything early, but starting to come back here for the side of Crew.
That was nasty.
And it almost looks like from the timeout being called here from Crew is just disrespect the setups too. Just really fight it up. Stay within the sights. You talk about the aggression of Shy going back into the cages already. You mentioned also, where the hell is the rest of the cavalry? Where did it come from? They just didn't want to wait this time around, and they just wanted to fight toe-to-toe, and Lev was not ready for that one. Last timeout being utilized overall on this map for both teams. I'm getting deja vu.
It's there. I mean, both teams right now, the pressure starts to mount, right? Lev was having an incredible game. They still are. 11 to 8, up by 3, 2 away from the win with the pressure of elimination. And then you have a team as hungry as Crew with their history that has to be mentioned again. Somehow it controls and has so much power for them. Even when they change members late in the season, also facing elimination. So both teams have that pressure. One I feel pulling and one pushing at this point, right? It's a little bit different. And Crew right now using that to push a lot in these last 3 rounds. So Lev gets the timeout here to see if they can change the tide.
With a big timeout from Leviathan, we're not trying to keep it simple around Calm's ult. Try to break shocks here towards that front of that B site. Break trips rather, which is successful. Meanwhile, this big fight down towards sewers, and that's big information picked up by Tex now.
Oh, the swing? The wait? He realizes it's the clone, too methodical on the walk forward. And they'll be able to just sort out that nobody pushed. But maybe even a play towards A with this gate crash in the end. Or at least the
all
fake.
of this, though. He's going to call the rotate across. So if he gets one, it's good for the rest of the team, though.
Waits, gets one. Tex is able to trade it out, though. Second kill of the round goes to him. For the side of Lev. Oh my God, they clean up the rest of them as well. And this timeout paying dividends now for the side of the Vietton as they put the match on game point.
You're going to feel relief for sure for the camp of Leviathan to be able to push this forward to map in series point, to move forward into the lower brackets and also eliminate Crew's chances to make the champs. And Tex opens it up beautifully. Shy knew that he had to win that one. If not, all that information was already gone, and you can't really set up for surprise play on a defense. An op coming out for Dante. Solo holding the C site.
A Loper just hits the trip, and now they can start to play around mid to see if this activates any crew members to be moving around.
All right, he does get the tag as the drone gets blinded, so also with the shots coming through, they know that there's a little bit of presence from Leviathan in middle. LEV instead, though, they're just keeping Okeanos kind of inserted at this part, thinking that crew might be going for some sort of an aggressive angle somewhere. And everything that they've drawn in scan, they haven't really found the op yet. If they mid-round call into a C site. Okay, we just forced a TP out. It's just a B hit.
Yeah, kill contract's there. How fast is it going to be used? Oh, the Guardian's not going to give him the shots necessary to take that kill down, but the Stinger follow-up from Azino is there. LEV is just making this too tough for the side of crew, and they are ready to push their ticket forward here in another round of the lower bracket. Just a few more kills. Melzer and Shy trying to craft something impossible to get themselves through the round. Shots to the bookcase. It's not going to count. Sato and King find themselves with the last kills, and Leviathan are moving on.
For the first time in Valorant history, crew will not be going to champions. But also with Leviathan's win, they've allowed MIBR to join G2 and Sentinels in Paris for champs. An important win for sure for MIBR's side, but also, of course, Leviathan keeping their playoff run alive too. And that was a domination from Leviathan when they were playing their attack side or just overall on this map. Recouping from the one-way victory that crew displayed on Sunset. And we've seen here, I think for me, this third map displayed by Leviathan is that full potential of that high caliber team that Leviathan could display for a deep run.
And it's wild to see this rookie squad, Leviathan having to rebuild and find different ways to create their own success.
Yeah.
Coaching 2 rookies around an incredible core of players. And it has been a ride for these guys from the beginning of the stage till now. Satos, one of the best players now in VCT Americas that we have firing around. Okeanos, one of the hypest players we have, as well as putting up the frags in the moments that you would not expect out of these players. It's been incredible to watch.
Yeah, definitely one of the most versatile players that we currently have here in the VCTs is Okeanos. He already had to start displaying that into challengers. He mentioned it when Sato kind of came in into M80 with himself and he was going to be the main duelist. You had to start seeing a pivot, a shift into what Okeanos could bring outside of being a duelist. The handshakes missed, but the shots didn't for these 2 kids.
That's when they realized, like, we got to clean it up. We got to clean it up. That can't be happening. And the rest of the game started uphill.
And you talked about 2 new players coming in, but also a brand new coach going into stage 2 as well. Desmo being the assistant coach of Apex, a team that moved up from Ascension 2. So you're looking at a potential, like a small rebuild from a team that got all of their experience from challengers and now trying to step up into the big leagues and make it happen for such a big organization in Leviathan.
Crazy to see. They can play under the pressure. They're not affected by it too much. And they can thrive in it too to get that victory and make sure that they move forward. It's only going to get tougher from here. So we'll have to see what LEV can continue to do as they move on. Right now, we're going to set it over to Elizabeth down at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Okeanos.
I feel like you've been cheering for him all day long, but please give it up one more time for Okeanos, everyone! Well, let's level set a little bit. What just happened? You made a lot of history here because you're still on your road to champs if you were to qualify. Crew now no longer, for the first time, will no longer be able to be at champs. Okay. No. And then because of you, MIBR have now qualified for champs because of you. Yay! Yay!
We love Ash Bash. Woohoo!
We do, but I mean that's a lot of history to make in one 3-map sitting. So what was, going into today, what was the goal? What were the ideas? Did you know about MIBR? Did you know about the crew history?
I mean, we were generally only focused on ourselves. Like, if we won, congrats, MIBR can come along with us when we eventually go to champs.
So benevolent, so nice of you.
But at the end of the day, it's just like, we know we have to focus on ourselves. There's a reason why I wasn't shouting that much today, because like, I'm just focusing on my team. I'm just focusing on my team, and you know, just focus. If we play our game, we can just beat anyone.
Well, let's talk about that shouting, because you've made a name for yourself, Oki. Everyone, he also said he wasn't gonna hit that.
Sorry.
But you've made a name for yourself, and I brought it up in the pre-arrival interview. I talked to 4 Challengers players, my anonymous sources, thank you very much. And they said Oki didn't really say anything in Challengers, did not type. And then all of a sudden you're standing up 7-2 to Kesne, you know. So again, I have to ask you, where is this coming? Is it on being on stage? Is it easier on LAN, or did my sources lie to me?
I mean, shout out to you, like, that made it like amazing audience, right? Like, I feel like I really feed off of like everyone's like energy. You know, it makes my life so much easier when like, oh, I get a nice shot, I hear the crowd roaring in the background. It's just like, I just feed off of so much energy. And you know, like I said in the pre-show interview, like, energy is contagious. Yeah. You know, like Sato's yelling, getting hyped, laughing.
Oh, we heard him. We heard him.
He's talking trash.
I know.
I've never seen that before.
The energy. You guys switched spots today.
I know.
But let's talk about one last question, because you are the name that I don't think anyone can get out of their mouth. You're the top of the assists. You're fragging. You have an incredible agent pool. You were just in Challengers this year, and now you're on your road. I mean, Challengers is great, but you're on the road to qualify for the biggest event of them all. How does that feel, Oki?
I mean, it feels amazing. Obviously, I can't set my sights too far ahead. You know, next week, I think tomorrow actually, we would play NRG, so all focus on that. Can't look too far in the future.
Well, congratulations again. Give it up for Oki one more time, everyone. But we're gonna take a commercial break, but stay right there, because it is EG versus 100 Thieves next.
Who gives you wings?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
100 Thieves have managed to get EU into the site, and that'll be the first for him. A second one lined them up, coming down into short. EU is on a rampage.
EG's a pretty confident opponent for us. I don't think we ever lost to EG.
100 Thieves is obviously a really solid team. We haven't won against them yet, and obviously they're looking really strong with their new addition. I'd say it's a brawl because they run a lot of fighting comps, I'd say, double duelists on quite a bit. So they're always trying to get in there and fight, and the rounds get pretty chaotic.
Volcanoes only dropped and only stopped by KRU. Kess has got to get a bit of a move on us in that 1v2s, but still, all that pressure creates diamonds from this kid.
I expect EG Ye to show up because that's El Diablo on Chamber. Playing against Ye Chamber, who's probably at one of the biggest peaks in the world, is definitely going to be challenging for us, I'd say. We're lower bracket, last chance. We got to make it out through playoffs if we want to make it to champs. So, yeah.
Welcome back to day 3 of playoffs and our second elimination match of the day. You got Evil Geniuses going up against 100 Thieves. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Mimi, Brennan, Sideshow, living my nightmare. But it is not a nightmare for MIBR. Oh no, because they qualified for champs, baby. They're in. And I mean, hey, I'm pretty sure they were sweating watching that game. But then toward the tail end, it was like, okay, everything's fine. And then KRU started to come back.
It also locks up the rest of the bracket. Everyone else is just fighting for one spot now. Yeah. You already know 3 out of 4 of the teams that are going from Americas.
Damn, I didn't even realize.
That's tough.
Yeah.
But in simplifying it makes it kind of cool. We almost have a pseudo LCQ in the lower bracket. Just all these teams that are still barely in the running, fighting for that last spot.
Yeah, everyone's going to be scrapping down there in the lower bracket. You love to see it if you're a fan of some good VALORANT. And let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to have in store today, because Evil Geniuses, now they're in the same spot as Stage 1, okay? They're going to be facing elimination. But as soon as they get into the playoffs, they're in this spot again. Last time they were able to make a run happen, Mimi. This time around, what's it looking like here? How we're feeling about the Evil Geniuses?
It does feel very different because the EG last stage, they went from winning that first game to starting to build some momentum and ending that run being just 2 rounds away from eliminating G2, from instead being the America's representative in Masters Toronto. But this stage does feel different. They had a pretty rough run of groups. I feel like they've had a very different kind of read on the meta than what most of our other teams are doing. Maybe we haven't seen quite the same level from Ye and Icy, but the history of them in these kind of playoff brackets, these kind of situations, still makes you want to lend a bit of credence to the possibility of them doing it again.
Yeah, there's 2 different ways of looking at it. One, you say, well, they're great in playoffs. The other way, you say, they've only had 3 good matches all year. So, it depends if you're a doomer or whether you enjoy the optimism in life. Do you like cheerful, happy things, GB, or do you enjoy
I like to think of myself as a rather optimistic person.
Then they're great in playoffs.
Thank you. That's really good. I'm so grateful for that information, Sideshow. All right, well, let's check in with Derek. He got an opportunity to speak with Elizabeth earlier today.
Now, Derek, Stage 2 didn't go exactly as planned for y'all, but you're here at playoffs. Remember Stage 1 playoffs? Y'all were on fire back then. Have we done anything to rekindle that spark like in Stage 1 playoffs?
Nothing really different practice-wise, but our coach did lock us up in our practice room yesterday and forced us to watch the 2023 Champs run for 12 hours. So I'm feeling really inspired right now.
Yeah. And you're going to be facing your former team, 100 Thieves. Does that make it a revenge arc? How do we feel about that? Because I seem to remember a 100 Thieves Classic and a Snake Buddy.
It's always fun playing them. Yeah.
Well, best of luck today.
Derek hitting us with the PR answer there right
And that's all he thinks about this matchup.
That's all he thinks about.
Always fun to play.
I am curious how that whole session went. Just lock in a room. Yeah. You're going to watch it just go.
A couple of key differences between EG 2023 and EG now.
Are there?
Couple of, yeah.
What are the key differences?
Just a few. Coach and staff is different. Team's very different.
The team's very different.
Yeah.
The humans on the team.
Well, there's actually no players. Yeah, so it's very different, I would say.
It's inspirational, though.
Here's the real thing. If I want to inspire, I'm locking Ye in that room, and I'm making him watch his VODs of destroying Exit Cryo in 2022. And that's what we're channeling. You're both playing Chamber. It's 2022. Do it again.
We're back, baby. We're back. Well, let's go ahead and flip over to the other side of the field here, because while EG does feel like they might have a chance, maybe there's some confidence there on the other side for 100 Thieves. Look, I don't want to speak for them, but I will say from what we saw in that G2 matchup, Sideshow, oh boy, that was not what I was expecting from them.
Yeah, you got a cool dynamic here because 100 Thieves, I think, are the on-paper favorites in this match, but they're coming off the back of a beatdown. This wasn't close at all. I mean, it's one of the most one-sided.
If you run it
games
back
you'll see.
multiple times, do you think you get the same result, or do you think that this was just 100 Thieves that genuinely did come out of the gate cold?
I think sometimes it might be worse for them.
Yes.
I think G2 look like they're a cut ahead. Did 100 Thieves play their best game? No, they absolutely don't. I'm being a bit flippant in terms of how they perform, but I do think that what's happened is 100 Thieves have a style that is now getting figured out by everybody else. They've got map pool issues, they've got team fighting. Like, you know where they're going in the map pool, you know where they're going in terms of the team style, and so it's quite easy to break them down.
This team got perfectly out-prepped by G2. G2 brought out this double Senti comp on Sunset that utterly owned them. 100 Thieves is trying to 4-1 every round into late hitting, and G2 had full info on both maps. It was just a complete dismantling of the way 100 Thieves likes to play.
Yeah, and talking about the map pool in general for 100 Thieves, there are clear win cons here for EG if they choose to go on for it. I mean, EG have been perma-banning Sunset most of the time in most of their games, but it's a bad map for 100 Thieves. You can see it from the win rates there. They're like 1 and 4 in it overall. In terms of EG's map pool as well, Bind, I think is a no-brainer to ban out, man. It's one of the maps where 100 Thieves are getting all their success on, and you take that out, there's all of the bite taken out of 100 Thieves map pool.
Yeah.
You don't like to play it yourselves. Sunset should be really dire middle ground territory
But what
for both
if
of
it's
you.
a situation where they're pocketing it for playoffs, which...
Like EG?
For Bind, yeah.
For like Bind? Maybe, they could be, but I don't think you want to take 100 Thieves there. I think their best chance
they're on the good map.
has to be banning Bind against 100 Thieves. That's step one of the plan. And just bank on the fact that your permaban Sunset, 100 Thieves are not going to want to play on it because they've been getting smacked around on it recently.
Yeah. I mean, 3 out of 7 of the map wins that 100 Thieves have in this stage have come on Bind. Yeah. So almost a full 50% have been coming there on Bind.
So
they
it's
also
a very clear path to victory.
Yeah,
It should
fair
be.
enough.
Oof. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Xander. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth.
Now, Xander, when I spoke to Zix, when we watched you on stage, 100 Thieves just seemed to be lacking energy, right? So have we fixed that for today? What's the energy like for today in the 100 Thieves camp?
I'd say like yeah, maybe we were lacking energy, but it's like easy to say that when we were getting like dominated. It's not easy to like you know, bring something from nothing. So hopefully we can get some momentum today, and then we'll bring some energy for sure. But yeah, generally energy is not like a big issue on our team. I think it's just because G2 plays such a good game, we played not so good good game. So yeah.
So can we expect you to stand, shout?
We're not the type to do that, honestly. we're more of a team to like, you know, focus on the game, focus on solutions, and like, you know, kind of go from there. So.
All right, well, best of luck today.
Now, for 100 Thieves fans, right, you have to, at the very least, be thrilled at the fact that you have 2 great duelists on your team who can very well work together to try and get those dubs. The thing is, Brent, it's been a bit of an effort for them. And as you guys had mentioned, right, the double duelist setup for 100 Thieves might start to get figured out by a lot of these teams here, especially in playoffs.
100 Thieves, I think they look best when they can set their own tempo. When Asana's leading the charge and they're taking fights on their own grounds, that's got disrupted recently, and that's what's made them look absolutely awful. The biggest issue for them, I think, is being able to just take back control of a series once they lose control of it. In terms of the tempo, the way the fights are going, G2 made a mockery of them, to be honest. They were completely going against them. 100 Thieves didn't know whether to keep up, slow down, whatever. They were just lost.
Yeah.
And no matter what strategy they pulled out, didn't matter if they pulled the timeout out, they couldn't stop the train rolling once it was against them.
The 2 duelists were 3 and 17 in first kill, first deaths in that series against G2. They were getting decimated because G2 was playing back, waiting for these 2 to dive in, isolating them with their double Senti utility, and eviscerating them throughout. But if you're looking at a redemption in this lower bracket for 100 Thieves, I think you have to look to those guys because they both had such a good performance in the group stage. And it does remind me a lot of stage 1, Ye and Icy, and how those 2 in conjunction helped to build EG up into a playoffs success. And you'd hope to see the same for those guys on 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Now, here's the big thing, right? Because this is an interesting matchup. Because there's a little reunion going out there on the field, right? Because you got Potter and Coach Zix. They're going to be on opposite sides of the field. But the thing is, these are 2 coaches who have found success. They have lifted a trophy together before. Now, what do we make of them now being on opposite sides here?
I just think it's really interesting when you think about the success of this EG 2023 team. I mean, it's funny that, you know, Derek was mentioning it as well. But I think Zix and Potter, they really complemented each other really well. Potter is a charismatic leader, I think. She's out on the stage. She's got secret handshakes with each of the individual members.
Connect with them on a personal
level. She's able to turn around the sort of dampened spirits when that is the case. For 100 Thieves on the other side, Ziggs is really amazing at building these preset ideas, I think, these plans that can carry you through rounds 1 to 3, rounds 1 to 4, whatever, these really good early game ideas. When you combine the two, you get EG 2023. Now they're on the opposite side of things, and I think that both of these teams are lacking that. EG are lacking the strategic, tactical aspect this year, and 100 Thieves are lacking somebody to pick up the spirits when things are low. So it's just interesting to see them face off now, when before they complemented each other really well, and now you're seeing two teams with glaring issues this season, but facing off in elimination for the last chance to survive.
Well, guys, we got our predictions. And we talked about this before. We ran through the list here. Look, I went with 100 Thieves because I do want to believe that they're going to bounce back from this. But Mimi, what do you make of not just how this whole thing is playing out here, but we're getting into real deep waters now for 100 Thieves, and they're going to need to clutch out.
100 Thieves is coming off of their worst loss of the year, where their game plan got completely dismantled by G2. G2 made a blueprint on how to beat this team, but it's an EG who gets a reset in the playoffs, had a great run here last time, and has an opportunity to keep their year alive.
All right, well, seems like our desks are all aligned, but this is going to be a bit of a barn burner. Whether or not 100 Thieves can pull through. Can EG stop 100 Thieves? Let's find out. Send it over to the stage and bring out your two teams.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the do or die elimination match. Give it up for 100 Thieves!
And this 100 Thieves team, as we had talked about extensively, is coming off of that big loss against G2, needing a massive rebound and a good opportunity to do so against 100 Thieves, or excuse me, against an EG team, Brent, that maybe they think, hey, we got this. We know that we can go toe-to-toe with them, maybe even go higher than them.
Yeah, and I think the question as well for 100 Thieves facing against EG is, are EG good enough to control and take control of the tempo win a game against them? Because 100 Thieves, when they can set the pace, when they set their own fights that are being bled into motion, they are fantastic. They're an amazing team, but if that gets ripped away from them, that's where they struggle. Are EG good enough to do that? I don't really think so. I think EG are going to have to win this in other ways for like the map veto.
And it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Evil Geniuses!
And now, Evil Geniuses. This is a team that's always been scrappy. Even when they won their world championship, the organization, the team, Evil Genius as a whole, has always been a scrappy team. But this time around, they're going to need to scrap for the dub sideshow. They got to stop 100 Thieves, and to Brent's point, have to pick up that tempo and not allow 100 Thieves to control the game.
I think one of the really important things is shutting down Arsenal, because once you allow the tip of the spear to get going, then the rest of 100 Thieves can snowball forward. So my eyes are on people that are towards the more passive version of the pack. I mean, we're going to be looking at Ye if he pulls out the chamber at any point. But are the other players on the team as well that are playing more anchor positions? Can you stop Arsenal from getting the ball rolling?
That's a bad sign.
I think they beefed it. Unless EG have a pocket pick where they have been hiding their bind and they have an idea to disrupt 100
And you're
Thieves.
saying that because they've left bind open. 100 Thieves' best map. They've won that 3 out of their 7 times.
We literally, we talked about this yesterday on the desk. Another group here, we were saying how you ban bind, maybe you beat 100 Thieves, and they did, and then 100 Thieves lost. And now bind's in the pool. This could be problematic.
Let me sell you some code, though, because the other two maps are the maps where you get to see the chambers come out. So Corrode, Ascent, that's an opportunity for Ye to take over the game.
It's unironically 2022. We're running it back. It's time for peak Ye.
It completely is. I mean, if you're an EG fan, go to bed and wake up for map 2. Just bind, it's a gimme for 100 Thieves, or at least it should be. EG will be out there, they'll be trying, they'll be putting out some pocket pick, but EG's win con is in maps 2 and maps 3.
I just think it was more, they just didn't want to play their perma. They just
didn't want to play Sunset, but I think it's a weird one because 100 Thieves also have been losing a lot on Sunset recently. You could have left it open if you're EG. They must have something planned up their sleeves. They can't just be banking to win out on map 2, map 3, but if that is the case, it's going to be a slow start for them. I want to be wrong with this one. I really do want to be wrong, but I think that they have absolutely beefed it.
All right, well, we're going to get our agents now. Let's see where we end up getting. Double Duelists, of course, for 100 Thieves on bind. They've done this many times.
This is the best possible map, GB, for the Cryo Asuna redemption. They were getting rolled in the game against G2. This is the map that 100 Thieves always wins, where the two look comfortable. This is their best chance to heat back up into the playoffs.
All right, well, let's see what we get here. Okay, so we're getting a Gecko in play, but no Double Duelists.
No, I mean, it's funny because it's
old 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's basically 100 Thieves. So So maybe just a massive team fight brawly kind of map that we're going to see here.
The Stone here. Okay, theory. Potter, Demon 1 made him into the best Brimstone ever. Ye's playing Brim. Something's happening, TV.
Something's happening over here. Well, let's go ahead and jump into map 1. Here are your cashers. Someone make sure you get the apple box. Here's Tug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. We often talk about stakes, and in a match like this, in a lower bracket round 1 fight like this, it doesn't get any more clear than this. Christy, you win, you advance. You lose, your year is done.
It could all be over with just this series today. A situation that Evil Geniuses found themselves in back during stage 1, starting in the lower bracket. Yeah. They were 2 rounds away then from going to Toronto. Yeah. Now they are 2 maps away from going home.
It's a wild shift. You think about Evil Geniuses and the run they had last year, heading into playoffs, they were at a bit of a ramp up, right? They were starting to piece things together. There was a lot of hope. There was a lot of promise. This run has been anything but that.
It has been staggering across the finish line, coming in at that 4th seed once again, but it's also 100 Thieves that have been battered and bruised towards the later half of stage 2. So both these teams come in at a low. They now need to go on a run all the way through until the lower bracket finals if they want their year to continue.
Los Angeles, the first series was a gift, and I have every expectation to think this will be no different. Kicking things off with the pistol. Evil Geniuses on the attacking side. Austin already swinging out a really nice flash setup through TP, and they've already got first blood.
Even with that C's connecting onto 3 players, you watch Derek as he tries to come back towards Hookah. The rest of Evil Geniuses slithering down a short.
Gonna get a lot of space out on this as well. 2 members from the defense trying to dig their heels, and reinforcements starting to arrive. There's no knowledge on the other side. The Roomba will confirm presence. Super, it's a dangerous game you're playing, trying to scale back towards backside. And 100 Thieves, this pistol's going swimmingly for them.
Yeah, Derek completely offsides there, was trying to go for a late lurk into B. The rest of his team just falters on the A site, so he'll do his best to grab some orbs. And already, this pistol round, little early aggression from 100 Thieves pays off brilliantly.
And it's such a cool flash setup through that TP. It pops in just the spot where people swinging out of Hookah won't get flashed by because of the lip right on the other side of it. So it's such a good sand fight.
And it's this map that 100 Thieves know all those little tricks on. Right. You know, you think back to the start of 2024, Zix and this team trailblazed the comp that Evil Geniuses are running. Bind was their best map. It always has been. And that's why it's a surprise that Evil Geniuses are allowing it through for the first Bind performance all year.
You saw that? Got me.
I do think little things like that are important for a team that just is coming off of a series where they won 9 rounds across 2 maps. Any victory is a huge one for them.
100 Thieves have to bounce back big after that disappointment up against G2. But I think this is exactly the territory they want to begin it. And you'll see how they deal with Evil Geniuses playing for the early orbs on a pistol round like this. 100 Thieves have a stack towards this A side of the map. Cass even has the judge into Hookah if Evil Geniuses are to try and get past these players down short behind their wall again.
It is tempting, and they are considering it. That smoke will deny sight lines, at least for now.
I think 100 Thieves are anticipating EG maybe trying to play for that long orb in B as well. That's why KRU shifted B, but he does have the teleport to snap back onto site.
Can you imagine that will be coming through in just a moment? There's a judge that you mentioned, right on time, right on cue. Cass with 3, make that 4, the rookie, delivering for 100 Thieves.
Everyone in the room thought Cass was going to give us another ace. Almost has it. And now with that spike out in the middle of nowhere, Derek sort of calling his shot with the judge as well. There's no way 100 Thieves are going to approach him, so the paint shells are going to shove him out into the open. And once more for him, the last will fall.
So EG will now be back on equal footing, if you will, able to buy up rifles, armor around it, and be able to fight back. You know, we were talking, Ender, a little bit about just how wildly different of a trajectory this EG squad has taken from stage 1 to stage 2. To find themselves in the exact same position in an entirely different look is just insane.
Yeah, now they're not having that same momentum as before, so this is the start of it for them, and we'll see if they can start into this round 3. You know, 100 Thieves are always so good at running the hard execs with this type of a comp that EG are running on the other side. Oftentimes, you can accelerate into the site using the quick cooldowns on the Gecko util. So Evil Geniuses will open up 4-1 pretty consistently to have that ability to accelerate in.
So Xander showing a little leg there. Wingman will spot one.
It's a bit risky.
Terribly risky.
EG still taking their time, and 100 Thieves have 3 players ready to fight. I mean, they have everything and a seize from EU to collect.
EG cannot get bonus here. This would be a disaster, and that's already problematic. Xander getting the first. Oh, and Obstinate with 2 with the nades. It's a slaughter once more.
These lurks just not in the right position for Evil Geniuses to play off of either. That trap setup was beautiful. And sure, a kill might go down here or there, but with the wasteland that is B long, there should be no way for Evil Geniuses to advance back in.
Oh, this is a dreadful start. You've even got 100 Thieves upgrading weapons.
And this is just exactly the right read from 100 Thieves. Again, masters of this map, already getting the jump on EG on their bonus. And also to see Asuna connecting on those 2 kills. Does seem like EG still want to maybe play for some picks. 15 seconds left on the clock. I feel like cutting your losses here has to be the play.
All right,
I don't know what the purpose of recovering the spike is.
But he did get it.
Yeah. I mean, at least they'll know where it is for the next round.
Right, right. And 100 Thieves won't take it away, I guess.
They're in the position where now 100 Thieves can start hunting, so these rifles are both lost when all is said and done. I don't quite understand. And yet it'll be 100 Thieves winning this round, and I have to put a highlight onto this little trap idea. EU has the seize, which catches out a few players, and Asuna collects on the kills. And Asuna is a player that we have to watch into this series because
1000%.
2 days ago versus G2, he was 1 kill, 12 deaths in opening engagements. It was a huge weakness of 100 Thieves, and see him already on the board, winning out in these early fights, in these scraps. That's what 100 Thieves need.
Yeah, I mean, potentially one of the worst performances of his career.
He's usually a consistent force for the squad.
Right. And a shadow of that just a couple of hours ago. But the thing about a double limb is it gives you a chance to redeem yourself. And an opportunity at redemption is what 100 Thieves have in their lap right now. Up 3-0 on their map pick.
Well, similar setup from Evil Geniuses, 3-1-1, except this time actually clearing out Octagon, getting in front of any potential traps. Does mean that 100 Thieves are bunkered well into the site behind their own wall. See if Derek actually wants to play for something like the orb to get the Thrash online. Be a hefty investment.
There's that suck nade once more. Not finding the same level of lethality, but the Cherries start causing problems. That's 4.
What? EG just wait for 100 Thieves to walk in 1 by 1 and get all the kills. This time the utility doesn't connect from 100 Thieves. And yet they kept trying to push forward back into it.
Spike plant.
A bit over-eager. Oh, an easy post plant to be set up into. And all the good work that was done in that exact same location in the previous round is thrown away.
Right. Short-term memory is best. EG barring a miracle from Kess, and that will not be the case. Get on the board with a thrifty round win. The finances, they put themselves in a really nice spot too.
I mean, it's clean shots to be sure out of Evil Geniuses. We'll take another look at it. Just instant headshots at close range with the Sheriffs. Apart from that one, oh, that ping from the Haunt. Didn't even catch that. At first, Nature gets all 3 players, so that's why they're able to...
Look, they are so shook. Look at this.
And we laugh and we chuckle at it, but 9 rounds just a couple of hours ago across 2 maps. This is not a joke.
I mean, so much is riding on those rounds, and now we come in on equal footing.
Right.
With rifles in hand, Derek has an ultimate. 100 Thieves don't, so on the first big swing round, it'll be EG with that slight edge.
And the need to convert. 100 Thieves not playing around Octagon quite the same way this time around.
And the way these comps operate, the way 100 Thieves love to play this map, it's all about the brawls. You're going to see a ton of 3v3s, 4v4s on site. So far, it's been 1 for 1. 100 Thieves have to lock in, because if you lose Bind, your map choice, your best map, this series is going to be incredibly difficult.
You talked about how brawly they like to be. They live by the sword and they die by it. And we saw, again, up against G2, what happens when that does not go according to plan.
And Evil Geniuses are trying to disrupt the plans of 100 Thieves right now. They had 2 players on A short, where previously it had just been Supa isolated. A bit surprised to see Nature come back with the rest of the team now. A little re-clear of Hookah seems to be on the cards.
Yeah, meanwhile, what's the misdirection on the other side of the map?
I think it's really just that there's going to be 2 players in Hookah. It's not actually playing into A so much. Supa will try for something as the Thrash comes in.
Cryo, plenty to deal with, plenty in his lap, and cannot handle any of it. Orbital Strike now, causing even more problems as Xander gets overwhelmed, he gets outgunned, and he gets dealt with. Numbers the way of the attack. Cozy on the site. As it's just Asuna here with Kess far away enough to not be a factor. At least not yet.
There's just no way to get back into the B site. Mollies towards spawn. You're stuck in a hall. That allows EG to fully rotate back off site. Derek even has the recharge of the Thrash. 100 Thieves are going to have to lick their wounds and live to fight another day.
Money's in a bit of an awkward spot too as we start to think towards round 6. Kess at 200, Xander at 200.
And that's why this round was so important for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think they will be able to get a bye if they manage to hold on to these 2 guns. That's why EG are going for the hunt. But Evil Geniuses having Derek's ult online, then being allowed to play for the B orb that Ye acquires, those 2 ultimates just give them virtually a free sight.
Right.
And it could have been disaster if 100 Thieves had lost all 5 players. This would have then been an actual string round. They wouldn't have guns, but they do hold on and will be able to fight into this next. I think this first kill here as well. Icy does well to play behind the Prowler and open up Hookah. So it would be a very different story if 100 Thieves still had that player alive in there.
Great signs out from EG. Again, on 100 Thieves, map pick, an area that they've been so comfortable in for so long, and a quick timeout from 100 Thieves early on.
Yeah, Zix is going to come in here and see what he can spin up versus his old head coach. And the first thing on his mind, I think, is understanding the layers of Evil Genius's default. Because right now, the way EG have played the last 3 rounds in a row has been 3 down long, 1 hookah, 1 A short. That A short lurk hasn't really activated just yet. But each round you can see EG are trying to mix up a few things. Even in that last round, you have Icy pulling away from long, where the previous round, 100 Thieves had seen him exec out into the site with.
Right.
This time he comes back into hookah, and it's that playing behind the Prowler that catches, I think, Cryo up there a little bit off guard. So I think 100 Thieves need to start looking for these tells and these timings so they won't be fooled when there's 2 players showing up in a spot where they're only expecting the 1.
All right, and that sort of, those little micro adjustments and showing a variety of different faces to the same look is very EG-esque, right? That's part of their DNA. You think about the B main hits that they like to run on Corrode. It's very similar in theory, and we're seeing a lot of that here on Bind.
And you know, when I've been able to talk and get the other perspective, speaking with Zix on 100 Thieves, he's a very details-oriented coach. Loves to draw things up in the Valo plant, so when 100 Thieves are playing their own game and they're able to run those set plays, actually they seem to be very strong. Reacting to other teams has been a bit more of a weakness.
Quick note here, you were talking in the previous round about how they had Nature's ult, how they had Ye's ult, and how they had Derek's ult, and how problematic that was for the defense. Nature, just 2 pips off of his, Icy 1 off of the Rocket as well.
So expecting to see some fight over these orbs. 100 Thieves have 3 players on B long, where actually there's just a haunt put down in this walk up.
Oh boy.
From EU.
Supa has a lot to deal with. Nature's not far off. Can they handle this crossfire? Creeping forward into the first, Superman will fall. Nature's there on the trade. And gives the space back up. Meanwhile, gunfire erupting on the other side of the map.
And Asuna was just caught in rotation there. Wasn't involved in the long fight, so now when he shows up on B, it's teleports to A. Just Kess inside of the smoke.
1 off of his ult. That's a free one. Orbital Strike now online. Drops the sim, beckons the challenge. And Derek not answering quite yet.
Pressure from Nature down short as well. Kess falls back to his teammate.
Still steamy. 10 left in the max. Snaps onto Derek. Gets things down to 1v2, and Nature will crumble under that pressure. 100 Thieves gets a 4.
Asuna being there up in heaven, coming over on the rotation. Because of the time, Kess was able to buy inside of the smoke. Gets that round for 100 Thieves. Now 100 Thieves have 3 ultimates online. But really it's this. Evil Geniuses had been expecting 100 Thieves to challenge, stepping forward out of showers early in the round. Right? That's the readout of the timeout. Both coaches sort of knew what the other was going to be reacting to. And yet, Potter calls the team to be watching showers. So the short walk from 100 Thieves actually gets the jump on them. Those subtle differences.
3 ults on the side of the defense. And as the observers just pointed out, EU still playing back in spawn.
Yeah, just waiting. Where's that presence going to be? But Evil Geniuses have switched out of really their default for the first time ever. Only one player down long. I think Derek sent out the mosh, but only just that. So it will be a quicker pop into the A site once they clear out this space.
And brother, do they have the tools for it? Between Icy and Nature, their ults alone can ravage the site.
I do think 100 Thieves are playing in good positions to be able to hide away from the showstopper. I think Kess may be in the most challenging spot, stuck in hookah, but not tagged up by the Nightfall is big.
And so that will pave the way. That orbital strike in response will cause problems.
Surely that's a seize catch.
It had to have been. There was nowhere for them to go. And now the rocket pops. Icy dead. Nature's left in a 1v5.
There's just nothing you can do. That round is all EU. One ability, the seize, catches out 2 players down A short. So Kess's ultimate just drills them. And that's a classic 100 Thieves play. They've been playing the Fade and the Brimstone for forever on this map for the last 2 years. And it melts Evil Geniuses in that round.
I'm hoping we catch it on the replay. Looks like a timeout was just called on the side of EG.
Yeah,
so we'll
on the
take a look
mini
at
map.
it again.
On the mini map, you see the seize. There it goes, picking up Ye. What, that caught both Ye, who was down on stairs, and Derek.
Oh, damn, that's a good-ass tether right there.
Yes, it was, my friend. Yes, it was. That caught a player on the stairs and boosted on box. That's how crazy that ability is.
So synergistic with that ult. You see the value behind it. And another quick pause in case we didn't have enough drama and enough suspense already. Let's just let it simmer some.
The thing is, these rounds are going to be absolutely ballistic because the way both of these teams approach the map in the draft is you have, apart from Viper, 4 mega ults on both teams that can just rip open a site, and even Viper makes it endlessly confusing.
Right.
So now that we're into the thick of these rounds, every single round, there's going to be a different key ultimate available. And that's why these early timeouts are important, to start keeping track of that, understand the tendencies, especially Potter coming in, because Potter has so much tape to work off of against Zix and 100 Thieves. 2 years of it, with just slight differences in the comp during that time.
Those wrinkles are something they're going to have to iron out. Also, we'll see on the other side of timeout what those adjustments are. Derek, close to having the Thrash back online. And it seems like they're back to a similar look towards B.
100 Thieves maybe looking back to their pistol where they did a bit more of a fight out of hookah.
They continue to leave EU and spawn just to figure out where that initial pressure is, and then they send them.
Yeah, I like this from 100 Thieves. Cryo is the first one taking the fight towards hookah because he's been the player EG have seen in hookah, isolated every single time. So Austin in the corner may not be expected, and Icy likes to play quickly behind the Prowler.
Remember, he's got the rocket, he's got 2 satchels, and the Roomba.
Breaks everything for his teammate.
That orb alone just kind of ruined that first initial hit. There it is. The fuse has been lit. Turns around, still hits the shot.
Huge out of Icy. I think 100 Thieves' plan going into that was beautiful, but also not quite quick enough to get the kill against Icy's movement. Now allows Evil Geniuses to regroup 4-on-4 and move into the lurk.
And once again, you put the youngster on an island. What can Kess do to deliver for his squad?
He's been so sharp today.
He's going to have to do it again. 1 kill already found. The Molly will buy a little bit of time, tries to transfer onto the second and does. Nature dropped. Kess with 3.
So sick out of the rookie. And again, I think it's this teamwork between Kess and EU. Kess has 12 kills now, playing off of a haunt that again gets a tag, sees for distraction. Watch this again. And that first kill, a bit of a freebie. Didn't have to do super like that, I don't think. Potter not pleased with it either.
Nice! Good shit, Drew.
You mentioned it, 12-5 for Kess, 8-2 for Asuna.
Half buy for Evil Geniuses now. And this is the round 100 Thieves are stepping out of shower. This area has been not really contested by Evil Geniuses, and what it gives 100 Thieves in terms of info to step these 2 players out of showers is massive.
Remember the short push from just a couple of rounds ago?
That's what started the snowball going.
Uh-huh.
But Ye's waiting for it.
How much can he handle? Is he expecting 2? He's expecting 2! Cryo gets the best of him.
And yet Cryo down on 30 HP. As long as Derek stays alive, that's a gun to maybe pick up. These 2 players now down up into lamps. Hold on, the spike is back in spawn though, and there's 2 players headed towards it.
Cryo gives up his pursuits. Starts to turn back.
That could have just won the round if he found that and deleted Nature, because no one else on EG could play for it.
He's still in a spot to make a play.
Yes, he is. And yet, because Nature is walking, he doesn't have information. He can't actually come in quickly for the backstab. He'll have a quick flank timing, but he won't just ruin this round right here.
30 seconds left in the round. You don't hear any comms of what's happening B, surely. A is tantalizing.
He
now
hears
with
the
the
teleport.
TP through, he's going to start to accelerate.
Waiting for it.
Kess once again.
He's seized up and down.
Put in a sticky spot.
Where's the help?
10 seconds now. The nade will buy a little bit of time, but the spike does go down. Cryo strikes. Better late than never. As Xander gets a bit more than he bargained for. Bucky to the face. Now Austin is satcheling forward, looking to take space aggressively, and does. The first tap of the spike. He's going to stick it to half. Cryo covering him. He might take it all the way. Pulls off in half. Gets one. Still more work to be done. Dueling raises on the other side, and Asuna stands strong.
Asuna has bounced back from 2 days ago, pulling this round 100 Thieves' way. And this was a wild round. Again, that double walk out of showers nearly ruins things for 100 Thieves.
10 seconds left.
Icy connecting onto Kess, finally taking him down. Everyone else kind of got bamboozled from 100 Thieves, apart from Cryo and Asuna.
That one's tough, man. And so 100 Thieves get to 7. You got an op online for Cryo, and he's going to have the B line.
100 Thieves haven't shown a super forward B fight. It's been the refight or the trap off the utility.
Right.
This would come as a shock to EG, who I don't believe have been spending so much utility early on, apart from Amash.
Oh boy, they're headed that way.
And especially with Prowlers headed hookah, unless we commit the Dizzy now, we could just drop.
Derek just threw some utility up. Cryo's got the line.
Good, well done.
But the Dizzy will push him off.
And
Meanwhile,
that lurk down short, finally Supa wins the fight. With Kess out of the picture, 100 Thieves don't really know how to approach handling A.
Yeah, they're thrown into disarray here. They don't know where to go.
Because they had 2 players trying to rotate B into this fight from Evil Geniuses. They've still got the stack here.
Ye has ult. EU's now dead.
Where did that come from?
Can you imagine they might want to try to save it here for the rest to go for the next? No, Xander tries to swing out into safety, but he's cooked once more. Icy up in heaven. Asuna trying to push the pace onto the site. And there are too many targets to deal with.
I think I promised you brawls. I promised you a mess on site.
And so far you're 2 for 2, yeah.
Left.
Just endless utility. This time it's Evil Geniuses that get that Seize Brimalt combo. Cryo's off, unfortunately. Wasn't really afforded a chance to play the round because of that little switch up in the util pattern of Derek's.
And really the diligence to just consider that that's even a possibility.
Yeah, being aware of the money on that one. Expecting 100 Thieves, who like to vary their looks pretty heavily. And not actually shown that yet. So Evil Geniuses stay very much in the game. We come back to starting to look at, you know, things like Ultimates, Nature, Derek, have those online.
That has felt like a part of the conversation every round.
Yes. And truthfully, I think it makes it very hard to op on this map in general, especially if you're playing the Yoru as opposed to the Chamber. At least Chamber, he teleports back, he can still try to fight. Usually Yoru's teleports send you all the way to the other side.
Right, you're really out of the play for a while, sure.
And on Bind, once you start coming into these ult cycle rounds, a lot of the time macro just kind of lays at the wayside and you just start running these full hits on repeat. Oh. A shot from Icy through the wall. But this is why it's so important for Cryo to try and get posted on the forward angles.
Again, keep a third eye on the ults. Nature, Derek, Supa all have theirs on the attack. An aggressive line down B.
Now you can see it though, 100 Thieves, they want to fight B and play very passive on A.
And Cryo has some help here. Xander, side by side.
But this is just Evil Geniuses trying to show a little bit of threat to scare someone off the B long angle while they can speed into A. But because Cryo stepped all the way down, really posturing aggressively, it's a 4-stack for 100 Thieves.
He's already TP'd out. The Nightfall will connect onto one. Prowler will hunt him down. Cryo off the mark. But EU is not. Icy trying to scale back sight, and the defense is too strong. They don't even have the spike well within reach.
There's nothing you can do. 2 players getting ready to peek out from behind the smoke on short.
Cryo gets Derek. Superman's left in a 1v5. And that gets 100 Thieves to 8.
And this is just simple macro from 100 Thieves. All afforded to them because Cryo decided to walk all the way down B long. Instead of being a little bit more passive like the last round, he steps forward, realizes, oh, the re-clear isn't coming. Okay, now all of a sudden 100 Thieves have 4 players on the A side of the map. This was their weak side. They started out here with only 2. But get here, 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock to receive those ults.
Dude, EU's utility has been incredible.
So good. And he has been the Fade player ever since 2022. The desk was talking about our Chamber players in 2022. Fade for EU has been synonymous since then.
There was that flash to the TP once more to fight for Sand. Try to get him an early line.
And Cryo actually steps into showers with the operator, a little bit of a different punch since that pistol round.
As we talk about weapons of that kind, EU has a Marshall. You've got
an outlaw, rather.
Or an outlaw, excuse me. Yeah, you've got 2 members on the side of EG with light armor, too.
And one of them is Icy. So coming into that could be a big deal. But for the time being, Evil Geniuses are headed away from that gun.
Yeah, perhaps. But you've also got 5 ults to play in this last round of the half. EU just grabbed a rifle.
100 Thieves have a 3-stack towards B. Again, Regi are headed. Asuna gets him!
Icy plucked from the pack. And again, this lighter weaponry is a problem. Nature's able to upgrade to a rifle.
So look at A short. This is the way back in for Evil Geniuses. The lurk from Supa. He's only bested Kess a single time, and now he's getting ulted.
Hey,
what is that? Kess with a 6th sense in the round.
Flushes him out of the corner, forces him into the fight he was not prepared to take. It's a mess once more for EG. 100 Thieves knocking on the door of 9. And the walls are closing in. Take a look at the minimap. Cryo's nipping at their heels. Just over 10 seconds left in the round. Nature forced to fight. Will get his one, but there's so much more to be done. Commits to getting spiked down, succeeds, but that's all he will do.
This is a statement half from 100 Thieves. Evil Geniuses challenged them, left it open, kept banning away the sunset, and 100 Thieves have proved exactly why EG should not have done that.
And that tells me they're incredibly confident in the Corrode, and they're incredibly confident in the Ascent. There's no other way you let this slide.
I mean, look at this, explosive. Icy can't jump above it in time. And Kess, who is having the game of his year, just reads that lurk like a book.
In the lower bracket in his playoff debut.
Did you see my ult? It was such a weird ult. He was right here, so I ulted like here.
I mean, the kid's playing exceptionally well. Again, 14-8, playoffs debut, first time in the lower bracket. 100 Thieves fighting for dear life. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, the conclusion of Bind.
Game changers. We're making history. It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, there are 3 things in life that are sure. Death, taxes, and 100 Thieves winning big on Bind. They come into the second half up 9-3. Ender, this has been such a ridiculous performance by Kess in particular.
Yeah, I mean, him just locking down the lurk every single round, the way he was playing that A site, very often just with EU alongside him, but working off that utility, his fade was throwing out beautifully. Now they get a chance to show that similar synergy heading on to the attack side of Bind. And this has been a side where historically 100 Thieves have crushed when it comes just running their set execs so precise with their utility. This time with a funky little pistol Viper wall, heading them up for a little early B-long control.
And the spit to flush out that angle.
You can see Supa wants to play in front of it, but it puts him in a really strange spot, so he falls back to elbow.
Perpendicular walls slicing up the site. Asuna forced to sit back and wait. Tries to pierce the veil. And now the nade out, satchels forward. So far, so fake when it comes to the aggression.
Except though, 100 Thieves have ignored Hookah. Now with the teleport in, that's 2 players into the space. This wall provides some protection, but 4 players already here for Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves have to slowly walk back in and clear away Icy.
Are they gonna try to get out? Or are they doubling down?
Supa!
Asuna takes care of him, gets the best of him, but yay! Snappy with it! A 2v2 now quickly turns into a 1v1. Derek and EU initiators on opposite sides of the stage, both with the same hopes, both with the same dreams. The need to survive the gauntlet in the lower bracket, just to get a shot at Paris. And an ever pivotal pistol to get there. Derek trying to pave the way with utility. Trepidatious in his approach. Never had a chance. That's 10 for 100 Thieves.
I've been so impressed with EU today. Again on that side exec. It's his C's that catches out Supa. Then he's scaling into the site, trading away his teammates, even in the clutch. Positioning himself perfectly. Just watch that again. Yeah, that player fully seized up. And EU charging forward to deal with the Yay problem.
Which the truth is, hasn't really been much of a problem, to be honest. And to be honest, no one really on the side of EG has.
Yeah, there's been a few rounds, but the Yay Brimstone not living up to the hype so far. Evil Geniuses decide not even to force into this round. And maybe for good reason, with Nature clocked.
Clinical. Icy, he might die. 3 HP.
3 HP. Okay. Well, Evil Geniuses were looking maybe for a similar 100 Thieves B-long trap with the 3 players, but I fear for them this is not the play.
No, I don't foresee that one ending the same way. And so what, 100 Thieves will inevitably get to 11. And EG are going to have to put together a ridiculous comeback. Asuna satcheling forward. A path that has been so drilled, so routine for the duelist.
Look at Cryo just charging into spawn. Xander at his back. Playing a really unconventional post plant. It's not even really planted for pipes or for heaven, but they don't really care. 100 Thieves happy to play all around the map and make sure no one can die to the spike.
They are giving him a little bit of space here. Two members playing on that flank. Yay is dealt with. And then there were 2.
I mean, these guys, 2 orbs for Derek. He would absolutely love to die to the spike if it's a possibility. Asuna wants to go on the hunt because remember, 100 Thieves with an 11th round here. You just get 1 or 2 big ult rounds, you've just won the map. And it doesn't matter, even if you're playing a worse half than Evil Geniuses, even if they start getting some econ going, you can try to just beat them on 2 critical rounds.
All right, you've built yourself such a runway that you can afford a mistake 2, even 4, to be honest.
That's how good their defense was.
Right. And so a relatively insurmountable lead, all things considered, that EG are facing up. I mean, they don't really have any ults in position to potentially be a factor in this round. Yeah.
I think for Evil Geniuses, first question is solving this B wall, you know. Except this time, 100 Thieves are pressuring Hookah pretty substantially. Just Super here on the other side.
Dog and Asuna follows.
A full bit him too. Lucky for Supa, I think, that the util is a bit scattered from 100 Thieves, so he survives with a bit of chip damage. Tucks himself away. But that could have been a disaster.
Thieves are stalling out here a little bit.
Yeah, they want to freeze for a bit to threaten that they could have actually walked back towards A. Stop EG from just full stacking the site, but it causes time for the walk-ups to come on in.
Right, EU might have eye up here pretty soon again.
Good Lord, what is that?
That wasn't pretty. Derek dealt with, Icy on the swing. Hold on here. The defense refusing to relent. Kess looking for the fight elbow, will not find it.
This is weird though, EG are really isolated. Ye trying to slip into backside and assist Supa, who's still stuck in the corner. 100 Thieves know he's in that spot.
30 seconds left.
Meanwhile, Nature's convinced on the other side of the map that they're gonna rotate away.
He's waiting for it, but 100 Thieves are into the site. Getting struck down by a combo of Icy and Ye, so it will go EG's way. At the end of it all.
3 on the round for Icy. Quietly sitting at 10 and 13.
100 Thieves didn't waste any money or anything into that round. Maybe they can just start to build up here. I think nice turnaround there from Icy to deal with the Hookah players as the wall came down. Seems a little bit off there. And it almost feels like there's a few of these moments where Supa ends up getting bit by the dog. Need to shore these things up because those little mistakes now on a rifle round could change the whole landscape of it.
Quiet across the map. 100 Thieves not really taking any aggressive lines. Cryo notwithstanding, just trying to take this Hookah fight, and
that's one.
Cryo go kill.
Yeah, last time Supa was hit with utility, so maybe caught sleeping at the wheel there. When there is none, it's just Cryo walking in. And the shifts have started coming into B. It is simply Nature playing on short behind the smoke.
Brother, he is up close. Oh gosh, Nature has to do so much.
Oh.
Will they check him?
They won't.
They've both passed him. They don't know where he is.
Oh my.
The trap lies in wait, and Nature finds one. Tucks tail, tries to get away. And will succeed, but now with position, betrayed. Asuna gets the best of him.
It's given time for Ye to get into lamps though. He hasn't shot into this round yet.
Icy still so far away. The goop will cause problems. Scaling backside is the duelist, and now the rocket popped right into his lap. Icy's left in a 1v2.
30 seconds left.
You praised his mechanics in the previous round. Ender, it's gonna have to be better.
100 Thieves have to know that Icy is on the flank. They've walked into spawn, 20 seconds left on the clock. They're gambling it into the B finish, and Icy is on a mad dash to try and catch Xander before he gets the spike down.
He's gambling just as well.
That's a safe plant though.
Putting everything on red. And he might get his ones. Look at where Asuna is.
If Icy gets this kill, it is a showstopper. He could win this round.
He's got to push the pace now, but he doesn't realize Asuna's not on the site. And so he plays safe behind utility. Icy so often a source of criticism, cannot deliver for EG. Asuna gets 4. 100 Thieves get to map point.
Asuna has woken up today, dominating 19 and 5 after that 4K. Keeping it loose as Evil Geniuses call a timeout. And that was a chaotic round, Doug.
It was incredible, but I think you're right. You highlighted Asuna. We got to talk about him again. Not just because of the way he's playing today. That alone is impressive. But with the shadow of the disaster that was the last time they played looming over his shoulder, this is an impressive performance.
Complete turnaround. And that's what you need. Now that it's do or die, right? 100 Thieves back against the wall.
Right.
But EG are in exactly the same position, except they're trailing by 8 rounds. It's 100 Thieves that are map point here, and it's Potter calling the timeout.
And so as she gets involved in the conversation, she is left with a pretty difficult task to solve. How do you get 8 rounds back up, play perfect Valorant, just to get to OT?
It's hard, and honestly, I think when you're trailing by numbers like this, there's something in it where enabling your players to play a little bit more fast and loose with it, play a little bit more on those confident forward lines, can both, if you start winning those fights, get the momentum building for your team, but also give your team a lot of information. I'd love to see a world where Icy is able to post down B long, similar to what we saw at KRU going for those deep walks down B or out of showers back during 100 Thieves defense. Maybe a different idea for EG here.
4 towards A. 2 showers, 2 staring down short.
Ooh, Nature's on a Spectre in shower.
And you gotta buy what you can, I guess. Ye has his ult, so does Icy, but they're on opposite sides of the map.
Sure, but Ye is next to Nature, who's got that C's. That's what we have to keep our eyes on. Good utility from Nature. Means his gun would not matter, but it's all on this C's.
He can't get picked. He's gotta be careful. He can't get picked.
It's a whip. He gets shot down by KRU in advance. The Owl of Purchase punishes Nature. It pulls away the ultimate from Ye. Puts him at a numbers disadvantage.
And with an ill-advised investment, the Orbital Strike no longer in play.
And it was the chances KRU was taking at the end of the first half that started or cemented that lead for 100 Thieves. Again, puts his team in a favorable position.
Now 100 Thieves have crept all the way to the door and are now looking to storm the gates.
KRU just contacting up with the sniper.
Well, you know, turns out
can't win them all.
Yep, turns out he's human. And these things happen, and he makes up for it, as he does. Asuna cleans him up. Icy with a misfire on the rocket. The first satchel and the rocket do not find their mark.
Yeah, by the way, Cass still coming in on the flank. 100 Thieves just gonna wait for that to come online.
2v4 that they have to convert, and they cannot. 13-4, the way of 100 Thieves. And sure, it was on bind. And sure, they went on that map a lot. But this is a massive bounce back performance.
In so many ways. I think in particular, Asuna, the difference at 20-5 the finish, that's a 4-0 KD. That's insane.
304 ACS.
But also, I think for Kess, in his first postseason ever on this Americas stage, to come out of that first half in the fashion that he did, dominating against the Lurks, huge ultimates, starting with the Judge 4K here, having him in the server, having him build up that confidence, when there's a long run left ahead, that is what you need to see for this 100 Thieves to go the distance.
You mentioned the long road ahead. Not only do they have to make it through this lower bracket, not only do they have the best EG and whoever else lies in wait, they have to get top 3 in order to qualify for Paris. That's such a long road, a treacherous one ahead of them. We'll see if they can continue it on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
history of playing low numbers.
Super.
When they wanted to play for the ultimates. Now the Nightfall's gone. You can't go for the reclear like this, not like this.
Spells it all out. Potential chance for him to really collect some kills. And collect them, Will. Sunder.
Well, folks, surprise, surprise. 100 Thieves won on Vine, and they did so in spectacular fashion. Are you shocked, guys?
That's crazy.
What a shocker. And look at the scoreline, 13-4. Oh, jeepers.
Crazy. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You don't ban mine. I gotta say this real quick. Like, if you are intending, which I'm assuming they're intending, they came out on Bind, they wanted to anti-strat some of the stuff that 100 Thieves are doing.
Yeah.
That implies that you are on equal measure in other aspects of the game, such as your team play, your fundamentals in terms of how you trade each other, your mechanical ability. EG are not to 100 Thieves. So it's anti-stratting is not going to be the thing that gets you over the edge. Like, I understand the purpose of them letting it through, but
one of the big problems was what I was saying beforehand. They couldn't shut down Asuna. And then Kess also stepped up to have a much better performance too. So, you know, you've got Asuna playing one of his worst games against G2, and then he comes out here and he's just absolutely dominating. And I think this does show a little bit of that kind of... Now, we know that there's a skill gap between G2 and EG, obviously, but this is the difference, right? When you play against one of the teams at the top, and they're just destroying you in opening engagements, and then once you get into good positions and start rolling, you're just steamrolling everybody. So, yeah, he was on fire. He's absolutely on fire. And then Kess, he is in control of Lamps, 24/7. Lamps is
That's his home.
His domain.
That is his home. You pay him rent. Okay, you want to live there? You got to live by his rules. All right.
And rare moments there of him being a triple and back to Lamps.
Yep.
It truly is something, but that is the kind of game that Kess needed, I think, in the playoffs. He's a rookie on this team. But then on top of that, you have Asuna, who is just, I mean, look at the staggering difference.
Look at the first blood success against G2. This is why I'm saying, like, he just got shut down instantly in that game. 12 first deaths across the two maps that they played, but not that many rounds because they got crushed. Here, not necessarily taking the most opening engagements of all time, but just never punished. Literally never punished.
Exactly. I mean, there were rounds where you were just seeing 100 Thieves just go for it because they knew that they had the guns to hit those shots and close out that round.
Strategy goes, meow.
And hey, on Vine, that worked. But let's learn a little bit more about 100 Thieves strategy because Mimi has a comms report for 100 Thieves. Ooh, fancy swing.
I was right here in the corner.
Yeah,
100 Thieves had an incredible first half of that game, and it was coming off of a very tough loss to G2, like you guys were mentioning. I want to laud a couple players for their performance there, and the verse is obviously Asuna, who is excellent individually. But when you're listening to the way this team talks, both him and EU are so impactful in what they're adding, especially on that defensive side. EU is a player, when he's on the initiator, when he's on this fade, he's incredibly proactive at thinking exactly where he needs to be, exactly what piece of utility he needs to be using, and how he can help set that up with his teammates. Both these players, alive or dead, are putting themselves in a position not just to think about their own game, but also to think about how they can combine util with their teammates, how they can help their teammates to set up double swings, or even to think of ideas going into future rounds. Those are the guys contributing a ton in-game. But out of game and in the coaching booth, we also talked in the pre-show about the differences between former teammates Potter and Zix. And from listening to some of Zix's timeouts, I won't give you specifics, but I'll say that he's a very micro-focused coach who is very good at finding particular adaptations and ideas for players to change their micro to help 100 Thieves out. It was an excellent start for them, but now that other coach I mentioned, Potter, she's got a tough task ahead of her. Let's check in as she's talking to Liz.
Here with Potter from EG. Now, one quick question for you. Why let the 100 Thieves bind through?
You know, we had a lot of confidence. We have a lot of confidence still on bind. The stage jitters got to us. The playoffs jitters got to us. Map 1 is definitely not how we scrim or play at all. Map 2, we should be stabilized.
Best luck on Map 2.
All right, well, look, you got to say what it is, right? EG, you got to find that confidence now or else your season is done. And Corrode is going to be the map here. And hearing the confidence discussion, but knowing what we know about 100 Thieves on Bind, Josh, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about it.
The 2 rounds that they won in the first half were basically like hard anti-rounds where they followed a strict game plan. Everything else crumbled. Here going into Corrode, they actually have more of a vision of how they want to play the game, I think, with the Yay Chamber. Problem is, I actually really like what 100 Thieves brought to this map. 100 Thieves have not had to play it or been given an opportunity to play it that much.
Week 2.
But they play double scan initiator, which is a bit of a weird idea. But I think it can really work.
But it makes sense, though, on Corrode, because as everyone famously likes to say, right, the map's walls are made of paper mache.
Yeah.
So,
and also, it's massive.
Yeah.
It's huge, so constantly getting mid-round information with 2 scan initiators does wonders for your
But at what point does too much information become a problem, though, or is that not going to be an issue?
I don't expect it to be an issue. I think it's especially good when they're playing into a chamber team. In Yay, they have so many tools to bully Yay off his forward lines when they're playing on attack. When they switch over to defense as well, they're going to have great utility to re-clear and flush EG's lurks out of mid on this map.
All right, folks. Well, it's do or die for Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves are on series point. Can they close it out with a clean 2-0? Or will we get that map 3 courtesy of EG? Find out after this.
Well, Bind is settled. Welcome back to playoffs, lower bracket stage 1. This has already been a gift. Earlier today, we had a banger of a series, and well, if you're a fan of 100 Thieves, you've got a lot of reason to feel good because they just stomped EG on map 1, but now we turn our attention over to Corrode, where there are a lot of unknowns.
And if you were a fan of any team in North American Challengers back in 2022, you're excited for this match because it's time for the 2 best American Chamber players back then in KRU and Yay to face off against each other. We have not seen them play Chamber versus Chamber on the Americas stage since all the way back then. And finally, we get to see this face-off here on Corrode, where you can't forget Yay dominated G2 on this map for a 30 bomb the last time Evil Geniuses won this map.
This Chamber v Chamber matchup is just, I mean, like, yeah, you said it exceptionally best. For those of us olds who have been around for a little while and who have seen the trajectory and the story that Yay has lived, from Optic to Cloud9 to going overseas to coming back and to now find himself in this position where he's back on the Chamber and he has to deliver for EG once more just to keep their year alive is poetic.
It couldn't be any better, especially coming back off of that disastrous first map for Evil Geniuses. So you best believe these 2 players are the ones we're going to have our eyes on, especially with Yay getting off the Brimstone jail. Now he can play something with a little bit more agency in the Chamber. This is also a map where I just have really enjoyed watching Evil Geniuses with their macro of it, the different looks they can show on the defensive side. This time it will be 100 Thieves starting on there, where they have plenty of their own ideas to run, playing a exceptionally unique comp here.
EG on the attack. You know EG have prepped for Yay to pop off. You know 100 Thieves have prepped for KRU to pop off. So I'm genuinely going to be looking for, how do both of these teams activate their stars?
I think for 100 Thieves, it's about giving as much information possible to set up KRU to be in the best spots to take fights. Him and Austin both. Definitely want to be on seek and destroy missions. But Evil Geniuses, a team that so often plays these late rounds, trying to rotate into lurks, pivot in through mid, now have to deal with 2 agents that want to take forward lines for information in Chamber and Yoru, and 2 scan initiators that give all the intel in the world to 100 Thieves. It'll be a very hard half for EG to call.
Yeah, and you're already seeing it play out, just like you were saying. I mean, you've got the Dart that's already scanned all the way down bottom mid. Both the Yoru and the Chamber took aggressive lines down that spot.
And it's interesting that 100 Thieves are anticipating an A finish here. 4 players on this side of the map. But Evil Geniuses, in typical EG fashion, have not committed anywhere just yet. Now a smoke comes in. It's time for Ye to re-clear a bit of this mid space. And off of what he finds, is how EG will call this.
And in poetic fashion, it is Cryo waiting on the other side. El Diablo on the prowl. Couple of Headhunter bullets. The first one will go just off the mark, and Cryo wins the first duel.
Cryo brought a few friends to the fight. It's unfair. Now Evil Geniuses walk straight into Xander. First kill goes Supa's way, but it's not clear just yet because EG have the spike on the other side of the map.
And Cryo is still there, lying in wait. Kesh tries to hold the line a bit. Does well to get that far. That's a spike on the ground.
30 seconds left.
And it's Cryo hovering over it. EG have made a bit of a mess of this round.
Cryo's moved all the way up into B main.
Teleport's ready.
He hears everything trampling forward. Like Clydesdale's clip runs dry, gets his 1-3 on the round. EU cleans it up. The pistol for 100 Thieves.
Concerns already for EG, just the pistol. But after how much of a stomp that first map was, that can't feel good.
What is it that stood out to you? Why do you feel like there are concerns already?
Well, I'm looking at this map, and Evil Geniuses had no real commit anywhere. This was a round where, like you said, they're planning for Ye to pop off, send him out on a little mission.
I actually don't know what they're doing.
Fair.
And that's kind of what you were highlighting here.
And because Ye dies in mid when they're playing 2 players towards A, 2 towards B, that's why it looks so strange. They're just both trying to walk into the site, see if they can find anything.
That was Kess already spamming that aggro line into B main.
Yeah, early Ares on the map. Not so common you see that rifle, but on Corrode it deals a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, he's looking for just any pixel, anyone to overstep, and EU's playing with fire there.
This map is very likely going to come down to the opening fights EG are able to find with their fighters. And if they were coming in, the prep against 100 Thieves is the opening fights went horribly versus G2. So this should be a map and a play style that works nicely for EG. And hasn't been the case so far on either map.
100 Thieves again ahead of the play. Evil Geniuses are all A, sure. But there's a whole lot of threat on the other side. You can only dash your way through so much. EU lights up the kill feed. 3 on the round, but Ye gets 3 of his own.
How has he done that? Out of nowhere. EG.
He's upgraded to the Guardian as well. Kess is going to arrive late to the party.
30 seconds left.
But Doug, Kess was on fire on Bind. This kid has looked so good at times.
Yeah, but does it carry over? Does the success he found on Bind carry to Corrode? No. A thrifty round win off the backs of Ye.
Round 1 is Cryo. Round 2 is Ye. It's already starting to heat up here. A tied scoreline, 100 Thieves in shambles.
Both of these stars looking to put on a show, and we're going to take a look at that from Ye's POV one more time. Yeah, that last one was gross. Cryo had Asuna had nowhere to go there, but on to Cryo.
The entire crowd.
Snaps his head back.
The scan assist from Nature on the second kill too. Critical to that.
Pacey here. The shock to push Kess off that line, but Ye's still, or excuse me, Cryo's still there.
Yeah, and only 3 bullets on the Headhunter.
Oh, can Ye do it again? He's triple-faced here, and Ye's alone.
EU's gonna have a dart as well. I think to try and combo with this next smoke.
You saw it refreshed. Ye playing on a knife's edge. There's the flash, immediately TP's away. Meanwhile, Cryo taking that early flight, walking away on top.
And 100 Thieves have stayed alive on site. So they have 4 players again every single mid-round. It's 100 Thieves with the jump on EG. But this time, EG have a lot more time. Still have Supa hanging around in mid. Let's see what he can open up.
They also have such a massive gun advantage, which ultimately was insignificant in the previous round. But, you know, Cryo doesn't have any Headhunter bullets.
Had to use all of those back in B main.
Teleport's ready.
But still, the sheer bodies 100 Thieves are bringing to this mid-fight could be enough.
Will that be enough to overwhelm? I don't think so. The gun difference on full display.
Yeah, good movement out of Icy as well.
30 seconds left.
Holds his teammates back. Now he can be the late lurk into mid. Cut off the rotates.
Spike planted.
Kess cutting up that angle as best as he can, but Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Icy with 3 as EG take the lead.
So already these early rounds are a great preview of what this half is going to be. Evil Geniuses taking a lot of slow rounds. It'll be these opening fights, you know, one pick with a chamber that'll give a team an advantage. But then, in the calm of the mid-rounds, that's where 100 Thieves have to choose. Are they going to hard lean into a site? They've done that a few times, put 3-4 players on one side of the map and stop EG from getting out of the chokes. Or here, on the light buy, go for the re-clears to flush out lurks, to flush out the rotates through mid. 100 Thieves' challenge in their calling is going to be constantly to mix up those different ideas.
Well, that's already A dealt with. And also falls shortly thereafter. The Hunter's Fury trying to cause a little bit more chaos. And it's Kess who gets the kill.
Just Beastly holding his own out in the open with the Odin. Icy down to 32 HP, Supa on 50.
EG a little battered and bruised, but still with eyes set on A.
Cryo just jiggling this line.
Is there anything to cover the cross?
Not just yet. A drone perhaps will... Cryo scurrying. What?
Supa with 3. And now the site is theirs.
One enemy remains.
Oh, don't give up on him now. You gotta will him past the finish line. Supa's 19 HP. But do they let him off the leash? Do they let him go hunt?
The Red Bull clutches 100 Thieves punch back. Monstrous. No ace for you. Xander scolding the crowd. Potter can't believe it. I can't either.
Riot Games Arena with head in hands. And you can see it on their faces. That one hurts. That's the one that got away. And so just like that, we're tied at 2 apiece. Already 10 seconds into the next round. The Paranoia and the Dark Cryo gets the best of EA. 100 Thieves digging their heels in. The middle of the map is theirs.
Supa though, the difference maker for Evil Geniuses. Has given Evil Geniuses a chance to get back in the round. Icy still in mid, and it's him anticipating this refight from 100 Thieves.
A triple face on the other side though.
He'll be the backbreaker right here.
1 kill found, position given away. 100 Thieves should be wise to it. And Icy swings into his death.
So Supa once more finds himself in a late round on 50 HP. The lasers, Nature's just dodging around him.
Fancy footwork out from him. And that's a massive test they just solved. One they just passed.
This is a pit 100 Thieves have seen in the prep against EG. This is what they need to be ready for on this fight to re-clear in. Supa likes to play on the left pocket of this. Nobody left on site.
And they should know that. EU and Cryo forced to forge their way through this pit. A tap of the spike is just a threat.
He's low.
He is so low, but the shock's just not connecting both times. And now the dart. Spam comes through, Cryo dead. EU's tuck tail, he's getting out.
The 2 survivors from Evil Geniuses just clutched up that round massively. Supa and Nature both finding lurks to open up the A site. Think too, Icy getting this kill.
There they are.
Just taking an extra body away from
you and
clearing the
Cryo
pit.
are actually beating him so hard. Do you see that?
But it worked. It worked beautifully for EG.
And so what feels like is similar, if memory serves me right, similar timing to the first map. Coaches throw the brakes on it right after 5 rounds to get involved in the conversation, this time at the hands of Zix, at the hands of 100 Thieves.
And you heard Mimi, if you're sticking around for the analyst desk segment, talking about listening in on the comms, hearing the micro details, those slight switch-ups that Zix is giving his team. We've seen a few times 100 Thieves go for these mid re-clears. We've also seen 100 Thieves just drop to the lurks as well, so these are certainly going to be front of mind for 100 Thieves. And back on Bind, the adjustment against EG's lurks often was doubling up into the space where EG had just found success. You think about Hookah towards that B side on Bind, sending in Cryo to bait for Asuna. 100 Thieves may have ideas to do similar plans around a main or around Link, trying to avoid falling into these lurks again, although of course on this, it will just be the eco.
We've seen a couple of thrifties, and so I'm not inclined to fully throw this round away. Cryo has 6 Headhunter bullets as well. A couple of Sheriffs.
Let's play.
I actually think 100 Thieves won more thrifties versus G2 than they won rifle rounds.
Okay.
Genuinely, they won multiple. They actually won multiple.
And so yeah, maybe that's the win con here. Yay, with the ult. Looking to take this mid fight.
The last time 100 Thieves were on the light buy, remember they grouped up 4 players in the mid round for this fight around the wall, and well, that's anticipated with just some spam on through the smoke.
Okay, if they give up this mid fight and try to rotate back into B, look at where they've inserted Cryo.
All the way forward.
And he's got a TP to get out.
He's been good.
But how good? He's got to get more than one. If he's got to get a shot at this, and they're all going to triple face, it doesn't even connect. Splits the uprights.
Yeah, you always jump that first line, break the crosshair, speed up into the site. Icy prepping the wall. And here they go. That pinged 5 players. The Haunt and Cryo.
Cryo has more to be done, but Cryo gets his 2. Now with the blistering pace out onto the site, they try to scale. And they hunt him down.
Asuna got a pick from heaven.
Icy's popped his ult.
20 seconds left, Doug.
Oh, they're so weak. Can Icy get the last one? Xander trying to cover around the box, and he can't.
That was a round of haunts there. Almost living in the back of 100 Thieves' mind as 5 players get pinged in main. Cryo gets the 2 kills, but the second haunt out of EG goes unbroken. That's what allows those extra players scaling into the site to continue forward. Yes, Icy as well, doing a bit of bullying there with the lasers. So here comes the reset. 100 Thieves with an operator for Cryo. 1v1.
They're not quite playing against each other right now.
Cryo knows he has that little angle to work with. And the rest of the team trying to show all these shots, I think, to make EG expect, even with the money for the op to be bought, that the op would be surely posted probably in B main, if you look at the map right now.
That smoke will obfuscate his view, at least for the time being. The drone clears just enough.
Little bait and switch.
Oh boy, that's Icy heating up. Cryo picks up the stick, looks to pick him apart.
Icy got a second kill there. And that operator means nothing. Now EG can split into the A site. Look where Kess is, stuck back in pocket.
They might already be saving.
Kess can't save, he's got to fight.
Does he have anywhere to go? Does he have anything he can do? Gets his one, well done, but yay, on the swing. And now Xander's left with a tough decision. Do you dare try to fight this?
He clutched up in this spot before, Doug.
But it's essentially a 1v4. Cryo's not even in the play.
Xander's hungry for it. He just needs one guy to swing into him.
Yeah, he might be biting off more than he could chew, though.
Now with the smoke, he's given himself a pathway back into the site.
Xander, you sneaky little devil, what can you find? Icy jumps away, the paranoia invested. Trying to push the pace a little bit more. Derek bests him assassination saw. Now Cryo's stuck in an awkward spot. Tried committing into the retake, drops the op for it.
That's a disaster. Xander baited Cryo into trying to play out that round. And now the op is gone, as you mentioned. There's no more money to buy that back up. There's no money to buy anything for 100 Thieves. You can see the clear timing of Icy. That second kill, very nice, by the way. But he gets that kill onto the player in the corner before that smoke goes down in mid. So there was no opportunity for the trade to come in. Cryo couldn't do anything there.
And so the villain showing signs of life after the disaster that was Bind. Up 3 rounds here. And a broken buy for 100 Thieves.
The fact EG are counting up these rounds on attack too spells doom for 100 Thieves, because I truly believe EG are way better on defense than they are attack on this map. They proved that versus G2.
So what's the magic number here?
I don't know if there is one. I think 100 Thieves are going to have to prove that they can break EG's defense, because 5 to me already would have been enough for EG. And 6 after an eco. That's just a cherry on top.
That trip cleared, and you instantly see Evil Geniuses start to rotate back towards this fight. Cryo's been here before. Trigger, discipline, snaps.
This time, EG are a bit lazy on the jump clear. It's a jump peek and then swings behind it instead of the jump across into the open with people coming in right on through. Good enough that there is the trade there. Be worthwhile for EG. Although C100 Thieves creeping back into the space, there's potential to reclaim a gun and now to start getting the stack over into the A site. If EG take too much longer, there'll be 3 members of 100 Thieves ready for this one.
With a lighter buy, which has meant nothing in this series so far.
But these angles are pretty close. As 100 Thieves bunker into the A site, the Sheriff could still do work.
Austin has got a really aggro line. No TP to get away with, if I'm not mistaken. Well, better late than never. Cash joins the fray. 2 for the rookie, 10 seconds left. The spike has to make its way out, and it cannot.
100 Thieves continue to step forward after the fights go down. EG are always walking away from it. They have this macro read against EG. So it puts them into these positions where even on the light guns, they have more than enough players in the spot. There's no one behind Icy. He's running around like a madman. Where's the second player swinging in? EG are getting lost in the details. So Potter will slam the brakes.
Again, if you are just joining us, if you are just tuning in, let me remind you of the stakes for Evil Geniuses.
Hit me.
You have to win this map to keep your year alive. You're down 1-0 already against 100 Thieves. You're going to have to put together a lower bracket run to get to top 3 just to make champs. There is no more backs against the ropes than this.
And you recall this situation back in stage 1 where EG against G2 were 2 rounds away from winning that series.
Right.
From being able to go to Toronto. If they go to Toronto, the extra points and whatnot, they're probably already qualified for Paris at this point. This wouldn't even matter. 2 rounds was the difference then. And already on Corrode, on this map that could end their year, think of the 2 rounds that have slipped away. There, and anti-eco. Back before when everyone in here was cheering for Supa's ace, Xander 1v3s them. Yes, they're leading. Yes, they're leading now. But if the momentum starts to spin out of control, all of a sudden this will start weighing on them in the critical moments.
It's thin ice they stand on. Just 2 rounds. An early dog and an aggro line for Asuna. A main.
Take flight.
Asuna actually backs away while our Chambers set up in B main.
It's an op on one side. But Ye does not have the same luxury. Meanwhile, the mid is lost from the defense. Asuna again falling. Cass fills in. 2 found.
And Ye best cryo in main. Evil Geniuses, they lose the fight in MiG hugely, but Ye is still alive.
But they also lost the skills. Ye gets his 1. EU's got a 1v2. 60 HP? No shot. Ye gets 3, EG gets a 6.
2022, Ye jumps in his time machine. Doesn't know what map he's playing on, but he still wins the round. Deals with Cryo first in the one-on-one in main. And as you said, that spike was stranded down in mid. Cass had done nice work, but the hard clear just sits down Cryo.
And so into the next we go. A strong buy from both sides. Nature and Derek both with our ults to play.
100 Thieves really trying to show some force in A main. 2 players up there initially, but always falling back. Seems to have been an adjustment out of the timeout. Not wanting to fall victim to Supa's lurks in this space again. Looking to mid, Doug. Our Chambers, once more, challenging similar lines.
No ops on either side this time.
VA is fairly passive right now. After hearing this drone find nothing, that's when he may want to step forward with his team.
Icy swung behind it too. They're trying to put a lot of pressure on Cryo, but they don't check him.
It's back and forth. It's non-stop here.
And so now what, they try to speed up towards A? EU has to take another step back.
But Asuna saw all of them with the dimensional drift.
And he's popped out of it. Forced to try to take the fight.
Oh, the Paranoid just caught 2 players in Link. EU holds them at bay.
EG are stalling out here. And now the Nightfall. Supa on the swing. Supa gets 2. That shock is gonna hurt! That's 3 for the controller. EU and Xander trying to force the fight, trying to swing the smoke. And it's another disaster.
Supa is stepping up in these critical rounds. In these moments where 100 Thieves destroyed EG with utility. We're talking 100 Thieves had full information because of the overworld. Then a Paranoia cuts off all the players coming in Link. So this pinch into the A site, it's Supa on his own. He gets those 2 kills, turns back to Link to deal with the flank coming in. That is a 1v5 round from Supa effectively.
Those are the performances you need in a spot like this. Cryo pops his ult. Unchallenged on the B line.
Are EG really about to just rip an A hit? Never before seen. Always with some attention into mid, some fakes towards B. This time, it is into Cass.
They've got Nature's ult. They have Icy's ult.
And it's the perfect read because 100 Thieves have been leaving Cass here alone, over committing into the mid space. Now with just a single smoke, EG can creep out behind it and get ready to pop.
And remember, Cass does not have a TP. He does not have a way to get out. He's on an island. And it's another mess off the flash. Asuna on the swing, nicely done. Icy disposed of.
It's just that hero rifle on Asuna.
Yeah, but there's personnel here, man. There is strength in numbers. They've invested the Hunter's Fury. EU and Xander are able to get a couple. Derek and Nature have to hold the line, have to try to stand strong to avoid a Thrifty.
And look at Cryo stepping into Link, just barely misses the timing there. And Nature needs to plant the spike. He's taking his time with it.
Nature committing to the plant. Spike goes down, 2v2. And Cryo on the lurk, on the prowl, on the hunt. That shot's not gonna connect, it all has to be Cryo. A vintage chamber moment in a spot like this. Tagged by the drone. Forced to take a step back, now the second set of utility. Once again, position betrayed. Cryo on the tap. The shock will connect, just narrowly missing. Derek on that wide swing gets EG to 8.
You heard it, 2022, Cryo, I'll raise you, LCQ Derek, taking the round there for Evil Geniuses. And that one was looking spooky. It was looking like another one that could slip away on an eco. But I think a good trade out of Ye. And then this 2-player push into spawn. Running away from Cryo.
You got that shit, gang. Save it for the next round.
That's what kept us together.
EG showing confidence. A little swagger.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ult popped. Last round of the half.
Interesting. 3 players into A main to try and show similar presence to that last round, but the spike and Icy's Neon hanging outside of B. Now, Icy knows that so often Cryo is stepping up onto that off angle in B main. I think that's what the intent is for a late reclear to be on that side.
Yeah,
but
I think you're
mid
right.
is really where the battlefield is going to be drawn.
The drone does not tag anyone. And Cryo takes the line. Tucked in the corner.
Standing ahead.
Covered by the smoke. On the swing, Cryo, Bessier.
But this blows up the round for EG. It's just like the pistol round where they needed a kill in mid to play the macro of the round. Luckily for them, this time B is open. It's just a trip on this site if they act quickly.
Remember, they have Nature's ult, they have Icy's ult too.
And Supa was trying to lurk. That's just a repeat of bind. Cass besting Supa.
Oh, and all the tools that they had are starting to fall apart.
It's a huge ult. All these players are so tightly cornered into mid. But it only nets them the single kill.
Nature pushing forward with the spike. Icy pops his ult. Palpatine Fingers looking for a target. And he will continue to scale and spawn 2 found, takes a step back, throws it in reverse, and wisely so. Tucks up in heaven on the other side of the smoke. This crossfire could be a disaster. The haunt still cleared in the face of the flash nature. Down a 2v4 as EG try to white knuckle onto the site, try to hang on. Icy gets 2. 2 more to find. And time is running short. What can he do? Not enough. 100 Thieves will take it to 4.
So it's EU at the end to try and keep things relatively in contention. A messy round all over.
Remember, it was a 9-3 half on Bind. 8-4 here on Corrode.
Yep. Just the other way on EG's map pick. But this second half is going to get harder and harder for 100 Thieves. They've got tape to play off of. They know what to expect, but this is an uphill battle to try and take this in 2.
Can they solve it? Can they figure it out? If they want to best EG right now, they will have to. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break. EG up 8-4 against 100 Thieves on this second map of Corrode. It has been a gift. It has been a pleasure. Riot Games Arena has enjoyed themselves today, and for damn good reason. EG in a position to take us to Ascent, to take us to the decider. And 100 Thieves have a really massive problem they need to solve here, Christy.
That will be figuring out a way to break EG's defense, and breaking Ye in particular. He has been so lights out on the defense side of this map. So often playing up into the mains, the Sheriff are an op in hand. So 100 Thieves splitting things up initially. High Haunt to see an early creep down. And it will be Cryo solo playing up into mid, but a dart sends him packing.
A lot of pressure towards A, and Ye is here.
Here comes a flash.
You said he's the one they have to solve. That paranoia is so good. Oh my gosh, that paranoia is so good. Double dink.
But the problem is Ye can't really play off of it. Too far away from the fight.
Yeah, but think about how much damage has been dealt. Xander, Kess, Asuna. They're so weak. Ye maybe overstays his welcome, but deals damage.
He's done enough.
Up in numbers. The attack has the spike, and they've slipped the net. They have so many options here. They can fully go into spawn. They can go all the way up B.
Surely not.
And they have no bloody idea.
EG, you can see, are confused. Maybe these players went back towards mid. Maybe they're hiding away in main. This is awkward.
But this could be a mess because Cryo's already decided.
Oh, no. Wait, he's coming back. I mean, EU is now onto the site. He realizes nobody's home. It is a giant game of chicken.
30 seconds left.
Playing around one another.
Mind games.
And a shell game to boot. Where will they be? Where's the spike headed?
Look at that trip all the way back and spawn. Now EU here to cut off rotates.
He cannot overcommit here. He cannot swing too far.
Patience.
Trigger discipline. He spots all 3. 2 foul. Tries to get the last. The clip runs dry. So it's Icy and Cryo in a 1v1.
21, 22 HP apiece.
As the spike ticks away, all of the onus, all of the pressure is on Icy. Cryo wins out the duel. 100 Thieves get the pistol.
What a wild round. The mind game's coming into it all. But really, it is EU having an absolute heater of a day. Finding that moment to slip into mid, to re-clear the site, to call his teammate back into him. It's just the mag of the classic that stops him from mopping up the entirety of EG.
Ye's decision there to, I'm taking all of you down with me. That's exactly what they needed to do, but it just wasn't enough.
But it's winning this pistol that has now given 100 Thieves a real chance. Good spam shot there early on in mid. It is interesting to watch how Ye's positioned himself in these early rounds, because there's two main ways EG call this half. One of them, which they used against G2 to perfection, is to have Ye always challenging in mains. The other is for much more mid fighting. I don't think that's going to help him. Austin will teleport away. But right now, the early conditioning from EG is to show the mid fights, and I think 100 Thieves have identified the mains are weak, and when they're not running into Ye immediately, they can just run over the site.
Right. And of course, it is Ye who's the last one standing in the round. And 100 Thieves have been let off the leash. You take a look at the minimap, no stone will go unturned.
The worst possible timing, Xander reminding him too. I'm checking out the buy. 100 Thieves fairly invested in the last one, so it will be a true bonus for them into this next. I think EU had a nice dart here initially that he himself actually played off of. Yeah, it does get the tag. Nature was just slow enough to collect on that. Asuna jumping, getting kills while in the air moment. Classic stuff.
Never seen that before.
But we've seen it like 18 times.
Didn't know he had that in him.
Minimum. Okay.
17-9 for EU.
I wish I could be that willfully ignorant.
There's a bit of a bite behind this spark for 100 Thieves. You take a look at the buy, and yeah, it's regen armor on all of them, but 2 rifles and an Ares.
And EU has a Hunter's Fury because of the multi-kills he's found.
Right.
So, Derek is a bit weaker towards the A side, has a trip for some protection in pocket, and of course, Ye can always move over. Ye continuing to play A-Link 3 rounds in a row. But now that Kess has worked himself out of Prowlers, it is way harder to deal with Ye, and this will be something EG is very mindful of. Once those 2 Prowlers are gone, all of a sudden you can challenge much more forward lines. Ye fills back into the space.
He's not going to get a fight, at least not mid.
But a 5 hit into A is tough, unless this opening kill goes their way. Hunter's Fury!
Derek TP's away, lives to fight another day. Meanwhile, Ye, who is fighting on holding that midline, falls.
And 2 players trying to come in through Link now in Icy and Nature. They could just be choked away here with Asuna fighting back in the spawn. This is a disaster for EG. This is a round they're favored in.
If 100 Thieves convert the bonus, this would be a mess. Icy looking to equalize as best as he can, and EU decapitates him.
EG had overcommitted back to mid. Assumed that 100 Thieves would be putting more bodies into there, perhaps. Assuming they could find a fight, but here, I don't think Ye saw Xander, because that Hunter's Fury is in his face.
Yeah,
it's like a
right. Yeah,
half-second flashbang.
Yeah, good shit. I hit this guy with the bug movement here.
Ultimately, it's that kill, truly, I think, that takes the round for 100 Thieves.
Standing ahead.
So EG will likely concede here, and 100 Thieves will likely get to 8. But there is a stinger in the hands of Icy. And Ye has a full load of Hunter bullets.
Ultimately, well, Nature taken down to nothing there. Ultimately, this round is just, can 100 Thieves figure out that it's a B stack and walk A?
Right.
If yes, round over. If not, round maybe over, but...
And look, they should know. They just got the flash out from Derek. And you know there was a swing on the other side of it.
Well, right now, Cryo is in front of this smoke. EG just put down bot mid. They've got 4 players trying to walk back in and clear this.
And even EU holding this line, he's gonna spot everything.
Gives all the information over to Cryo to play with.
This 1-2 punch might be too much.
Very nice. Good tempered, measured anti-eco setup from 100 Thieves.
Oh my, that's close. IC decides to close the gap.
Well, that's now an Odin. 100 Thieves get this kill from Asuna, so chances are starting to dwindle away, especially with this site free for the taking.
Yeah, but yay. But yay.
It's a big butt.
Yes. 8 headhunter bullets. Light armor. Tucked on the other side of the smoke. Asuna waiting for the swing. It's almost like he knows it's there. Derek, meanwhile, he's the one who lights things up. He's the one who causes problems.
What?
They're going to snatch this thing back. Xander has to 1v3, and he cannot!
What did Derek just do to them?
And then who else but Ye to close it out? Boy, they needed that.
In a state of disbelief. Show me what happened. Derek just waiting for the forward fight from 100 Thieves. Ooh. The reset there to hit Kess on the second shot. Very nice. But also an issue of order for 100 Thieves. If the first player's jumping, second player swinging, they always get the trade. Might not even lose one.
IC has an op. Back towards A right now, no challenge.
Whoa. EG are double opping because Ye has the ultimate as well.
And it is Ye who's going to be tested B.
Super.
Here's the dog. Asuna pops the ult. It's a recon mission.
Oh, look down.
He didn't see him.
Look down.
But the drone did. The drone tagged him. He has to TP out. They're even investing the paranoia to clear the site.
They've got to know where Ye is. Good flash sends him into the open and waiting arms of Xander.
Dangerous game you play here. How far up do you scale?
Well, the retake is going to be awful. Icy's got an operator, Nature's got an Odin, and he's not even positioned to get good spam.
Super doesn't even have armor. They don't have any ults to try to take this site back.
I don't like this at all from EG. Losing Ye just ruins everything, especially with the forward posting. 100 Thieves have an elbow.
He's gonna creep forward and get a kill. Of course he is. Counter spam, not gonna find anything. Derek drops down, that's the cue. That's the call. It's a save.
I mean, luckily for EG, they hold on to the most expensive guns they've got. But that round was so odd. Just the pace 100 Thieves were willing to play with. And always fighting into elbow. That's now 2 rounds in a row. They've really seized that space. Played on forward. This time it ends up punishing the rotates coming in through spawn. And of course, Ye getting dropped out of heaven. Sort of removes any chances EG have.
4 of the last 5 going the way of 100 Thieves. The bonus probably the most painful of the bunch.
100%. And I think it's a testament, as EG call a timeout, of 100 Thieves committing so many ults into these big swing rounds. You think of that bonus or EU, because he got that online for the round, commits it with the side hit, not even when they were already in a numbers advantage. Just uses that, expecting his teammates to be able to play off it.
Right.
And then there as well, having the dimensional drift from Asuna, full clears the site. I do wonder now if EG coming out of the timeout, because again, to go back to the early conditioning of where Ye's gonna play, is it mid or is it the mains? He's been doing so much of the mid. If finally we'll see him start to contest more forward space like he did when he was playing on this map previously. Because I think if you were allowed to just have him play one main, get on that forward line, that's what gives EG so much information to do with what they please on the rest of the map. That was a signature piece of their success when they beat G2 on the map. Especially the work they were able to do towards B main, which we've seen none of so far.
Literally none of, you're absolutely right.
And on the one hand, you want to not be so predictable. Don't always play your best card, because that's what 100 Thieves are going to have all the prep on. But on the other, you do want to still show those looks. So,
and honestly, they were so dynamic. I don't think they were telegraphed.
So Ye in a bit of a different spot as again Supa baits for him on B.
They are threatening a lot of aggression B, but it's a fake. Between the C's, between the I, between everything dumped their way.
Drone didn't see much in mid. I don't even know if it actually caught Cryo. But now with this pressure, this is when you start to see in B main, all of a sudden, Ye get more forward on the line. And that can cause EG to start shifting back. Supa goes to mid. So now you can send Icy towards A, where there's 2 players to hold this hit.
All 5 here, though. And those numbers do not add up for the defense. Icy plays an aggressive line. Pops in, gets his kill, and then gets out.
The old back into spawn, though, dealt with by Derek. And he's trying to run for the hills. He gets away just barely.
By the skin of his teeth, EU gonna get tested here. 2 from the defense waiting on the other side. Nature on the spam, Supa close by. EU with so much threat. So much pressure. Who makes the first mistake? Who makes the first misstep? EU tagged up, but finds safe passage, gets across. Double swings in, takes the fight.
Still going for it with the shock dart.
Almost wins it onto Nature. The second one connects. EG still in a position to secure this, though, to make something out of this. A 2v2, 10 seconds left. They've got to get the spike down. And Yezop might secure the deal. It's the rookie again in a position for 100 Thieves to have to deliver, but there's no shot.
100 Thieves hit the brakes for a little bit too long into elbow. And even though the fights started going their way, in Link, it is Derek and Spawn. Both by turning around and ripping Xander's head off when he ulted behind him, as well as just keeping those players locked into elbow. Derek gets this kill, then falls back into Spawn. And then once this pause comes in the mid round, he's actually scouting out elbow, still seeing there's 2 players there, getting this final wrap to secure the round.
Into the next we go. Icy has ult, Ye has an op. Meanwhile, EU with the Hunter's Fury, 21 and 12 so far for him.
Don't forget, all of those rotates from EG, Icy being there for the first kill, it was due to the forward posting of Ye. Being able to have that information.
I love the confidence with which Icy's playing. He's gambling, he's taking risks. And he's been rewarded so far, has not been burned.
But now not so much support behind him. Just Derek back in mid. Evil Geniuses letting Icy sit up here alone while the rest of the team hides away on site. Even Ye is completely back in a corner. Has the info of his trip.
Right, and a tether, or a TP if needed to get out.
Yeah, and of course can call in Icy quickly on the rotates. Now that we're down to 50 seconds on the clock, you see EG want to stop playing for mid as the smokes come down. You can't recycle that. It's time to stack back towards A and fight together, Ye and Icy in tandem.
I'm surprised they're not sending more. A dart a little shallow. Ye's gonna have this line. Oh, he takes the TP! And he snaps off in his head back anyway!
30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
What a hold by Ye, now pushed back by the Paranoia.
And Icy's still stuck on site. Players around him, closing in.
Looking for any room to breathe. He doesn't get tagged. I don't think he got hit by that.
He dodged it all!
Icy gets one, but the Hunter's Fury's too much. Cryo there as well. And with just over 10 seconds left, they commit to getting the spike down on the site. A 2v2 as Supa forges forward. The jump spot. Supa daring the swing. That high-low might be too much, but can he deliver once more? Yes! Supa can!
Supa claims revenge. He remembers his stolen ace when Xander lined up all of his teammates. This time it's him stealing the round back for EG.
The Red Bull clutches EG get to 11.
These rounds are ridiculous, man.
We're gonna take a look at that one more time.
First of all, that. My honest reaction.
Me when I see that too.
And then here, Supa waits for the pause in the bullets, knows he has that slight half second. Oh my gosh. To come back in before the spray control resets for you. My honest reaction.
A chorus of cheers from the EG camp. And now a little bit of silence. An opportunity to catch our breaths. An opportunity for things to settle. EG up 3.
Breathe. Might be your last chance in this one.
What's the call from Tony on the other side of that timeout? What do 100 Thieves have drawn up?
I think my concern would be that 100 Thieves have been getting into these huge time pressure rounds again and again.
Yeah, 1000%.
And also have been shifting back into A the last couple of rounds, starting to set that expectation in the minds of EG. We haven't really seen them get into mid and not go through Link. We haven't seen that mid to B idea. We've seen more aggressive lurks.
Migra pit and Ye's ahead of it. The dog wisely clears him out though. You could tell what the idea was there, but it's sniffed out.
Early drone out of nature. 100 Thieves aren't really giving themselves any options to rotate away from this A site. They just want to hit it with 5 without any ults to play with.
Thrifties have been in an abundance. Icy playing on a knife's edge.
I mean, he dodged away, hit on site in the last round, but there was no pressure through yard. It's the same again here.
And this is not a super broken buy here. There's a lot of threat behind this. Patience out from the Paranoia. Icy pops the ult. Looking for the challenge. Xander closes the walls in. Icy had nowhere to go.
Yeah, this time that pressure comes in on his flank. Icy falls, and EG have no headway back into the site.
They have Nature's ult. They have Supas, and that's going to clear out B here in a second.
But Nature can't really ult. He's on his own into mid, so unless he gets Supa to hold his back, unless he gets some kind of information, he'd just be a sitting duck.
He's repositioned.
Here
and
it
there
comes.
It is. Hunter's Fury out. Daring the swing. 100 Thieves standing strong. Derek's 12 HP is not going to be enough. Nature has to save.
And now that's a complete fumble of a retake and the Hunter's Fury out of the equation.
The op gone, the Hunter's Fury gone.
That was good. But the difference is Icy drops this time. If Icy can stay alive on the site, well, all of a sudden 100 Thieves have no way to plant the spike. They have to hit those freezes. All of a sudden the time control becomes a concern. This time the Paranoia catches him. Xander is the guy who stopped him first and then gets the flank.
Yeah, I think the other question that needs to be asked is, should Icy continue to play tucked?
I jumped his Sova ult, and then Ye peeked me with it off, and I just headshot him.
I think the issue is probably that he slipped into the same exact position. Initially, he had changed his line,
right,
and then got a little concerned because no one was helping him. I think the real issue is no one's helping him. He needs someone else to get in front of smokes and guard a shoulder.
There's a lot of here, a lot of presence here.
Just exec central. This time EG with the broken buy.
The only rifles on the other side of the map here. It's gonna be pistols. It's gonna be classics and sheriffs. Even Ye's on the other side. The headhunter's not gonna be a factor.
I think 100 Thieves hear all that utility, think it's gonna be a stack, or expecting someone to have crept through A main down into mid. So this will give EG some time. EG's main issue is that even though they have 3 players towards A, they don't have any utility to stall out the hit apart from Supa's wall. No snakebite, no Paranoia from Derek. Icy's stun is on the other side of the world. So unless 100 Thieves space really poorly getting in here, surely they can find all the trades.
TP, flash, Supa. No shot there.
Yep.
In a position to make a play, but overwhelmed and outgunned.
But that's just good spacing getting into the site. Even a little bit of the bait jump through from Asuna, teleporting out, pulling crosshairs. It's those details that 100 Thieves need to be locked in on.
And they have been up until this point. That's what's going to get them to 10. Barring an absolute miracle from Icy and Ye. And well, really no reason not to go for it. Do they dare? Surely not. Icy's getting out. Maybe Ye gets a parting gift, a consolation in the round, but 100 Thieves will get to 10.
It's been a bit of a quieter half from Ye so far than we're used to.
He got his, though.
He got his. But I also think a large part of it is because 100 Thieves have been either walking around as a group or being fairly diligent in the util they're using. On top of the fact, Ye has been playing a lot more of these passive angles.
Really has.
And that's a bit of an oddity for EG. Only 3 rounds left in regulation.
You know, I want to draw attention to something that you brought up earlier, and that was around all of the traps that EG had set up the last time they played Corrode, all the different looks they had, particularly B main. Again, not interested in pulling any of those out of the bag.
It really feels like they've gone away from traps and are just looking to be able to brawl with each other on response. That's why they're taking the more passive lines to get rotates in through mids. They can come support their side anchors. They're playing as a pack instead of on those slight util tells. And to be fair, it's caused 100 Thieves to spend a lot more time in their rounds, clearing out space, being afraid of what could snap at them at a given moment. But it also means that 100 Thieves just work together as 5. There's very rarely the forward info to get the early stack from EG.
Oh, they fully sent this. Sanders TP'd, cancels it out. Meanwhile, Derek does a bit of the same. Now Asuna popping his ult, pushing forward. Looking for any info he can find, and Cryo swings out. Nature too far! Cryo with 3! Asuna comes out of his TP and drops Derek. What a hit from the attack.
Ye is nowhere to be found. 100 Thieves just dismantled that B site.
And 100 Thieves have just evaporated the lead.
And that's with 3 players stacked there. That's with the quick Omen ult from Derek to support into the site. No, all the utility, Austin's ultimate, giving the intel too, just punishing those side players. Look at where the bodies are dropping, by the way. 3 in the exact same position. Those are all kills from Cryo.
Yeah.
On the entry.
Christy, this was an 8-4 half.
Bye-bye operator.
And bye-bye lead. We're tied at 11.
100 Thieves have brought it all the way back.
Oh gosh, the money's terrible too.
It couldn't get any worse. Okay, Ye's got the chamber up, but that'll be it. Enjoy this. Keep swinging into Cryo. He welcomes the action.
One enemy.
I felt like a passenger princess this round.
Can you imagine being a passenger princess at 24-14?
That round, I suppose. But Evil Geniuses, they have the op for EA. They have a gun for Icy. That is it. B-site is still weak. EG continue to leave these anchors isolated. 100 Thieves have just realized they can run execs. They don't need depth in their calling, it appears.
Supa has to get out. Supa can't stay.
Yeah, with the classic. Now, in the post plants, 100 Thieves have basically always fought up into elbow. Now Xander is gone. Hold on.
Just one, but that is the rifle.
And now 100 Thieves feel pressure to take more forward space, to take this fight into the waiting arms of EG.
There are 2 here. Nature's close by.
With a Sheriff.
It's not just Supa. That shock's gonna hurt. The spit's even better.
The paranoia hits all of them.
Is there even more magic? Is there more that these villains can cook up? It's all onto EU. He's so far out of the play.
They can just stick. He's too far gone.
What a mess.
It's over.
EG do it again.
What on earth? I just want you to watch this paranoia from Derek. This is what wins the round from EG in the replay. There will be 3 players in backside as EG are ready to fight out of elbow. They will all be blinded. That one ability, doesn't matter what guns EG have. Right after this, Paranoia collects on all 3. Icy comes in from behind. All those guys are blinded.
Thanks.
The magic hits one more. Double op here. EU has it on the attack.
Unreal.
Meanwhile, Ye on the other side, Cryo. Thrown before the fight.
It's a double Odin with EU. Playing de-escalation, he's taken out.
Only one Odin now. Cryo picks up the op.
And now with this pressure down into mid, 100 Thieves are sort of split right down the middle of the map. Got 2 players headed to A main. Spike can't take the quick rotate, so they'll leave Cryo here.
He's prepared for that jump spot. Saw Crosshair a little bit higher than head level.
This round again comes down to the chambers because Ye is isolated on A. Cryo decides not to go for the lurk. They're going to challenge just this one man.
Waiting with the dog. Ye takes a step back. Now playing in his tether. Waiting for the swing. Wait.
He can't TP. It's on the middle of sight. He has to leave.
The paranoia out. Manages to get away. Safely.
But EG have struggled to get back into the site without any foothold here.
But they have numbers.
They have numbers, but Supa's on the other side of the world. Kess has the Nightfall to fight back towards spawn.
Trigger at the ready, waiting for the right time.
Here it comes.
Pull it, and there it goes. Only one tag. Paranoia out as well. 100 Thieves refusing to give this side up.
You can't wait for much longer.
And now EG go. They've managed to get past this. They've been playing behind the smoke. Cryo 2, Xander 3. We're tied. We're going to OT.
100 Thieves have brought it all the way back to overtime. Down 8-4 at the half. They snowball these early rounds and then lock in at the end.
Evil Geniuses need to stay alive. This is their year. Christianid settles in overtime.
So much pressure weighing in the back of their minds. Remember, the 2-round difference in stage 1. Their whole year would be different.
Potter has never taken a map off of Zix. Ever.
And now it's even simpler than the map. It's just lead by 2. It'll once again come down to those 2 rounds to finally beat Zix, to finally beat 100 Thieves, to just stay alive in this tournament.
Can they get through this? A little battle scarred, yes, but on top?
And while EG's attack was dominant, so much of it came down to the lurk play, the individuals stepping up when it mattered most.
Icy's been inserted, but they know he's there. Surely there's more on the other side. He's gonna push it! But Austin was there with waiting arms.
He sells the whole round onto that moment, and now the individuals fumble. Evil Geniuses are routed.
It's all falling apart for the attack. 100 Thieves may have just snatched this thing away.
Not enough poison or remitting.
And so Ye and Supa forced to try to find a timing. The problem is 40 seconds left.
How many times has Supa been in this position this game?
Yeah, but this time the hourglass is all the way down. Can't even really manufacture a kill.
They found my trap.
And now Ye understands he's the lamb to the slaughter. He'll take one with him, but 100 Thieves, series point.
A statement there in the first round of OT. And it starts with this fight up into the smoke. I mean, Asa's full stunned. I understand why Icy's going in there behind it, but he just gets diffed anyways.
And I was praising Icy earlier for the aggressive confidence with which he's played. And so I don't fault him for that either. Asa just was better.
And Icy's been the top performer for EG in the map. But now they have to manufacture a win on defense. Only got 4 of those in regulation.
It all comes down to this.
EG are back to a B main trap play, by the way. Paranoia for the line, but 100 Thieves have just been running execs into A.
It's not gonna come.
Well, the quiet is concerning for EG. Surely they would have seen something with Supa, so they anticipate the A hit.
The smoke and the drone are out. Derek just barely gets a smoke there in time. Icy's gonna play up close again. Waiting on the other side, but shoots a flash, tries to turn it, and gets punished. A 4v4 though as the trade's there, Asuna down.
Last time Ye could not hold his own on A. The support is delayed, but slowly moving in for Evil Geniuses. Now he waits.
Can he do it again? Can he deliver? No! Ye down! 100 Thieves one step closer. For Evil Geniuses, hope dies last. Into the swing they go, and into death it follows. Nature and Supa to try to keep this up, but they're so far apart from each other.
Standing ahead.
Thrown away from the play, outnumbered and outgunned. And as the possibility of this ticks away, as the spike gets further and further down, it's only one found. Supa's gonna have to 1v3. Can he pull off a miracle? Can he face 3? No! 100 Thieves survive. 100 Thieves advance.
The comeback confirmed for 100 Thieves. Grit in those final moments. And what it means for the other side of the stage is heartbreak. For the second stage in a row, Evil Genius's year is determined by 2 rounds. In overtime, this time against 100 Thieves. It's a heartbreak. The map was theirs. But through the trials of that second half, 100 Thieves fought every single step of the way to keep their year alive.
We talked about it earlier in the series. My brother, what a bounce back from the last time they took that stage. They look like a shell of the team that we know, a shell of the players that we know.
And this today, this is the 100 Thieves that stepped out in week 1 and 2 onto this very same stage.
Yep.
Dominated NRG in their opener. Looked so good round to round.
And we've got to give credit to the plan for 100 Thieves, particularly going into Corrode, because you talked about it, I talked about it. EG had really cool ideas on defense. 100 Thieves never even gave them the opportunity. They fully forgoed fighting B main, and they decided A is where we're going to hit, and that's where they found success.
And they just realized, wait a second, these sites are paper. They can just start running these 5-player execs, trade off each other nicely to scale into the space. I think there's credit to be scattered around this 100 Thieves team. At different moments, different players stepped up. But for me, today, it was EU. His utility in map 1, well, he didn't have all the kills. His utility is what set up his teammates to get everything. And then in the second map of Corrode, he completely takes over.
Top frags for his team. And again, we've touched on it a little bit. The last time 100 Thieves played, they looked real bad. EU was the only one who didn't. And so this is now 2 series in a row where EU has been a monster.
A consistent force for the squad, to be sure. And he's one of the signature pieces in this funky composition, the double scan initiator that mesmerizes here in the second half of Corrode.
14-12 out of 100 Thieves. They were down 8-4 at half. And we talked about how that was supposed to be EG on their stronger side.
Absolutely. Not the case.
No, just not enough. 100 Thieves light things up on map 1. They take down EG, and then they turn over to map 2, a map that we hadn't seen them play a ton of, a map where EG looks stronger, and they take them down anyway. They advance, and they keep their chances at Paris alive. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth behind me at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with who else but EU.
Thank you so much, Doug and Ender. Cheer for EU. Don't be shy. We've seen the signs. Someone has come from Poland, someone has come from Toronto, some have come from just down the street to see EU pop the heck off. EU, I don't know if you can get any better. You always get better and better and better. You're like, oh, I don't know. What are we talking about? You don't think you're kind of, where do you think you are in terms of skill?
Like weird year for me, for sure. I feel like definitely been like some highs and lows throughout the year. So nah, definitely not better and better and better, but you know, trying to get better and better and better every day.
I mean, that's completely fair. One of our most clutch players for sure, though. I want to talk about 100 Thieves now as a whole. You guys are fighting through this lower bracket, fighting through overtimes, you know. How does, I talked to Xander saying y'all feel confident moving forward. I want to get your perspective on that. How you guys feel as a team moving forward in this kind of gauntlet, hard lower bracket?
Yeah, I think for me, I kind of like told the team after, you know, our most recent performances, like the last like 3 or 4 games, trying to kind of like bring the mentality that we had coming into the first 2 games. You know, picking up Drew and having like kind of like a rookie and everything. I definitely feel like everybody was kind of just playing with nothing to lose. And you know, after how we performed like the last like 4 games or so, it feels like we kind of stopped playing like our own game. So yeah, for me, it's like I just kind of want to play out through the rest of this playoffs run, just playing our own game, making sure we're confident, make sure we're playing with nothing to lose, and should be good.
I'm going to press you on that because I think a lot of players say we're going to play our own game, we're going to play our game. For the sake of the audience in the stream, what does that mean for 100 Thieves? What does playing our own game mean for 100 Thieves EU?
For us, I think it's a lot of like, the way we played like in the first 2 games is, I would say, like largely instinctual. So there's definitely like weaknesses that we had after the first 2 games that we would talk about and try to improve on in like, I would say like the upcoming weeks of practice and stuff. But it feels kind of like us trying to focus a little too hard, kind of mixed up like our balance, and people started playing less instinctually and whatnot. And for our team right now, definitely, it's definitely like a more instinctual kind of team. So yeah, playing our game kind of just means like playing off instinct and going with the flow.
Something else I want to ask you is your bind. We've talked about it all the time. It seems unstoppable and almost in perfect win rate on it. Why do you think you are so good at bind? Because we can give like an analyst answer, but from your perspective, when you're on that map, that is your territory. Why?
Asuna.
Oh,
yeah.
That's that easy.
Asuna, like 20, 30 kills every time we play bind, so yeah, just insta-win.
I mean, easy. It's so crazy. Like I feel like people like, we're gonna pick it, we're gonna have it against them, we're gonna float it, and then absolutely not. 100 Thieves, just come and take it.
Asuna just always takes them out.
So do you, as a warning, do you think people should float bind, or do you think they should ban it?
I mean, you guys can float it if you want. It's fine.
And last question for you. I'm gonna talk about the lower bracket again. What is it going to be that takes 100 Thieves to champs? Because you have a long way and you have to fight hard to get there. What is it going to be?
Honestly, like for us, momentum. I feel like where we're at right now, you know, there's like not a lot of time to improve on stuff or anything like that. For us, we just kind of need to like ride this momentum, keep flowing, keep playing instinctually, and hopefully we make it.
All right, give it up for EU one more time, everyone. But we have match point with Asuna and KRU.
What's good, everyone? This, of course, is Match Point, the end of the show. We like to unwind, play some games, talk with the players, have some fun. This time around, we're going to be doing the training range. And I've got 2 great aimers here, and it's time to put them to the test. You got Asuna, you got KRU. Fellas, first, before we jump into the game, how you feeling? A little good? You feeling all right?
Just a little bit.
Who's if you had to measure, I know you guys were talking about it before, but let's just say it for the people at home. Who's the better aimer in this situation?
Definitely him.
Okay.
Definitely this guy. I mean, I might do hard bots more than him.
Okay, all right.
Hard bots make me lose confidence, so I don't do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I do hard bots actually, but not my setup, so.
Okay, all right. So are we good to go?
Yeah, we're
okay, cool. So basically, here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into the range. Our pros are going to be doing the bot challenge. 30 bots in the range. Difficulty, hard armor is on. All right, so go ahead, hit start. Let's do this. Here we go.
I'm more nervous doing this than the match. You know that?
Really? Okay. All right. Well, let's go. Pressure's on. Pressure's on.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Here we go. Now, it's important to remember they didn't get to tweak any of the settings on the mouse.
This is not my sense or
No,
why would I care? No, I'm getting a hang of it. By the way, I've never used
Actually, I kind of like the fact that you guys are both going into this cold without any adjustments to your aim. So it's going to be a bit fair of a match.
I mean, if you can get more than 5, you're better than a pro player. I think that's 6.
Okay. 7?
By the way, I sweated all over that mouse. I hope you enjoyed that. You're gonna have you should wipe it clean a little bit.
Maybe rub it out. Hold on. You need me to just make sure we're good here? Hold on.
Yeah, squeaky clean.
Okay, squeaky clean. Okay. There we go. All right. Next up.
Wow. Yeah, you feel it instantly, huh? You ready? Yeah. Good luck. I wish you luck.
Now, KRU did say he doesn't.
I mean, you're already looking better than me.
Oh my God.
Maybe we should ask you questions while you shoot these bots. So, how are you feeling after the game? I'm joking. Don't hit.
Wow, way to call me out, man. All right.
Well, no. I just want to distract them. Also,
I love it. I love it.
Up. Wait. Don't get more than 7.
Hold on.
Get more than 7.
Just these 3 more. Just these 3 more. Oh.
Down to the wire. Don't get nervous. Don't get. Oh, no, you should have. Wait, you hit the hard one.
Oh, you got one. What are we getting for the draw? That's 7. Guys, we're tied up. We're tied up. I don't know. How should we settle this?
I mean, he wins because he's just a better.
He wins because he's just a better aimer.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. Well, let's talk about the match real fast. Do want to ask you guys real quick. You know, confidence going into today, but also confidence for the team out of after what happened. You know, when you guys faced off against G2 and all that stuff. How you guys doing?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had to do a big mental reset. We spent like, I'm not gonna lie, 6 hours like talking about, you know, the 13-4, 13-5 losses.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's like there's a lot to learn, but also little to look at. But yeah, we had to reset really quickly. We only had a day, so yeah, just bouncing back, and then we play EG, and we have a lot of confidence against them.
Yeah.
And you know, the veto, obviously there was bind in there. So
Yeah,
that's gonna be always a good start.
When you guys got bind, were you feeling good about that?
I mean, I instantly said it. So we're starting up 1-0. It's like basically
we were saying it too, to be fair. So you guys bind is great.
Yeah, it feels good. And then we play C9 next.
Yeah. How did it feel bringing the clock back, going up against Ye, Chamber v Chamber, like you guys did back in the day? That was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. He's quick, man. I'm not gonna lie, he's quick.
There were some moments he had that were insane.
Yeah, I mean, Corrode's one of their favorite maps, I believe. So
yeah.
I mean, yeah, like you said, we only had a day to reset, and we knew that we couldn't really change a lot in a day. So we just kind of keep playing our own game and just build up the momentum and our confidence. So.
All right. Well, hey, you guys certainly have done that, and maybe this aim training game, seeing you guys equal one another, might just build up the confidence they need. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here. I don't know if that's how it works, though. And of course, we're going down to the wire here, folks. But we have 4 teams tomorrow that are going to be taken to the stage here in 2 more elimination matches. You got NRG going up against Leviathan, and then you guys are going to be squaring up with C9. How are you feeling about that? Feeling good? What do you think of C9? Have you had a chance to watch them in the playoffs so far, Cryo?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw them play Sen, and it was a pretty close game.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, they're looking good.
Yeah.
But I think we always have a good matchup against C9, so feeling pretty confident there.
Yeah, same for you, Austin?
Yeah, same thing. Feel like it's a good matchup, but seeing them take a map off Sen obviously might scare you a little.
Yeah.
But because Sen is like a really good team, and knowing Sean, he was feeling really confident going into that game. So yeah, hopefully they don't like keep too much momentum and feel too confident after that. But we'll put them down either way.
All right, you guys are going to pluck them out the sky, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Well, fellas, it's an absolute pleasure, as always, to hang out with you guys. You're equal footing on the aim trainer. We're going to have to do this. We're going to have to settle
tell
the
the fans.
Yes.
I have the same aim as Cryo.
There
you
it
guys
is.
Hear that?
Post it up, social team. You heard it here first. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as always, here is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. We'll see you mañana. Just a few weeks back, LEV squared off against KRU on this very stage, and boy, oh boy, did LEV manage to pull off a big win. Brandon's question whether or not history repeats itself here today.
Try to get themselves in the upper hand here. 3v2 as they're all still fighting out in the open. Sheriff's ringing out loud. King, one more. A little respect there from King. And he is going to find it. 4K for King as he gets the Red Bull clutch. Still looking for members to go down. That was just the ultimate. Melzer does fall, and that's going to be KRU quickly grabbing 3. We're tied 11-11. That was pushed through, but Sato pushes forward into really an unknown to be able to come up with a few there and start the cascade. And that's going to be a Leviathan victory after a back and forth battle on Lotus. And King and Com coming up huge. We've seen these two in the clutches be big, but Keston gets 3, a 4th one immediately. It's going to be a swing. Zeno has to get the safety. Oh, the pick from Keston is there. He doesn't even gate crash back. He stays for more. He stays for a 3rd. It's only going to end one way here for LEV, it seems, and that's going to be a kill coming in. 13-6 as KRU pushes us to a map 3 Haven. Still looks like they want the site as the fight ensues, and that is going to be common. Text coming up huge. Whoa, Mazzino. And now the 1v1. Oh my God, you better turn to the right. Oh, it's not enough. He catches one in the temple from King. Putting himself in the fight. Mazzino gets a few out of it, pushing in. Wait, they're still where did they come from? The KRU just holding W to get back in. LEV is just making this too tough for the side of KRU. Melzer and Shy trying to craft something impossible to get themselves through the round. Shots to the case. It's not going to count. Sato and King find themselves with the last kills, and Leviathan are moving on.
We often talk about stakes, and in a match like this, in a lower bracket round 1 fight like this, it doesn't get any more clear. You win, you advance. You lose, your year is done. He's gonna stick it to half. Cryo covering him. He might take it all the way. Pulls off at half, gets one. Still more work to be done. Doolin raises on the other side, and Asuna stands strong. Nature finds one, tucks tail, tries to get away. Asuna gets the best of him. Scaling backside is the duelist, and now the rocket popped right into his lap. I see so often a source of criticism cannot deliver for EG. 13-4, the way of 100 Thieves.
Cryo scurrying.
What? Supa with 3, and now the site is theirs. Do they let him go hunt? Monstrous! A 2v2 as Supa forges forward, daring to swing that high-low. Might be too much, but can he deliver once more? Into the face of 2! Yes! Supa can! They've managed to get past this. They've been playing behind the smoke. Cryo 2, Xander 3! 100 Thieves survive! 100 Thieves advance!